120 Emperor. I was deceived. The golden flying dragon is already on its way back to Wano country. Bells were ringing on the deck. Two beautiful women are having a passionate exchange of blows. I've had enough of you, you white-haired bastard. You are the one. Stay away from Ian. Yamato is wearing a white kimono today, while Hancock is wearing a black cheongsam. Black and white, two colors are constantly colliding. You two be careful. Ian was sitting on a lounge chair under a parasol not far away. Without raising his head, he said as usual, "Don't destroy the fighter plane." On the wide deck of the Golden Flying Dragon, 10 bombers were docked at this time. The aircraft carrier that Ian once envisioned has now been realized, of course, in a bankrupt version. In the past 2 years, Wano's bomber factory has been officially put into use, and a batch of bombers will come off the production line every month. The result is that there are not enough large ships that can carry fighter planes. Therefore, in order to enable these bombers to fight overseas, Ian waved his hand, and the islands under the Beast Pirates began a vigorous infrastructure construction campaign. Ian wants to build an airport on every island that has this condition and completely control the air in this sea area. In addition to fighter planes, the islands are of course equipped with troops to protect the airports. The pirates of the Beast Pirates, the detachment of the Fishmen Unit, and the ferocious beasts from Riskina Island. There are no blind spots in all directions on land, sea, and air. Ordinary New World pirates should not have the strength to break through a base. The reason for being so arrogant is, of course, that in the past 2 years, the scale of the Beast Pirates has expanded again. The total strength of the headquarters has exceeded 50,000, not counting the Wano garrison and Fishmen troops that were separated 2 years ago. Thanks to the help of Fisher Tiger, a large number of Fishman Street gangsters want to join the Beast Pirates AT this time. The number of the Fishman team has exceeded 10,000, and it has become a truly large-scale force. The army, the Fishmen, are now an important part of the Beast Pirates. The total strength of the Beast Pirates is almost 100,000. Then we'll have to wait for that guy, Wang Ji's reaction. Luo was lying on the side with a big iron weight on his back and doing push-ups, sweating profusely. I don't know if he will take revenge. He's out of date, Ian said calmly. Just stay in the Beehive Island. There is no stage for him to dance in the New World. In the past 2 years, in addition to focusing on development, the Beast Pirates also did one thing, and that was expansion. Expanding in all directions, swallowing up all the surrounding islands with a heroic spirit. Those who are willing to join the Beast Pirates will lend them the flag. Those who don't want to join the Beast Pirates will be beaten first, and then the flag will be planted on their land. If you encounter someone who wants to hinder the expansion of the pirate group, you will first send bombers to blow them up, and then throw a few beasts over to make a fuss. If they are at sea, the Murloc troops will sink them to the bottom of the sea as soon as possible. The expansion of the Beast Pirates undoubtedly caused a chain reaction throughout the New World. Almost like an arms race, the Charlotte family also began to expand. Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and the monsters of the Charlotte family also began to conquer Charlotte with unrivaled power. Linglings will spread to farther places. Then, in the latter part of the New World, Whitebeard did not take the initiative to expand. However, people who were frightened by the big movements of the beasts threw themselves under Whitebeard's command to seek refuge. As a result, the 3 strongest pirate groups in the New World began to expand rapidly. Their strength, power, and territory all expanded like balloons in the past 2 years. Emperor. Morgans proposed this title in the World Economic News half a year ago. He said that Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingling ruled the world in the second half of the New World, and were as aloof and inviolable as emperors. They are not only the emperors of the New World, but also emperors who are superior to countless pirates. As a result, the title Pirate Emperor began to spread throughout the world. At the same time, when the 3 big pirate groups began to expand rapidly, a certain guy was also unwilling to be lonely. Wang Ji also couldn't wait to start expansion. And they are still very bold and wantonly expanding in all directions like the Beast Pirates. That is, they are also expanding in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates in Wano country at the same time. Whitebeard was not very interested in fighting for territory. Wang Ji didn't go too far, and he didn't bother to pay attention. But Teacher Kai couldn't bear it anymore. What kind of thing are you? Are you worthy of doing the same thing as me? So, the war just happened. Ian led the team to completely defeat the fleet under Wang Ji's command that was expanding in this direction, completely engulfing the islands occupied by the Wang Ji pirates along the way, and pushing back the boundary line of the Wang Ji pirates in this direction. But, Brother Ian, Jack, who has grown a lot taller and is still 15 years old but already close to 7 meters tall, said calmly. What if that guy Wang Zhi doesn't give in? Then there's nothing we can do. Ian smiled and stretched. I can only let him know that now is the age of young people. He had punched him on Beehive Island 2 years ago, and that guy also ran out to cause trouble during the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. These 2 favors have not yet been repaid to him. Jack's eyes lit up instantly. He longed for such development. Speaking of it, Ian thought of something. That guy Hawkeye has become a Shichibukai. It's really hard for me to imagine that a man like him would compromise with the government. The speaker was Drake, who was doing exercises with a huge barbell like Luo. The man who was once called a marine hunter will also become a Shichibukai. The duel between him and the red-haired man a year ago shocked the whole world. Probably just hates trouble. Ian said leisurely. No matter how strong he is still alone after all. The title of Navy Hunter is too ostentatious. He must be a little tired of the endless pursuit of the Navy. It may be hard to believe, but Hawkeye is actually quite Buddhist. Where are the red-haired pirates? Ian spoke. I have been staying in the East China Sea for several months. Black Maria spoke leisurely. She was flipping through fashion magazines with Violet and Hancock's 2 sisters. After hearing Ian's question, she said, maybe she doesn't want to get involved in the increasingly fierce battle for hegemony in the New World. Is that so? The corners of Ian's mouth raised. Not in a hurry. It won't be until next year that Shanks finds the rubber fruit and loses an arm. At that time, let's go to the East China Sea to get involved. There's also the red-haired daughter, the future singer Yuta. The song fruit she possesses can also be called the ability to cheat. Speaking of which, what was the name of the island she was sent to? I can't remember the name. I just remember that it is an island that can be called a music mecca. But it doesn't matter if you don't know the name. You will know when the news of the red hair's destruction of the island spreads throughout time. Don't worry, the red hair will put Yuta on that island anyway. Blue, brew, brew. Ian's phone buzzed suddenly. He raised his hand to answer. Ian, it was the voice of an old friend. Someone is asking me to order your bombers again. Then answer them as before, meet. Ian said calmly, this is not for sale. In the 2 years of the New World War, bombers and fishman troops have indeed shone brightly. At least Ian knew that Charlotte Lingling almost turned around and sent people to Fishman Island to recruit soldiers. She really got her to pull together a team, but the scale was smaller than that of the Beast Pirates. It's too different. The emergence of bombers attracted worldwide attention. They almost completely subverted the past war patterns, transformed from 2-dimensional warfare to 3-dimensional warfare. The sky will be conquered by humans from now on. Anyone who doesn't have to be a fool can realize the potential of this weapon. Almost the day after the bomber was unveiled, dealers from all over the world were blasting Ian's phone. All of them are looking to buy this kind of weapon. Even Wang Zhi and Charlotte Lingling try to buy it through various channels. And Ian has only one answer, not to sell. After all, this thing is the most cutting-edge technology of the Beast Pirates. How can it be sold casually? But Ian also knows that this kind of technological blockade is only aimed at pirates. For the real enemy, it is hard to say that it would be difficult for the world government to replicate these aircraft, Ian. With Vegapunk here, that guy might be able to understand all the principles just by looking at the photos of bombers in the newspaper. Maybe the world government's fighter jet manufacturing factory has started operations now. So after Uncle Quinn completed the research on undersea torpedoes, he started iterative work on fighter jets nonstop. Talk about energy issues. Fossil fuels are enough. Let's work on internal combustion engines. Anyway, before Vegapunk came up with a virgin flame, he didn't have an easy-to-use energy source. In this regard, the 2 sides were on the same starting line. That's such a shame. Umit sighed. If you are willing to sell it, this will be a huge order. Let's talk about it later. Ian replied calmly. If there are more advanced fighter jets, it is not impossible to sell the old ones. Then I'll be waiting. Womit was looking forward to it, and then he said, by the way, I almost forgot about the business. Ian, didn't you ask me to help you keep an eye on the North Sea? That guy from Dover has returned to the North Sea. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. Do you know what he did when he went back? I don't know that. Womit said, I just heard that in the underground world of Bay High, someone seems to be auctioning something. It seems to be a devil fruit. Ian sat up straight in an instant. Devil fruit? Yes, I don't know what kind of fruit it is. Womit said, do you want me to go find someone and ask? No. Ian said, I'll find someone to ask myself. Good. The call with Umid ended. Ian didn't stop and dialed some guy's number. Ian, congratulations. Wangji's third fleet has been completely defeated by you. When will they attack Honeycomb Island? I can do a live broadcast. Another familiar voice came from the phone bug's mouth. Stop talking nonsense, Morgans. Ian asked. Answer me. What is the fruit that is being auctioned in the Beihai underground world? Huh. Morgans was slightly surprised. Ian, are you quite well informed? Could it be that Doflamingo told you? Answer me. Ian said solemnly. Yes. Morgans paused deliberately and then said, surgery fruit. What, Ian, are you also interested in this devil fruit? But you may be a step too late. The lucky guy who got the fruit, the fallen Navy Dies Barreros, has already reached a deal with the Navy. He sold the devil fruit for a sky-high price. Beside Drake, who was exercising, was suddenly startled when he heard a familiar name. Ian was not surprised. He just continued to ask, where was the transaction place and time? Don't be so difficult, Ian. Morgans complained. That's a Navy secret. How could I know? Ian had no doubts. Doflamingo knew this because he had an undercover agent in the Navy who tipped him off. Morgans is a paparazzi. Although he is well informed, he does not know everything. Then help me track Doflamingo's location. He knows, Ian said. Yeah, I think I heard something very interesting. Morgans laughed playfully. Everyone knows that the Don Quixote family and your beast pirates are partners, right? Doflamingo is your good friend, Ian. For this kind of thing, just call him. I said, okay? Ian said nothing. The fruit of the surgery represents the immortal surgery and represents the national treasure of the celestial dragons. Doflamingo will never give up, even if the cost is to fall out with the beast pirates. He will definitely pretend to be stupid. Just do as I say. Oh, you actually ordered me, But it doesn't matter. Interesting news is about to happen in Beihai, right? As long as there is big news, I have no objection. After ending the call with Morgans, Ian recalled it carefully and then finally made another call. This time the phone rang for a long time. Finally, the call was connected. Who? It was a drunken voice. Which bastard disturbed my mood? Drake's body trembled when he heard this voice. Ian spoke. Dies Barreros. It's me, Ian. Oh. The person on the other end of the phone felt as if his throat was being strangled. He let out a rapid exclamation in an instant and then said, Hey, Mr. Ian. Barreros. Ian said, Do you still remember the agreement we made 2 years ago? Dang, of course. Barreras paused and then said hurriedly, But Sir Ian, I'm sorry, I haven't found anything worth reporting to you after 2 years of searching. Ian's mouth sagged. That's it, then okay. Well, Sir Ian, I still have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. He hung up the phone hurriedly. Ian looked at the phone bug who had closed his eyes and sighed sadly. Drake, I seem to have been cheated, Derek said solemnly. Then leave it to me, Sir Ian. It just so happens that I also want to repay the kindness for those years. Ian nodded slightly and then said loudly, Then turn, go to the nearest base to replenish supplies and ammunition, and then head to the North Sea at full speed. At the same time, a certain island in the North Sea. Barreros still looked shocked after hanging up the phone. Looking at the phone bug in my hand is like looking at some kind of monster. Captain. Around him, the pirates under his command were even more stunned. That's Ian from Fenshin. That's the Beast Pirates, the pirate group commanded by Kaido, one of the emperors of the New World. How dare you deceive them? I don't care who he is. Barreros was breathing heavily, and his face was strangely flushed, and he didn't know if it was due to being drunk. He carefully took out the heart-shaped fruit from the box next to him and stroked it almost obsessively. This is my treasure. That's 5 billion Baileys. What kind of pirates can we do with this money? When the time comes, Jean Penn washes his hands and retires to the world and can find an island to live in seclusion. How can that bastard Kid Ian still find it or whereabouts? The surrounding pirates thought the same thing. Is it possible that the Beast Pirates would give them so much money? Compared with this huge sum of money, what is the fear of the Beast Pirates? Businessmen can take risks for the sake of huge profits, let alone pirates like them who have their heads off their belts. 122. The fruit of operation. Black Arm Zephyr. Buzz. The engine started revving. The propeller, driven by gears and chains, also began to rotate rapidly. The wind driven by the rotation of the propeller pushed the dark iron bird forward, gradually increasing its speed. Finally, just as he was about to rush out of the runway on the deck of the big ship, the dark iron bird suddenly rose up into the sky, then climbed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a small black and disappeared into the depths of the sky. Is it really okay to let Derek go there alone? Luo turned to ask Ian. There is no one better suited to go. After all, Ian says Barreros is Drake's father. Also, let's speed up. It's time to speed up. As for how to speed up, it is actually very simple. Roar. In the sea, several tamed sea beasts roared and grabbed several thick chains hanging from the sides of the ship's hull and began to use their brute force to drag the huge ship forward. As a result, the golden flying dragon began to move forward quickly. Not far ahead here, the flamingo-like ship of the Don Quixote family is also struggling to move forward. In the other direction, the Navy's fleet was also approaching quickly. Everyone's goal is Mignon Island. Everyone's goal is the fruit of the operation. On Don Quixote's big boat, Doflamingo looked up in surprise. He thought he heard thunder. Was it thundering? It is winter in the North Sea now, and this sea area is still in the north of the North Sea. The temperature is very low, clouds are thick in the sky, and heavy snow like goose feathers is falling down one after another. But there seemed to be no sign of thunder. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether there's thunder or not. Doflamingo just looked at the end of the sea, expecting the island called Mignon Island to appear their next moment. He couldn't see the dark iron bird whistling forward above the thick dark clouds. Drake calmly controlled the fighter plane and moved forward in a straight line. Father, I'm here. Mignon Island. Deep in the island, in a ruined castle covered in snow, Barreros and his gang are hiding here. They are waiting for tomorrow's deal. Dolly, get the wine. Because of the cold weather, Barreros, who was wrapped in a thick cotton-padded jacket, was already drunk. He burped and shouted drunkenly, we're going to make a fortune soon. We must celebrate it well. Here comes Captain. While drinking the wine handed over by his men, Barreros laughed and carefully took out a small box again and took out the heart-shaped fruit from it. Is such a fruit worth 5 billion belly? A pirate next to him was still in disbelief and couldn't help shouting, This is crazy. Are the people in the Navy filled with water? What do you idiots know? Barreros closed the box carefully. After getting the fruit, he took it out to take a closer look at it almost every once in a while for fear that he was dreaming. He said, if a doctor eats this fruit, he will undoubtedly become the most famous doctor in the world. There are stories in history that after eating this fruit, they continued to perform miraculous operations and continuously cured various difficult and complicated diseases. A legendary doctor exists. It's a pity that the government men are still alive. It's only 5 billion Baileys. Isn't it worthwhile to replace them with a doctor who can cure all difficult and complicated diseases? But, these things have nothing to do with us. Money is more practical. Yes. The pirates cheered instantly. With this money, I don't have to be a pirate anymore. Their cheers passed through the tattered window lattice of the dilapidated castle and drifted into the wind and snow outside. The wind and snow were too chaotic, and their laughter was too loud, so they didn't notice the roar passing from the sky. However, Barreros still had some sense. He raised the bottle and shouted, Young men, don't drink too much today, or it will delay tomorrow's transaction. After the deal is completed, we will have a good celebration. Oh, long live the captain, long live Captain Barreros. The pirates cheered again. Just at this time, boom, the dilapidated gate of the castle suddenly exploded, turning into several pieces of heavenly flowers and spreading in all directions. Hiccup. Barreros was quite startled by this sudden change. He almost choked on the drink that had entered his throat. After swallowing the drink in a hurry, he let out another long belch. Only then did he see the figure walking in from the castle gate, wrapped in the wind and snow, wearing a strange helmet, a pair of large goggles, and a thick mask. He was wearing a strange black uniform, similar to a long military uniform. The hem of the clothes was dancing in the wind, revealing the thick boots underneath. The boots made a harsh crunching sound when they hit the ground. There are plenty of places to hide on the island. The visitor said calmly, This is the most comfortable place, but it is also the most ostentatious, so I guess you will definitely be here, Davit. Seems I was right. Barreros shook his head hard to make the dizziness caused by alcohol subside a little. He turned over vigilantly and touched the long knife at his waist with his right hand, but subconsciously covered his chest with his left hand, mouthing shouted, Who are you? Something bad happened. Found. Is it the Navy? Or someone else? The visitor keenly noticed Barreros' movements, and then he shook his head gently. I have imagined many times when we will meet again, but I have never thought that there is someone in the world who has not seen me for 2 years, the father whose son cannot recognize him. The visitor slowly took off his helmet. a mask under the blank eyes of Bareilles and the others, revealing a resolute face. Barreros was stunned. Everyone in the pirate group was stunned. They looked at the visitor in disbelief. He is over 2 meters tall, with a resolute face and steady eyes, and a strong physique that cannot be concealed even by his heavy uniform. No way. Some pirates were dumbfounded. How could such a thing happen? One of the pirates rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had drunk too much. You must have seen it wrong. Why did he appear here? One pirate shook his head repeatedly, denying the exaggerated conjecture in his mind. Yes, I must be dreaming. However, Barreras' eyes widened. Grow taller, grow bigger, and become stronger. He is no longer the ridiculous teenager he was 2 years ago. However, he can also recognize it. It wasn't because of any ridiculous blood relationship at that time, but because he had just seen this face on the wanted poster not long ago. Drake! Barreros screamed. Why are you here, Drake? His stupid son. The thin Drake 2 years ago was taken away by Ian of the Burning Sky. Burning Sky's Ian. Barreras suddenly realized something. Long time no see, father, Derek said calmly. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years, but you haven't changed at all. He sighed faintly. There was a time when I actually fantasized about whether my father was not actually a scumbag. He just gave up on himself after witnessing the collapse of justice in his heart after witnessing the corruption of the Navy. But it seems that's not the case now. You dare to deceive even Lord Ian. You are really amazing. Barreras suddenly noticed that Drake's jaw was slightly raised. This boy was talking to him in a downward manner. But Ian, does he know? But forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. Derek shook his head awkwardly, and he just stretched out his right hand, towards his father. Hand over what Sir Ian wants. You don't want to know the consequences of deceiving Sir Ian. Barreras' pupils suddenly shrank. The pirates around him looked even more frightened. Sure enough, Ian knew. Wait, Drake. At this time, Barreros couldn't care less about being angry with his great son. He tried to hide the panic in his heart and said quickly, I don't understand what you were talking about. I don't have anything that Sir Ian wants. Derek couldn't help but frown as he looked at his stupid father. Don't make me say it a second time, father. Hand over the fruits of the operation. Barreras opened his mouth. I know it completely. Fear gripped his heart like a big invisible hand, causing all the blood in his body to stop flowing. Terrifying coldness swept through his body. But just when it was cold, he started to sweat. Large patches of cold sweat soaked his clothes on his back. He quickly pressed his chest with his left hand and said quickly, Wait, Drake. Do you know how much this devil fruit is worth? He stretched out his right hand, spread his fingers, and hurriedly said to his son, 5 billion Baileys. That's 5 billion Baileys. With this money, what kind of pirates can we do? We father and son can do it. Isn't it better to live in seclusion on an island than to work for Ian? Derek took back his right hand, sighed, and looked at his father. Of course you won't understand. In the past 2 years, Drake has seen very clearly that so many islands ruled by the Beast's pirates have been well managed by Ian, especially the development of industry, which has brought about rapid economic development. The Beast's pirates, the territory can almost be described as thriving. Sir Ian is the man who wants to reshape the order of this world. Since you are unwilling to give it, I can only take it myself. Derek spoke calmly. Who knows, the next moment, Barreras showed his fierce look. I don't need a disobedient son. Go to hell, Drake. He directly pulled out a pistol and pulled the trigger on Drake without hesitation. The pirates around Barreros also belatedly opened fire with their guns, and a hail of bullets immediately came towards Drake. But ding, 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 ding. All the bullets were bounced away the moment they touched Drake. Only then did Drake slowly say, Iron block. Iron. Barreras' expression suddenly changed. Then a sound was heard. Shave. The eyes blurred, and then a big hand grabbed his face. Bareilles didn't even react to what happened. He was lifted up and then fell heavily to the ground. The solid floor was smashed to pieces. Bareilles' mind was blank, and he felt that his spine was about to be broken. He heard another voice. Lan Jiao Zhou Duan. Drake swung his legs indifferently and circled around. The magnificent circular slash instantly chopped off all the surrounding pirates. Then this slash continued to move forward, directly cutting the entire castle in half. The already dilapidated castle finally collapsed under the heavy load. Smoke mixed with flying snow, and in the collapsed ruins, only Drake was still standing there. The collapsed walls and ceiling did not cause him any trouble. He just looked down quietly at Bareilles, who was spitting blood in front of him. I told you, you don't want to know what will happen if you deceive Lord Ian. Drake leaned over, took away his father's hand that was still tightly protecting his chest, and then took out the small box inside. After opening the box and confirming that it was indeed the operation fruit inside, Drake carefully put the box into his arms. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. Goodbye, father, and my justice. In the wind and snow, Drake gradually walked away. Next, it's time to go back. Landing is easy, but taking off on the snowy ground is not an easy task. But fortunately, it's not that difficult. Drake used several rounds of storm kicks in succession, directly clearing the entire ground in front of the fighter. After revealing the flat ground, there will be no problem taking off again. Then, rumble, the fighter took off. The altitude gradually climbed, and the scene on Mignon Island retreated like the wind. When it was about to leave the island, swish! A dazzling light suddenly came from the horizon. Drake turned the direction almost subconsciously. This light was a slash, an exaggerated flying slash with a long range, which was as difficult to avoid as a laser. The front part of the fighter was directly cut off, and the propeller was chopped off. The fighter plane that lost power could no longer continue to climb. Drake calmly controlled the plane to start an emergency landing and headed towards the coast in the direction it came from. When it was about to fall into the sea, Drake opened the door of the fighter plane and jumped out directly. This fighter plane was of course not equipped with an ejection seat, and even no parachute. After all, bang bang bang, Drake stepped on the air and landed lightly on the snow-covered coast. Moon step. He calmly took out a green can marked with X, but did not use it immediately. Bomber Drake, don't try to run. A figure jumped out from the hill on one side. Drake raised his eyebrows. He knew this woman. Isn't this the Rear Admiral Guion who was captured by Lord Ian 2 years ago? He came so fast. It would be great if the pirates were as fast as they are now, helping the celestial dragons to rob things. However, it seems that it is not just the Navy. Drake turned around. On the top of the mountain on the other side, a man wearing a feather cloak appeared here at some point. He looked solemn and whispered to himself, "Hey, no way, why is Drake here?" Everyone knows that Drake is a cadre on the Golden Dragon. Since he appeared here, it means, where is Ian? Guion didn't even look at Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family members behind him, but just looked down at Drake from a high position. She still remembers the humiliation 2 years ago. Drake raised his head and saw that behind a mountain at Guion's feet, Navy soldiers surged out like a tide. And the real heavyweights appeared at this time. Dover, it's really. On the opposite hill, Treble exclaimed, "Black Arm Zephyr." Isn't the one who came out from behind Guion, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr? He even had Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had chased them to nowhere. Doflamingo's face was extremely gloomy. Although he had heard about the Navy's reinforcement from Virgo a long time ago, he didn't know until now that Black Arm Zephyr was here to deal with Ian. Virgo's position was still too low, and he couldn't get access to the Navy's real secrets. Doflamingo, the naughty boy, should go home. On the hill over there, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke calmly. Doflamingo laughed and responded, "Wouldn't it be a pity to leave now? It seemed that a good show is about to start here." Navy? He's not afraid. Do you understand the value of the 7 warlords of the sea? The so-called Navy is nothing more than a house dog bound by the rules set by the celestial dragons. Not to mention the former admiral and the chief of the Navy, he is not afraid even if the admiral is here. A good show. Is anyone here going to put on a show? A light laugh fell from the sky. Although the sound was not loud, it overwhelmed the dancing snow between heaven and earth, making everyone look up. Drake breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally here. Is it finally here? Zafar pushed his glasses. He looked up at the figures falling from the sky. The real show was finally about to begin. Ian the Burning Sky. He looked at the boy. The boy also looked at him. Black Arm Zifa. Why is this guy here? 123. 2 years of growth. Black Wrist Zifa. The name of the man in front of me. Former Admiral of the Navy Headquarters and Chief Instructor of the Navy. Every title is terrifying. Ian really didn't expect that the Navy would actually send him here. But this isn't right. If the Don Quixote family hadn't been involved in the original work, probably not even Lieutenant General Crane would have come. Although the fruits of the operation are precious, there is no need for all the former generals to come over, right? Could it be that you came here for me? Ian narrowed his eyes and landed lightly on the ground. Bit Morgans. No one else could reveal his whereabouts except that bastard bird. You want big news, right? Eat both ends. The flow is for you to understand. That's Ian from Burning Heaven. Behind Zifa, the pink-haired rookie female Navy looked at Ian with some surprise. This really surprises Tina. Although she looks a little more mature than the wanted poster, she is really only 15 years old. Next to the woman is a man with white hair. He held a cigar in his mouth and kept looking at the companions behind Ian. Yamato of the Frozen Sea, Hancock the Witch, Jack the Giant Elephant, Black Maria the Black Widow, Drake the Bomber, and the Spotted Hat who was not wanted. All the officers on board the Golden Flying Dragon have arrived. The man's eyes were full of excitement. In the past, we have only seen the big criminals in newspapers and wanted posters, but now we have the opportunity to fight them. Not only was there no fear in my heart, but I couldn't wait anymore. Fighting is fun. Ian's attention was also attracted by these two newbies. Are those Smoker and Tina? Since these two guys are following Zifa, it means that they have just joined the Navy, right? Should I say it's a coincidence? Ian. Yamato pulled Ian's sleeve almost impatiently. Are we going to start a fight? Wait a minute. Ian looked at Derek. How's it going? All the best. Derek took out the small box and handed it to Ian's hand. It was this small box that instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Lieutenant General He and Heisefa both frowned slightly. Doflamingo clenched his fists. Was Ian the first to get there? Ian took the small box and threw it to Luo without even looking at it. Take it. Luo caught it in a hurry and asked in confusion, "Why give it to me?" "Of course, because you are the weakest," Jack said casually, "so you just need to protect it." Luo gritted his teeth. "Stop looking down on others. I can fight too." Ian just smiled, turned his head and looked at the Don Quixote family on one side. "Dover, long time no see. Are you here too?" "Eh. The stiff look on Doflamingo's face has completely disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. "Ian, if you had said that you were also interested in the fruits of the operation, I wouldn't have come." "Oh, the fruit of the operation?" Ian asked in surprise. "What is the result of the operation?" "It's just that Derek said he wanted to come back to visit relatives. He came to see his father, right, Derek?" "Yes, Lord Ian." Derek nodded without hesitation. "But unfortunately, my father is an incorrigible scumbag, and I have decided to draw a clear line with him." "Is that so?" Ian sighed. "That's a pity. Family love is very precious." Doflamingo's mouth twitched. "What are you pretending to do?" "Ian of Burning Sky." A plain but powerful voice came. "It's Zifa." He stood on the top of the hill, looking down at Ian. "There's no point in pretending. Hand over the fruits of the operation." "This is really confusing." Ian scratched his head, a little troubled. "If I remember correctly, we are pirates, right, Drake? But why did I hear that Mr. Zifa wanted to rob us?" "This is the Navy." Drake sneered with disgust. "The so-called righteous Navy are just big pirates." "Ha ha ha ha." Ian laughed. "You're right, Derek, you're right. But it's not the Navy, it's the world government. The world government is a super-enhanced version of the Beast Pirates. The Celestial Dragon is Mr. Kai himself, the ruler of Yamato and other pirate groups. A franchise country is a group of islands under its control. The Navy is the pirates of the pirate group. The difference between the world government and the four emperors has never been about officials and thieves, let alone justice and evil, but only the difference between large warlords and small warlords. Shut up, you bastard. This is the end of your arrogance. Guillaume could no longer suppress his restless heart, just like the time 2 years ago. He sprinted towards Ian again. Guillaume. Zifa shook his head in disappointment. Impatience is the antonym of victory. Why don't you understand this? Ian. Two voices came from behind Ian at the same time. Yamato and Hancock almost said in unison, "I'll take care of this guy." "Sometimes I really don't understand whether your relationship is good or bad." Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. "Then I'll do it myself." He took 2 steps forward. "Huh?" Guillaume stepped on the ground, stepping on the snow, and the whole person turned into a flash of lightning to approach Ian, with a long sword on his waist ready to burst out a brilliant slash. "Aye, aye, boy." But this moment has not come yet. In a flash, Ian raised his right hand. Dot. Guillaume looked up and looked at Ian in disbelief. Ian stretched out his right hand, grabbed her right wrist, and pressed her wrist down so that her sword could not be unsheathed at all. Too anxious, Major General Guion. Ian commented with interest. Didn't Mr. Zifa teach you that anger will make the observation haki ineffective? Teacher Katakuri said that the observation haki is an ability that can only be used when calm. Guion. Zeph's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he turned into a residual shadow and came towards Ian. Wrong. The headquarters' assessment of this kid's strength was totally wrong. He took advantage of Guion's anger and suppressed her instantly. Although Guion also lost to him 2 years ago, he didn't even use his ability that time. In an instant, Guion's lightning-fast AI slash made him unable to even pull out his sword. This is no longer something that ordinary pirates can do. He must use a heavy punch. Ian smiled, raised his hand and flicked it, just like flicking a whip, making Guion's body shake like a snake in the air, and then he backhanded it toward Zephyr. Guion turned into a cannonball. Zephyr quickly stopped moving and caught Guion. However, the terrifying power coming from Guion also frightened him secretly. Let's go. Vice Admiral Tsuru led the team forward. It's time to start the battle. The result of the battle with the Beast Pirates is not important, but the Operation Fruit must be taken back. That is the devil fruit that the Celestial Dragon specifically asked for. Fight freely. Looking at the Navy rushing down the hillside like a tide, Ian loosened his tie. Today he was wearing a white shirt and a black suit, a real suit thug. Except Luo. Damn it. Luo gritted his teeth secretly. Isolated. Great. Yamato was the first to cheer and jumped up. The whole person turned into a grenade fired by a howitzer, drew a parabola in the air, and smashed directly toward Zephyr. Ian was not worried because Zephyr was staring at him. As we all know, king versus king, general versus general is a pirate tradition that cannot be crossed. The third generation, Indigo, the crystal white iron rod fell with a bang. Dang. With a loud bang, the cold air rushed, and everything froze. Yamato looked at the person who blocked her attack unhappily. You are in the way. Don't think of being arrogant. Guion shook the sword and shook Yamato away directly. She took a look, and then immediately focused her attention on Yamato. Although she didn't want to admit it, she shouldn't be Ian's opponent. Not 2 years ago, and even less now. The talents of both sides are not at the same level. It's the same 2 years, but the gap will only get bigger and bigger. So, just leave him to Mr. Zifa. If it's Mr. Zifa, there will be no problem. He is the former admiral of the Navy headquarters. How could he lose to a little kid? At the same time, the companions behind Ian also started to charge. Jack and Black Maria both entered the Beastman form directly, rumbling and crushing the snow with their huge weight. Hancock took the lead, stepping on a big snake, and was quickly passing by Yamato. It was the snake Hancock brought from the 9 snakes. Its name was Salami. It was both her pet and her weapon. At the moment of passing by, she glanced at Yamato with pride. White-haired monster, just play with this woman. The Admiral is mine. Arrow of the enemy. He tapped his lips with his finger, and then drew a big peach heart. Then he drew his bow and arrows. In the next moment, countless pink arrows were already covering Zephyr. Humph. The former admiral of the Navy headquarters just pushed his glasses and sneered. Not worth a sneer. The right fist of the man known as the Black Arm suddenly turned black, and then he just swung his fist casually. Boom. The atmosphere was shaking, and the surging domineering shock wave destroyed Hancock's arrows like a torrent. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. As a man who once secured the position of admiral with physical skills, Zephyr's armed color is of course the top level. Doflamingo, who was watching the battle next to him, changed his face. This level of domineering? Hancock, get out of the way. Ian stepped forward. Mr. Zephyr is not an opponent you can face for the time being. Yes. Hancock responded very gently, stepping on the big snake and bypassing Zephyr without hesitation. At the same time, her exquisite face was red at this time, and she covered her face with both hands. Ian's concern is so touching. Stinky snake girl. Yamato snorted coldly. However, Hancock's blushing and heartbeat only lasted for a moment. She raised her head coldly and looked at the Navy. Don't get in Ian's way. Fragrant kick. The woman jumped up and kicked mercilessly. However, someone in the Navy also jumped up and punched lightly. The fist and leg collided, black lightning splashed, and the snow on the ground was blown everywhere. Hancock was stunned. This guy's domineering aura was so strong that he was not petrified. She didn't know that Vice Admiral Tsuru, who blocked her attack, was also stunned. This lieutenant admiral was as surprised as Hancock. What a powerful domineering aura. It blocked her ability. The two landed at the same time. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Hancock's dark right foot, and his eyes were still solemn about the invisible fluctuations surrounding his right foot. Armament color of internal destruction level? Ian smiled lightly. The 9 snakes are innate domineering holy bodies, and Hancock is an outlier among the tribe. Not only does she have the speed of domineering cultivation of her compatriots, but her strength is not inferior. In 2 years, her armament color domineering aura has become exaggeratedly strong. Yamato snorted. Compared with Hancock, her domineering aura was weaker. But white hair began to grow on her body. The moment the white werewolf appeared, the temperature around her suddenly dropped. It was already a snowy environment, and now it was even colder. The iron rod in Yamato's hand was white and almost transparent. Thunder Bagua. The crystal iron rod came towards him. Gion's pupils shrank slightly. That was so fast. Compared with 2 years ago, it was really like lightning. He subconsciously swung his sword to meet the attack. Then his wrist trembled. Gion was directly blasted away by a stick. The blade in his hand was frozen, and his hand was frozen on the handle. This stinky girl seemed to be completely different from 2 years ago. Whether it was domineering or ability, it was much stronger than 2 years ago. Concentrating domineering aura to shatter the ice, his hands were still a little numb. Gion's eyes were already extremely solemn. This guy is already a real strong enemy. At the same time, Jack and others have also rushed into the Navy's ranks. Fishman Karate Kurakusa Wajinkwan. Jack, like a centaur, swung his fist, and a 360-degree shock wave roared out, directly blowing away all the surrounding Navy. His right fist was pitch black. On the other side, Black Maria wielded a huge sledgehammer with blazing flames, and also knocked away a large number of Navy with just one hammer. Similarly, the wheel-like sledgehammer was wrapped in flames and black on the hammerhead. Armament color hardening. The two have also mastered it in the past 2 years. And after the two, roar. A huge dinosaur crashed into the Navy's ranks. This dinosaur has sharp fangs like shark teeth, and its huge body suddenly swung, and its long tail was wrapped with invisible waves. Lanjiao Dragon Tail. The magnificent vacuum blade chopped off a group of Navy. Is that Bomber Drake? Is he also a power user? The Navy exclaimed, an ancient animal species. Of course, he is a power user. Ian's mouth curled slightly. Drake in this life did not join the Navy, so he should have missed the Allosaurus fruit. So Ian spent some time to buy him a similar ancient dragon fruit from the black market, called the shark tooth dragon form. However, Drake is really hardworking. In the past 2 years, he has perfectly mastered the 6 styles, and his armed color domineering has also awakened. Although it cannot be hardened, his strength is not weak at all. The 3-headed monster raged in the Navy, and the Navy suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Don't be afraid. It's our advantage in numbers. Some Navy wanted to boost morale. Advantage? Black Maria carried a heavy hammer and smiled sweetly. Then let's use all our strength. She took out a small jar, which was bright yellow and looked very bright. Not bad. Jack nodded slightly and took out his brown jar. Drake also silently changed into an orc form, holding his can in his hand, which was dark blue. But unlike Jack and the others, Drake had a strange, expectant smile on his face. The 3 of them pressed the can to their waists, and the light instantly enveloped the 3 of them. The next moment, the 3 of them looked completely different. 3 sets of combat uniforms that were no different except for the color had been put on them. The style was like tights, with a cloak on the back and metal decorations on the joints. What was even more amazing was that the combat uniforms just wrapped around Jack's 4 legs and even Black Maria's 8 legs. Then the real show begins. Black Maria smiled sweetly, raised a huge sledgehammer, and rushed into the Navy queue. Fly. Boom. Her strength rose again, and even her whole body was on fire at this time, destroying everything around her. And Jack, pieces of metal appeared on his tights, forming armor that protected all parts of his body. Fishman Karate Secret Taste Gain. Boom. A punch was thrown, and the powerful shock wave blew away everything in front. Drake's speed was as fast as thunder, and the jet hull on heels spewed out flames. Finger gun Dragon Claw. A large number of Navy officers couldn't even see what was happening. They just felt the pain in their bodies, and then flew all over the sky. Ian's mouth corners raised. Really good. This is the 2nd-generation combat suit made by Judge. It can greatly improve defense, strength, and various customizabilities. Black Maria is fire, Jack is defense, and Drake is speed. Dot. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was confronting Hancock, frowned. You can't go anywhere. Hancock knew what she was thinking and ejected. Big fragrant kick. Vice Admiral Tsuru could only fight back. It doesn't matter, as long as Zifa defeats Ian, everything will be fine. Zifa also realized this, so he rushed towards Ian without hesitation. As long as he defeats this guy. Ian raised his mouth. Hey, Luo, stay away. Without hesitation, Luo stepped on the air and ejected backwards. Of course, he could do the moon step. At the same time, flames, extremely brilliant flames, surged up. The next moment, in the flames, the golden god shot forward, and his fist wrapped in flames burst out, the iron fist of the winged dragon. Zepho was calm and dodged to the side without hesitation, avoiding Ian's attack. Huh. Ian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why do you want to hide? Zepho didn't say anything, but rushed towards Ian. His right fist was pitch black, and invisible waves surrounded it. Ian understood a little. Are you afraid that I will use the king's fist? Then you are worried about the wrong thing. Ian clenched his fist and then punched. In addition to the flames wrapped around his fist, it was also pitch black, and there were also invisible waves surrounding it. Zepha's pupil shrank. The next moment, the two fists collided. The dark lightning shot up into the sky, and the snow covering thousands of meters around was instantly swept away by the terrifying shock wave and blew directly into the sky. The ground under the feet of the two people exploded and cracked, and a hole like an abyss suddenly took shape. After a brief collision, the two figures pulled back at the same time. Ian flapped his wings, floating in the sky, looking down at Zifa, who also stopped. The face of the former admiral of the Navy was full of disbelief. How could it be possible? He didn't hold back at all in that punch just now, but he didn't take any advantage at all. Such a terrifying power. Haki is also at the level of internal destruction. This kid. That's why I said, you don't have to worry about me using the king's fist, Mr. Zifa. Ian smiled, because if the opponent is just you, there is no need at all. This is the growth in the past 2 years. Of course, the actual reason is that no one knew that Black Arm Zifa would be here, so how could he start charging the king's fist in advance? 124. Zephyr's broken arm. It's time to surrender. How can it be? The muscles on Guillaume's face were shaking. How could such a thing happen? How could that guy Ian have such power? Even Teacher Zifa can't do anything to him? What are you looking around for? The cold iron rod came towards him. Guillaume just subconsciously raised his sword to block it, and then the next moment he was whipped away by Yamato like a baseball. As she flew out, her body was frozen into ice. Really? Yamato shook his head seriously. You dare to be distracted while fighting me. Guillaume landed heavily. The moment she landed, the ice that had frozen her had broken. However, the impact of the extreme low temperature could not be completely erased by Haki. It feels like the blood is about to coagulate. Damn it, it's as if the opponent at this time is not Kaido's daughter, but Kazan-senpai. The other side. Lieutenant General, he looked solemn. Although it's a bit unbelievable, what if Zephyr really can't defeat Ian? Lieutenant General, he doesn't need to look back. Jack, Black Maria, and Drake, these three guys are wreaking havoc among the Navy's ranks. Only the lieutenant generals and major generals she brought with her were able to stop them even slightly. But it's not enough. Drake may be weaker, but the strength of the remaining two is exaggerated, especially Jack the giant elephant. Relying on the defensive power of the armor on his body, this guy ignored all the attacks coming towards him and waved his giant fist wantonly. No one could hurt him at all, and no one could withstand his blow. This can't go on like this. Having made up his mind, Lieutenant General Tsuru shouted to the Don Quixote family in the distance. Doflamingo as the Shichibukai. Now is your time to play your role. Of course, the Shichibukai have the responsibility to assist the Navy in conquering pirates. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows, looked at Doflamingo, and asked with a chuckle, Dover, do you want to be my enemy? Doflamingo had a weird look on his face, and then he laughed strangely and sat down on the snow, carelessly. Hey, Lieutenant General Crane, I have never been asked to fight against the Beast Pirates. If you want me to join the war, at least come with the government's orders. The Shichibukai is not an organization under the Navy. The Shichibukai belong directly to the world government. Although it sounds funny to say that, the fact is that within the internal order of the world government, The Shichibukai and the Navy do not belong to each other. They can even be regarded as equals. Theoretically, even an admiral has no authority to order a Shichibukai. In the original work, before the end of the war, when Red Hair ran out to disrupt the situation, the Navy hoped that Hawkeye would continue to attack Red Hair, but Hawkeye was not a bird at all and left directly. Therefore, Doflamingo did not pay any attention to Lieutenant General Tsuru's remarks. He didn't care what the Navy thought because the Navy couldn't hurt him. But the beast pirates are different. General Hajong's face instantly darkened. Although she had expected it, when Doflamingo actually refused, she still felt solemn. If there were no Don Quixote family to supplement the combat power, listening to Doflamingo's response, Ian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is a good brother. Even though I used him, played with him, and didn't take him seriously, I still firmly chose to stand on my side at the critical moment. If this is not a good brother, what is a good brother? Since our Navy is ready to call for reinforcements, Ian smiled and raised his right hand. Of course, I can't lag behind others. The right hand is raised high. Zifa frowned. What does it mean? He can't understand it, but someone can. At the end of the sight, far away on the sea, on the deck of the Golden Flying Dragon parked quietly on the sea, the clairvoyant Violet saw Ian's gesture. So she didn't hesitate. A mission. Having already aimed in the right direction under Violet's command, the trebuchet that was ready to go suddenly started, and several giant beasts that were already in position soared into the sky. This side of Mignon Island. Zifo was suddenly startled. He felt something approaching quickly. Looking up, several black spots in the sky were getting bigger. We can already see clearly that they are several huge beasts. The Beast Legion of the Beast Pirates. The combat power is already imbalanced, and they must not be allowed to land smoothly. Zifa didn't hesitate, raised his hand, and punched hard. The majestic domineering cannon shot up into the sky and was about to blow away all the falling beasts. But Ian also raised his fist, the winged dragon's iron fist, who is not a high-level domineering person. Equally magnificent and equally majestic, Ian's domineering shock wave fell from the sky. Boom. Two terrifying torrents collided and domineering lightning splashed everywhere. The shock wave that spread just because of the domineering collision had swept across several kilometers of the surrounding area, causing the entire island to shake like an earthquake. Call. Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't tell me this kind of domineering shock wave is okay for occasional use, and it looks handsome enough. But the consumption is also really high. After all, this is equivalent to taking out a large amount of domineering energy in one breath. But enough is enough. The wind howled and the earth shook. The four giant beasts had already fallen directly into the Navy's ranks. The pain once again aroused their ferocity. Without any hesitation, the monsters began to vent their anger on the little ones around them. Their claws smashed the earth, and their tails stirred up a storm. The scene instantly turned into a monster movie set. However, there was no Ultraman here to save the people. The screams were endless. It's not that there were no Navy soldiers who wanted to fight back, but these monsters were too tough and thick, and even the attacks of the Vice Admiral level could not seriously injure them, but made them more violent. Damn pirates, don't think about being reckless. In the Navy, a shadow suddenly soared into the sky. His lower body was constantly spewing white smoke at this time, pushing him towards the sky, and then he swung his hands forward, and white mist gushed out, directly binding the four giant beasts that were wreaking havoc. The monsters subconsciously wanted to break free from the smoke that bound them. But the smoke had no substance at all, and it was very unreasonable to bind them, but they couldn't break free at all. Hey! In the sky, the white-haired man smiled triumphantly. Below, the Navy also subconsciously praised. Well done, Smoker. The black shadow flew up, and before Smoker could react at all, a powerful and heavy whip kick hit Smoker's face directly. The white-haired man fell into the snow like a cannonball without saying a word, and set off another gust of snow. Drake landed lightly and just said indifferently, idiots who think they can do whatever they want because they're naturalists are really not uncommon at any time. Smoker. The pink-haired woman couldn't help but exclaimed. But she couldn't save herself. The gorilla that broke free from the restraints roared and crushed over. Zepha's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The interns he brought were now facing an enemy that they shouldn't have faced at this time. But he couldn't do anything. Then let's begin, Mr. Zephyr. Ian flapped his wings and came over. His body ignited with blazing flames. His fists turned into meteors, and his attack was like a violent storm. The 100 fists of the winged dragon. Zeph gritted his teeth and could only force himself to focus all his attention on Ian. As long as he lost to this kid, then everything would be over. Fighting, only fighting can keep his beloved disciples alive. His fists were already pitch black, and the flame of enlightenment flashed in Zephyr's eyes. If he wore the ring of Vongala, maybe even the fire of enlightenment would be ignited. Huh! He shouted and swung his iron fist. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if Star Platinum was blasting the world. The fists of the two had clearly swung out dense afterimages, and the speed was shocking. However, every fist swung by the two hit the opponent's fist just right, without exception. The atmosphere was shaking, the ground was cracking, and even the sea on one side was surging, and the surging waves caused by the collision between the two people pushed up waves after waves. On the top of the mountain not far away, the snow on the hillside had been cleared away in the previous collision between Ian and Zifa, and the members of the Don Quixote family were now standing on a bare rock mountain. Maybe 5 tightly grasped Buffalo's arm to prevent being blown away by the oncoming wind. Other cadres couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their faces to block the raging wind. The cold sweat on Treble's forehead was dried by the wind the moment it oozed out, and finally turned into white salt stains on his forehead. Ian, he is really fighting with Black Arm Zifa. Doflamingo was also shocked. That's Black Arm Zifa. The former admiral of the Navy headquarters, although he has long left the front line, his strength is definitely a monster level that is beyond doubt. Even at such a long distance, Doflamingo could feel the guy's domineering strength. Doflamingo even doubted whether his all-out attack could cause any damage to Zephyr. But Ian was able to fight him on equal terms. Even. Hey, is that all, Mr. Zephyr? That's really disappointing. Ian laughed wantonly, and flames spewed out of his joints. The brilliant flames condensed like lasers, and their power was even enough to penetrate the mountains. But at this moment, their significance was only to increase the power of Ian's fists. A Kainu can turn his body into a volcano, making each of his punches the power of a volcanic eruption. Ian can do something similar. Boom, 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 boom. After several consecutive punches, Zephyr retreated step by step, and his face was extremely ugly. What a terrifying power! Even though he is weaker than himself and domineering, this exaggerated power is enough to make up for all the shortcomings. Even it is superior to himself. This brat, Zeph suppressed. Diamantine screamed in disbelief. How could this happen? Ian, that kid, is only 15 years old. Such overwhelming power. He couldn't help but look at Dover. Although they always believed that Dover was the man who could shake the world and become the new Pirate King. But Doflamingo watched intently, with an incomprehensible expression. It's safer here. A faint voice sounded, and a figure fell from the sky and landed next to the Don Quixote family. Ah, it's Luo. Baby 5 suddenly screamed in surprise. Luo. Doflamingo turned his head and looked down at the boy who landed next to him, holding a small box in his arms. Don't worry, Lo, Yu said. The battle between Ian and Zifa was so fierce that I couldn't even stand firm over there. Let me stay here with you for a while. The eyes of Torbol, Diamantine, Pika, and everyone in the Don Quixote family instantly focused on the small box in Luo's arms. There is the fruit of the operation. Luo noticed their gazes. He smiled and handed the box in his hand to Doflamingo. What you want it? If you want it, take it. Doflamingo's expression suddenly changed. Veins popped out on the back of his hands. The expressions of the cadres of the Don Quixote family also changed suddenly. Doflamingo stared at Luo for a long time. After a long time, he laughed out loud. Hey, don't be ridiculous, Luo. That's Ian's thing. Why would I want something from a friend? Is that so? Forget it. Luo took back the small box in his hand as usual, trying hard to remain expressionless, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. It's really interesting to see this guy's expression of being angry, but not speaking out. Below, Ian wielding an iron fist beat Zifa back steadily. Ian was a little disappointed. After all, he had been away from the frontline position for too long. That it was 19 years ago that Zifa changed his career to become an instructor. It's been too long since I've had a fierce battle with a truly powerful enemy, and I've long since fallen behind with the times. Not to mention, his mentality had already collapsed when his family was killed by pirates 19 years ago. Rayleigh said when he taught Luffy how to be hockey, Having faith is both powerful and powerful. How can Zifa believe so firmly now? It can be seen from the fact that the weapon color he is best at is only slightly stronger than his own. I thought it would be a close and exciting fight. Ian sighed. Kid. Zifa noticed Ian's sigh. Is this kid looking down on himself? He was instantly furious. There is no way not to be furious. The screams of the disciples were still coming from behind. Xiaohe and Guion were tightly entangled by the enemy again, but he, the only one who had the ability to break the situation, was suppressed by the kid in front of him. Not to mention saving everyone from fire and water. Even now he himself is almost in danger. Why isn't he angry? How could you not be angry? In the rage, the domineering energy that had been declining for many years seemed to be reviving, and he punched out with unprecedented power. This punch can be regarded as a bit of a black wrist Zifa style. But, boom, fist collision. The wind was blowing everywhere. Zifa was knocked back again. But this time Ian also took a step back. It's a little more interesting, he said with a smile. Just defeat me, you brat. Zifa didn't stop and bullied himself forward. Iron Fist breaks the wind. The iron fist that cut off even the wind immediately punched holes in Ian's body. However, Zifa's expression suddenly changed, and he distanced himself instantly. Ian turned into flames. He entered the state of flame incarnation. Nowadays, everyone in the Navy knows that when faced with Ian in this state, he can only retreat temporarily. However, Ian's state only lasted for a moment. Before Zifa had time to distance himself, Ian had already returned to his original state. Just like before, there was no change, and the red destructive flames were not used. Ian just waved Zifa. Come here, Mr. Zifa. I won't be able to use the Phoenix form for a long time, so don't be afraid, just attack. Veins suddenly popped up on Zifa's forehead, and he was even more angry by Ian's arrogant words. He lunged forward, and his iron fist turned into a storm. However, at the moment when the iron fist was close to him, Ian turned into flames again, making all Zifa's attacks in vain. But when Zifa wanted to distance themselves again, Ian returned to his original state again. Asshole. Zifa's eyes were almost red. How could he not see that this bastard kid was just playing a trick on him? Ian just chuckled. In the past 2 years, the thing that has improved his strength the most is of course the armed color that has been upgraded to the level of internal destruction through diligent training and the tempering of conquering here and there. And after another 2 years, he has grown stronger so that after using his abilities, he can get an even more terrifyingly strengthened body. However, there are 2 other aspects of progress that Ian is proud of. First, it is now enough to predict Zifa's attack, and it can even be said to be an accurate picture of what he has seen and heard. The second is that he finally got rid of the forward swing of the Phoenix through practice, which means that he can now instantly enter the state of the Phoenix at will and then quickly escape. The combination of the 2 means that, like Katakuri, he can transform at the moment the enemy's attack arrives, thereby avoiding the enemy's attack with minimal loss. Even Katakuri's transformation can be dealt with by a large-scale attack, while Ian is almost invulnerable after turning into a flame. Damn it! After another series of attacks, Zifa's face has changed again and again. Every time his attack is about to fall, Ian will turn into a flame and then change back after his attack is over. Even if he changes his moves in the middle and attacks again the moment he changes back, Ian can still transform again at the critical moment. No solution. I don't know how to deal with this move at all. It can't hurt him at all. A thought emerged silently from his heart. I can't win. I can't beat this kid. I was suppressed by him in the frontal battle, and now he can't hurt him even if he lets me attack. The moment this thought emerged, it was like a prairie fire until it occupied Zifa's entire heart. If this goes on, retreat. Zephyr couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. Everyone listen to my orders, retreat. Continuing the fight would have disastrous consequences. Retreat. Now the only way is to retreat. Almost at the moment when Zifa stopped attacking and shouting, Ian rushed over, holding a sword in his hand, a scarlet sword of destruction. Mr. Zifa, hesitate. You will lose. The scarlet blade was raised high, and then chopped down fiercely. Zephyr's pupils shrank, but because of the distraction and shouting just now, he couldn't dodge it all. He could only fight back. Smash. This time the collision can be said to be silent. Ian and Zifa had passed each other in an instant. He shook his head with the sword of destruction. What a disappointment. What a weak punch. Do I scare you so much, Mr. Zifa? Oh. Zephyr's screams came from behind. His right arm had disappeared from the shoulder down, without even a scrap left. Not only that, his right rib was probably also rubbed by the sword of destruction. But this slight rub caused a big hole in his right rib. The chief instructor of the Navy covered his wound with his hand and wailed in pain. At the same time, his body fell softly to the ground. Zifa. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face suddenly changed. This is bad. Okay. Ian looked up and looked at the Navy, who were still fighting fiercely. It's time to surrender, Navy. 125. Negotiate again. The fruit belongs to you. Artificial evil. To be honest, Ian didn't expect Zifa to be so weak. In fact, when the two sides exchanged fists for the first time, Ian knew that he was sure to win, and it should even be a crushing advantage. Just kidding, the weapon color that he is best at is not much better than himself. Why should Zifa fight with him? Once the fire of destruction started, he couldn't stop it. After all, this kind of flame was specially used for cross-level battles. At that time, he had just awakened his domineering energy, and he was able to injure Marco without even hardening. But now why should Zifa block his own fire of destruction? Even if he doesn't turn on the Phoenix mode, doesn't use the fire of destruction, and just fights with regular fists, Ian will definitely take his victory as a matter of course. Zifa should have long since lost the strength of a general. No wonder his hand will be chopped off by Little Whitebeard a few years later. 13 years later, when Little Whitebeard was basically at his peak, he was captured alive by Green Bull, who was known as the weakest general. This strength gap is a bit big. Based on this calculation, I have almost the strength of a general, and I can make a splash in this world. But Ian really didn't expect that it would be so easy in the end. Zifa's last punch can be described as weak. He was so frightened by himself that his mentality collapsed even more. That's why his fists were so weak. However, it was actually Zifa who scared himself. After all, he has not yet mastered the haki of seeing and hearing to foresee the future, and he is not yet able to change calmly in extremely fierce battles like Karakuri. To put it simply, if the intensity of the battle increases, you will not be able to focus on fighting the enemy and changing yourself at the same time. You will either have to maintain the normal state or directly enter the Phoenix form for a long time. It can only be said that Zifa was frightened by the strength he showed. However, it will be different when one day he masters the ability to predict the future through haki. Of course, it is said that no matter how hard you fight, you will win. The difference in strength lies here. The Navy has no chance of winning from the beginning. Therefore, Ian can openly say to the Navy, it's time to surrender. Of course, surrender cannot be done directly. Teacher Zifa. Gion screamed. She didn't know where a burst of power burst out, and she actually bounced away Yamato, who had been suppressing her slightly, causing Yamato to say, yeah. Gion rushed towards Ian. Ian raised his eyebrows. How brave he was. So, Gion only felt a golden light shooting towards her, and she subconsciously swung her sword to meet it. However, the blade was cut off in an instant, and a hand directly grabbed her face, slamming her to the ground before she had time to react. Forehead. Gion screamed, his throat felt sweet, and his mind went blank. Then she felt herself being lifted up and hung on the enemy's hand like a roast duck on an iron hook. Ian grabbed the woman's face and lifted her up, a little puzzled. How come more than 2 years have passed? Major General Gion. Oh no, Lieutenant General Gion, you are still standing still? This woman's strength has hardly changed since 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he was easily defeated by himself, who used the Sword of Destruction. 2 years later, he couldn't even catch a single move. Is this worthy of being named a future general? On the hillside, Doflamingo's eyelids twitched as he watched Ian instantly kill Gion. He had fought with this woman 2 years ago. He doesn't think that now that he has mastered awakening, he is much better than this woman. Ian, damn it, you came here to steal my opponent again. Yamato's face was as round as a steamed bun, which fit the word puffy very well. You didn't take good care of it, and she came here to beat you up. Ian said angrily. He looked at Lieutenant General He and the many Marines who were still fighting, and his tone became calm. I'm counting down to 3, 2, and 1. 3. Lieutenant General, he sighed. 2. Drop your weapons. Lieutenant General, he said. This is not the first time that the Navy has been captured by Ian. According to his previous 2 experiences, this guy had no interest in abusing prisoners of war. So the battle ended here. Later, in the ice and snow, Smoker opened his eyes dizzily. The first reaction was that it hurt. His face was burning. He couldn't even open his eyes. The second reaction was that it was very cold. He turned his head hard and realized that he was lying on the snow just now. And no wonder he felt so cold just now. What surprised him even more was that around him, a large number of Marines were sitting on the ground with dejected faces. What's going on here? How was that battle just now? He subconsciously wanted to sit up. But until then, Smoker felt a strong weakness, and he couldn't even sit up. What happened? He obviously wasn't that seriously injured. He wanted to raise his hand. However, it was then discovered that his hands were cuffed. His hands were handcuffed behind his back. What happened? What exactly is going on? He subconsciously struggled. Don't bother, Smoker-kun. A familiar voice came from the side. These are handcuffs made of high-purity seafloor stone. There is no way to break free. Hi, Lu, sure. Smoker tried his best to raise his head and looked at the weak pink-haired woman sitting in front of him. Of course, her hair was now so messed up that it was impossible to see her original appearance clearly. But Smoker could see that the woman's hands were also wearing a pair of handcuffs. Tina, what happened? He fainted too early and didn't see what happened next. What was the outcome of the battle? Looking at our current situation, isn't the outcome of the battle not clear enough? Tina sighed. Although Tina doesn't want to believe it, the fact is that Teacher Zifa was defeated by Finch's Ian, and Xiao Guillaume was also captured by Ian. Sister, he had no choice but to let everyone people put down their weapons. What? Smoker's body was shaken. Teacher Zifa actually loses? The Righteous Navy actually lost? So now what exactly is going on? So you should already understand what's happening now, right, 5 old stars? Smoker heard Ian's voice. He begged his colleagues to help him up. The colleague is not a person with abilities, so he does not need to be restrained by Hailu Shur to quickly straighten him up. Then Smoker was finally able to see. Sitting at the front of the densely packed naval queue on the snow, that guy, Burning Sky Ian, was holding a phone bug with one hand and Teacher Zifa's collar with the other, and was talking to the phone bug. Smoker's pupils trembled suddenly. Am I dreaming? The scene in front of me would never appear even in a dream. And what did Ian say? 5 old stars. Could it be that he was talking to the top of the world government, the 5 old stars? Former Navy Admiral, current Chief Instructor Kurakami Zifa, Navy Vice Admiral, Navy Chief Staff Lieutenant General Tsuru, Navy Vice Admiral, future star, old acquaintance Lieutenant General Guion, and a bunch of Navy recruits and veterans. You are ready to use what do you want in exchange for me? Smoker heard Ian say this. Exchange? He suddenly felt his body trembling. Are the pirates using their navy to make deals with the world government? The other party to the transaction is even the 5 old stars. Boy, you are indeed very courageous. Smoker heard the voice of the 5 old stars for the first time. IT was as old as he imagined, and full of anger. You can't blame me for this, right? Isn't it that the navy you send is too weak? Ian's words made Smoker angry. Then there was a period of depression. Even Teacher Zifa was defeated. They were indeed too weak. What do you want? The angry tone slowly subsided, and Wu Laoxing agreed to the deal. A strange emotion suddenly appeared in Smoker's heart. He knew that there was a high probability that he would survive. But it was so humiliating. You also know, right, our beast pirates are expanding recently, but there are 2 government countries and even a naval base near our waters, which is a bit too eye-catching. This is what Ian said, just trade them and give them to me. Smoker's eyes suddenly widened. 2 franchise countries. A naval base? Are you kidding me, you brat? I haven't mentioned the G14 base yet. Are you serious about the 2 government-affiliated countries? How could the government take action against the participating countries? Smoker breathed a sigh of relief at Wu Laoxing's answer. Sure enough, such an excessive request. Don't think of me as a fool. Just talk about Beihai and how free fans perished. You know better than me. What does a mere franchising country mean to you? Just make a statement in the newspaper and say that these 2 countries will die this year. The money from heaven has not been paid, so I am removed from the government. Isn't that settled? How Ian responded. For Vance? Memories of Smoker's efforts. Some impression. But wasn't that country wiped out by its neighboring country because of an infectious disease? The 5 old stars were silent. But this silence gave Smog a feeling of fear in his heart. He would rather die than have the world government agree to this condition. This kind of shame is 100,000 times more terrifying than death. But we agreed. Wu Laoxing said so. Smoker trembled and gritted his teeth. Great. Ian's voice was filled with a smile. It's better for your world government to be happy. Our negotiations will not be wasted so many times. Now that we've made a deal, let's just go through with it. Wu Laotian continued, Surgery fruit, boy, give us the surgery fruit. If you have any requests, you can ask directly. The fruit of the operation? Ian pretended to be stupid. What is that? I've never heard of it. I'll give you 1 day to evacuate the people from G14 base, and at the same time announce that those 2 countries will be expelled from the government. Then Ian hung up the phone. He smiled and lowered his head, looking at Zifa, who was still being held in his hand. The man was staring at him. Oh, that's a scary look, but Mr. Zifa, shouldn't you thank me? I gave you a break. Zifa didn't say anything, but his eyes were about to burst into flames. You don't have the experience of your disciples in this regard. Ian casually put Zifa back into the Navy's queue and smiled at Guillaume, who was tightly bound by a special chain. Right, Lieutenant General Guillaume? It seemed like it was the second time she was tied up like this. Guillaume didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and looked dejected. Then just wait here for a day. Ian stretched. So be it. These navies are also a hot potato. It would be a huge loss to just let it go. If you kill them, the Navy will go crazy again. It would also be good to have a ready-made fortress base in 2 countries. Those are the 2 world government franchise countries, and their economic strength is simply not comparable to that of the originally poor, fast-eating, non-governmental franchise countries under the Beast Pirates. Ian looked to the side of the mountain. Don Quixote and his gang ran away as soon as the battle ended, and Doflamingo just said goodbye from a distance, seemingly frightened. So 1 day later, I've arrived at Naval Base G14. Ian was talking to someone on the phone. This place is completely empty. The fleet is already on its way over. This can become the pirate group's largest overseas base. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Jin. Ian expressed his sincere thanks. After receiving his communication yesterday, I rushed there as soon as possible, and now I am passing on the first-hand news. After finishing his correspondence with Uncle Jin, Ian opened the first-hand newspaper of the day. It published news that 2 member countries of the New World had committed fraud when handing over heavenly gold and were then directly dismissed from the government by the government. Ian has confirmed that this is not news specific to this area of the SEA. It has been published in newspapers around the world. The world government didn't fool him. That's good, but then the recording is useless. So, we have to abide by the agreement here. Ian crushed the newspaper in his hand and stood up. Let's go back. Now that the deal is done, there's no need to stay here any longer. Ian casually threw the keys to the seafloor stone handcuffs and chains to the Marines. Just treat these as gift. Let's cooperate with you next time, Marines. The Marines who had been sitting in the snow all night were already extremely depressed. But of course not everyone is like that. Kid. Even though he was seriously injured, Zifa still glared at Ian. It won't end like this. It will never end like this. Ian didn't look back and just sneered. Don't bluff, Mr. Zifa. That will only expose your weakness. They walked away. Only the Navy was left in the snow. Some Marines who were not restrained because they were weak hurriedly picked up the key that Ian threw on the ground and opened everyone's restraints. Zifa, are you okay? General, he walked to Zifa's side and asked with concern. Although Ian had someone give Zifa emergency treatment yesterday, his injuries were still too severe. Why? Zifa clenched his remaining left fist and said painfully, why does the government want to make a deal with him? Those are 2 countries. Although he was saved, tens of millions of people in the 2 countries would fall into the hands of the Beast Pirates. Lieutenant General, he sighed and said nothing. No, we can't let the Beast Pirates occupy them. Zifa suddenly said, Shaoa, inform the headquarters and ask Brother Kong to send troops. Stop the Beast Pirates from occupying those 2 countries. Facing the hopeful look in his old friend's eyes, Lieutenant General, he gently shook his head. Impossible, Zifa. If he goes back on his word, Ian will put this deal on the table, and the government's prestige will collapse in an instant. Furthermore, the government will never allow us to go to war with the Beast Pirates just because of 2 abandoned alliance countries. The light in Zifa's eyes dissipated little by little. In the eyes of the government, what exactly is justice? Although everything was due to their defeat, although he felt extremely ashamed and painful, he couldn't help but Zifa thought the same way. While everyone on the Navy side was depressed, the Golden Flying Dragon had already sailed away. On deck. Is this the fruit of the operation? Ian held the heart-shaped surgical fruit in his hand, and his friends were all amazed. 5 billion Baileys. Violet wished she could use her power to see the fruit inside and out. Is that it? Just getting this fruit this time is worth the price, Ian said. As for the G14 base in the two franchise countries, it can only be said to be an unexpected surprise. So, Brother Ian, Jack asked solemnly, who is going to give this fruit to eat? Of course, only Brother Ian is qualified to perform the legendary immortal surgery. If he hadn't already been an Esper, Jack would have eaten it himself. Ah. Yamato raised his hands high. Fool. Ian rolled his eyes at her. You'll be doomed if you eat two fruits. Ian, I can do that too. Hancock couldn't wait to hear what Yamato said. Don't cause trouble. Ian raised his eyes, and then handed the fruit in his hand to Luo. Luo was stunned for a moment. Only doctors can maximize the effect of this fruit if it is eaten. Ian said, Luo, you must be a doctor. Even if you don't count the increase in medical skills, the role this fruit can play in combat is quite amazing. Although he is not a ship's doctor on the ship, Luo has indeed been studying medical skills. Me? Luo suddenly grinned, then took the fruit from Ian's hand without hesitation, and took a bite without hesitation. Just what I wanted, dash. Before he even finished speaking his handsome lines, he was already retching. Okay, it tastes terrible. It made everyone burst into laughter. Don't worry about the immortal surgery, Luo. Ian smiled and said, there are many ways to live forever. For example, pure gold. Just wait until Bai Xing awakens and can control the Neptune type, and then let her call over the lanternfish that swallowed a lot of pure gold. Pure gold can reduce the interference of time on the human body to the limit, and living for tens of thousands of years should not be a big problem. You don't need to tell me. Luo yes smiled. I have no interest in sacrificing myself for others. That's good. Work hard to develop it. Don't waste this fruit. Certainly. So prepare to return to the new world. However, it is precisely this time. Ian received a phone call. Ian, the person on the other end of the phone, was almost crazy with excitement. It's done. The research on artificial devil fruits is finally completed. Come on for the college entrance examination, although few candidates should be able to see this sentence. 126. Artificial devil fruit. Wang Ji is in action. Ja. The golden dragon galloped on the vast expanse of the North Sea. Just now, Judge called Ian and said that after 2 years of research, the research on artificial devil fruits finally yielded results. Just a few hours ago, the first batch of artificially cultivated devil fruits had matured. They couldn't wait to share the news with Ian. So Ian, who was originally preparing to return to Wano country, turned directly to the direction of the Germa kingdom without hesitation. It should be said that it was a coincidence that the Germa kingdom was in the North Sea at this time and did not go to other seas to serve as mercenaries. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to find them. Artificial devil fruits finally succeeded. Ian was still looking forward to it. I don't know how it compares with the smile fruit made by Caesar in the original work. Caesar's smile fruit is really a pit. Probability of gaining power after eating the fruit is only 10%. Once you don't get the power, you can only become a poor guy who can only smile foolishly for the rest of your life. Even if the ability is obtained, the ability of the smile fruit is completely uncontrollable and cannot be restrained at all. One can only accept the reality that he has turned into various strange monsters. With Judge's technology, it is impossible for it to be worse than Caesar's product, right? When the golden dragon was flying on the sea, on the top of the Red Earth continent, Merigios, the 5 elders gathered together and held a meeting. Zepho was defeated without any chance of fighting back. The bald and bearded 5 elders, Vauchuri, first set the tone for this meeting. We can no longer turn a blind eye to the golden dragon and Ian of Burning Sky. That kid's strength is already strong enough to shake the world, especially since he is still in the Beast Pirates. The other 5 elders also nodded slightly. Ian alone is strong enough, but more importantly, he is a senior cadre of the Beast Pirates and can even be said to be the successor of the Beast Pirates. This is a bit scary. After all, this means that the strength of the Beast Pirates has completely exceeded the standard. There will never be any rivals in the New World. This is definitely not the scene the 5 elders want to see. What should we do? The bearded Maz said, wipe out the Beast's Pirates directly? This is not an easy task. The sword-wielding 5 elders, Nasujuro, pushed his glasses. If we can't wipe out the Beast Pirates in one go, they will run to the sea and launch crazy revenge on us when it's hard for us to find them. This is actually what the 5 elders have always felt a headache about. These pirates can completely abandon their bases and wander on the sea. Although the government has a well-developed intelligence system, It doesn't have a sky. It's not easy to find a group of pirates who deliberately want to hide in the vast ocean. The world government is a big family, but it is impossible to invest unlimited manpower and material resources in the search. What I mean is, Vochuri said softly, can you sow discord between Ian and Kaido? Ian is getting stronger and stronger, and the forces under his command are also getting stronger and stronger. In the past, Kaido could safely leave all the affairs of the Beast Pirates to him, but now, or even in the future, Ian will undoubtedly become stronger. Why then, who will be the master of the Beast Pirates? The other 4 or 5 elders all looked thoughtful. Yes, since the external offensive is not effective, why not just carry out internal destruction? The Golden Dragon is actually a ship independent of the Beast Pirates. On the ship, Ian's direct forces are already too powerful. Is Kaido such a cold man? Not a single thought? We can give it a try. Then let's decide. I think we can do 2 things at the same time. On one hand, we can use external public opinion to guide the situation. On the other hand, we can send people to infiltrate the Beast Pirates to provoke the conflict between the master and the apprentice. Ian didn't know that the world government was ready to intervene in the Beast Pirates, but the means were somewhat unexpected. He had already reunited with the rumbling moving land of the German kingdom. Ian, long time no see. Judge laughed and gave Ian a warm hug as soon as he came up. 2.5 years. Ian also smiled warmly. No matter who it was, as long as they could help him research artificial devil fruits, he would return a warm smile without hesitation. It was indeed 2.5 years since we last met. The last time we met was when we first met. The completed combat suits were all sent to Ian by Judge and sent to Wano Country by Amit. Speaking of which, the timing of this research is really subtle. Judge, you've exposed your chicken feet, right? Yeah, it's been almost 3 years. Judge let go of Ian, looking a little sighing, and then immediately cheered up. But these 2.5 years have not been wasted. Come on, Ian, come and see my research results. Ian looked at the bright smile on his face and couldn't help but smile and said, so it must be an amazing creation, right? You'll know when you see it. Later. Judge led everyone to a shed deep in the kingdom. There are only 5 plants growing in the rather spacious greenhouse. Just like a miniature banana tree, lush and leafy. On each plant, there is a fruit hanging. They are larger than an adult's fist and come in different styles, but what they have in common is that the fruit has spiral patterns on its surface. Is this an artificial devil fruit? Luo, who had just eaten the fruits of the operation, walked curiously to these plants and looked at them carefully. Probably. Gaji twirled his curly beard. Should. Jack instantly looked at Gaji, much more anxious than Ian. What do you mean? Every fruit here contains my special animal blood factor. Gaji said, after eating it, the bloodline factors contained in it will merge with the user, giving him the power of animals. So I think it should be similar to the concept of artificial devil fruits, right? Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Drake couldn't help but praise. Amazing. That's a devil fruit. The most amazing power in the world. Can I experiment? Ian asked impatiently. There's already an experimenter. Gaji said and clapped his hands. Soon, the door of the greenhouse was opened and a man walked in. Oh. The corners of Ian's lips curled up involuntarily. It's so interesting. What a strange guy. Yamato had already walked over curiously, looking back and forth around a guy. It seems different from us. It's indeed strange. Just a man. But he's not quite a man anymore. His skin was bluish. A pair of horns grew out of his head. His nose was also a bull's nose, his feet turned into hoofs, and there was a tail behind his butt. It looks like a beastman form, but more like a person with certain characteristics of a cow. He doesn't have the ability to transform. Gaji said, the moment you eat the fruit, your bloodline has been completely fused, and it will remain like this forever, unable to turn back into a human. Yamato was immediately disappointed. It's so ugly. What about the increase? Ian didn't care at all. It would be better to say that it is already much stronger than Caesar's smile fruit. The appearance of the givers in the original work is called bizarre. Much weaker than real animal devil fruits. Gaji scratched his head, a little embarrassed, but the increase in strength, stamina, and endurance is still obvious. Will anyone who eats this fruit also be hated by the sea? Black Maria had a sudden idea. Gaji's face instantly became serious, and he said seriously, you really asked a very crucial question. These fruits are very different from real animal devil fruits, but my answer is yes. Obviously, he is a fake Esper, but he looks like a real Esper. He will lose his powers if he is submerged in the sea, and he will be suppressed by the Sea Tower Stone. When you touch the seafloor stone, these changes that should be irreversible will temporarily disappear. Ian raised an eyebrow. This is interesting. You know what this means, right, Ian? Gaji was extremely excited. The blood factor technology is as if it has been cursed. This is really curious. Don't get excited. Ian is a pragmatist, and he is not interested in these inexplicable conjectures at all. He just said, Gaji, I have another question. What is it? Gaji asked. Do the blood factors of different animals have an impact on the strength of the fruit? Ian said. Of course. Gaji said matter-of-factly, real animal-type devil fruits are divided into ordinary species, ancient species, and fantasy beast species. Even among ordinary species, carnivorous animals are stronger than herbivorous animals. The more powerful the animal is, the more powerful the fruits created by using their blood factors will be. He suddenly remembered something and shouted in surprise. Ian, do you want to say the Beast Legion of the Beast Pirates? Ian smiled and said, Do you think something is wrong? Of course, there is a head start. Gaji shouted loudly. It's better to say it's too provocative. Even he has heard about the power of the Beast Legion of the Beast Pirates. It is said that a top behemoth even has the power to single-handedly destroy a pirate group with a total bounty of hundreds of millions. Using those giant beasts as materials, the artificial devil fruits created might actually have the power of real animal-type devil fruits. Gaji, come back to Wano country with me. Ian said, Go collect some materials. No problem at all. Gaji did not hesitate. He paused. Just in time, I also want to see that boy Sanji. Gaji already knew about Sanji's awakening of the blood factor. This made him feel very complicated. Then let's go back to Wano. Ian is looking forward to it. At this time, the Beast Pirates already had a monster legion, but the brainless beasts are still a little behind the imagined beast army. So we have to rely on Gaji. As a result, the Germa Kingdom rumbled towards Wano country. On the way, Judge briefly introduced Ian to the principle of artificial devil fruits. In Judge's words, it is easy to extract and modulate bloodline factors, but it is too difficult to directly fuse animal bloodline factors with humans. It is much more difficult than what Judge originally did to modulate several children in the embryonic period. He pondered for a long time but could not find a solution. Finally, it was a sudden inspiration. He bought several animal-type devil fruits, crushed them, decomposed them, and observed them, hoping to get inspiration from the real devil fruits. It took about a year and a half to barely get some results, and finally got the technology of fusing bloodline factors and devil fruits. The final result is the fruits that Ian saw. What I have learned is just the fur. The mystery of devil fruits is still too profound. Judge also said with emotion that his technology is just a copycat, and it is really far behind the creator of devil fruits. He also said with jealousy that if it was Vegapunk, he might be able to get close to that level. Ian comforted him at this time. It was safe enough. After all, I can't ask Vegapunk to help. When they returned to Wano country, time went back to an earlier time. New World, Beehive Island. Damn kid. The well-dressed Wang Ji was furious, and he tore off the expensive tie tied around his neck, and his neatly groomed hair became messy. How dare you do it? Wang Ji was undoubtedly aggrieved. Everyone is expanding their power, and they don't interfere with each other. Why are you a stinky kid so domineering that you defeated all the fleets I sent out? It hasn't even touched the borderline of your beast pirates. The damn Whitebeard didn't say anything. Boss Wang Ji, what should we do? A cadre under Wang Ji couldn't help asking, should we be patient for the time being? That's the beast pirates. 2 years ago, if it weren't for the Wang Ji pirates, the beast pirates would have almost defeated the Whitebeard pirates. Be patient. Wang Ji paused. Then, what a joke. The well-dressed man slapped the armrest of the chair and broke it. Do you want me to swallow my anger? The whole world is watching the battle for monster hegemony in the New World. The Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Whitebeard Pirates are all expanding in an orderly manner. Only I was beaten up by that bastard kid. How can I have the face to gallop in the New World? Face is sometimes very important. Especially Emperor. Among the 4 great pirates in the New World, he's the only one who has not been called this. Wang Ji's heart has long been raging with anger. Gather the troops. Wang Ji roared, I'm going to teach that stinky kid a lesson. He wants to let the world know that he is also the king of the new world. The big cadre hesitated. We need to teach Ian a lesson, not the beast pirates. Wang Ji pirates are ready to start the action. Soon after, the German kingdom rumbled towards Wano country. They didn't need to go to the submerged port at all. The giant snails carrying the entire kingdom can even climb over the Red Earth continent, or the cliffs of Wano country. They climbed up calmly along the high walls that protected Wano country. As for the palaces carried on their backs, the Vinsmoke family had already considered it well when they created the Sea Kingdom. They had already changed their direction under the action of the mechanism, still facing upwards, so that everyone would not roll in the palace. Soon, the entire German kingdom climbed directly to the inland sea of Wano country and directly to the back of Onigashima. Even the Golden Dragon was brought up. This big ship was the first time to come to the inland sea of Wano country. This is indeed quite convenient, making Ian want to raise some of these giant snails. When I took Judge to the port, Judge, you bastard, you really dare to come here. The ground was shaking, and the huge brachiosaur rushed over, roaring angrily. Judge's face suddenly changed. Quinn. Ian raised his eyebrows, almost forgetting that Uncle Quinn and Judge had a big conflict. 127. Sanji Dragon King returns. Wang Ji lures the snake out of the hole. Ian once asked Gage why there was such a deep-rooted conflict between Uncle Quinn and him. At that time, Gaji just replied lightly, the gap in talent should make him jealous and hateful. Ian also had nothing to say about this answer. How? Mr. Gaji, are you more talented than Vegapunk? Why doesn't Uncle Quinn hate Vegapunk and Caesar? He just hates you. As the saying goes, a slap can't make a difference. Did I ask there's something wrong with you? Of course, now is not the time to talk nonsense. Ian took a step forward and stood in front of Uncle Quinn. Stop, Uncle Quinn. Ian said seriously, Gaji is the guest I brought back. Please don't act like a fool. The huge yellow brachiosaurus stopped instantly, and Uncle Quinn gritted his teeth and looked at Ian. It can only be said that times have changed, and the kid in front of him is no longer the kid he used to be able to manipulate at will. In other words, this bastard kid has never had a moment when he could be manipulated at will since he was a child. But now this kid's strength is far beyond his own. Although I desperately don't want to admit it, this is the truth. My family is in despair. Uncle Quinn looked at Ian, who had a calm face. He had no doubt that if he was disobedient and wanted to continue to attack Gaji, this kid would throw him into the sea without hesitation. Gaji, who was originally a little timid when he saw Uncle Quinn rushing over with a rumble, suddenly showed a sneer that was fake and mighty. In fact, I haven't seen Quinn in many years that he is doing much better than him. He is the leader of the Beast Pirates, the strongest pirate group in the world. Much more powerful than him, the king of the German kingdom. About the time I reunited with classmates I hadn't seen for many years, I was the owner of a small business, and my old classmate I didn't deal with during my student days had become a senior executive of a large multinational company. Even the scale of this multinational enterprise is a bit exaggerated. IT is basically the kind of Zentradi enterprise in the cyberpunk worldview that is far above the national level and directly challenges the world. This is not on the same level. However, my partner is the second in command of this company, the Prince. Quinn, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and it seems like there's not much progress. Gaji smiled and said, Are the planes on Ian's ship your most remarkable research achievement over the years? They are really ordinary enough. Even that guy Caesar can easily come up with much more advanced ones. Very good. I completely understand why Uncle Quinn is so resentful towards you, Mr. Gaji. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Gaji. Uncle Quinn blew his beard and glared at Gaji's words. He wished he could use a few laser beams to open Gaji's eyes in a physical sense. Okay, both of you, please stop talking. Ian quickly stopped the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two of them. He said to Quinn, Uncle Quinn, next we're going to find Teacher Kai to demonstrate to him the artificial devil fruit created by Gaji. Uncle Quinn, you are coming too. Bar. Okay. Uncle Quinn stared at Gaji fiercely. I want to see how amazing this bastard's creation can be. If you can't satisfy Boss Kaido, hey, you'll feel better. Gaji subconsciously felt timid, but he immediately puffed up his chest. Ian was extremely satisfied. How could Kaido still be picky? My skills are beyond your imagination, Quinn. He said so. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. To be honest, Mr. Gotzi, with your mouth, you can be beaten to death by Uncle Quinn. Let's go. Ian said that Teacher Kai should be waiting impatiently. so he should go see him first. The group of people walked towards the ghost island. In addition to Ian and his friends, Gaji also brought his 4 children. The order must have been given in advance. Except for the always demure Reiju, the other 3 boys were quiet, with only a few pairs of sneaky eyes looking around restlessly. Then, when approaching the main building, "Brother Ian, it's time to take us out to sea." Several little ones ran out of the building, Runty taking the lead. "Obviously we can fight." She is 9 years old this year. Although she is still young, due to her outstanding talent and years of rigorous training, her strength is already quite good. After all, she is also an ancient type of Esper, and even has 2 weapons specially made by Gaji Generation Combat Uniform. It's better to wait until you grow up a little bit. Ian pressed the little girl's head to prevent her from rushing over. "Because," Ian made it very clear, "it's because you are still too weak," Hancock said with a smile. "Unlike me, I can fight side by side with Ian." "You guy." Runty was furious instantly. "I'm going to beat you up." "Elder sister." Peggy Wan quickly grabbed her. He knew Hancock's strength. If he really wanted to fight, his sister wouldn't even be able to catch a single move. And at the same time, "Oh, isn't this Sanji?" The 3 Vinsmoke brothers, who had been silent all this time, noticed Sanji following behind the 2 siblings. Sanji's face instantly turned cold when he saw the excited face of his respected brother Ian. In particular, he also saw Gaji, who was also watching him at this time. "Sanji." Judge looked down at him, just like in the past, but unlike in the past. This time there was a little more appreciation in his eyes. "I heard from Ian that you awakened the power of the bloodline factor. Very good. This shows that my skills are indeed perfect." Sanji clenched his fists directly after hearing this. Ian suddenly curled his lips. "Sanji, take your sister and brothers to visit Onigashima." Sanji was stunned, then nodded heavily. So Yamato and others scattered and played separately. Sanji took his sister and brothers to visit Onigashima, while Ian, Judge, and Quinn went to see Teacher Kai. "You kept me waiting." Teacher Kai rarely drank today. After the 3 of them entered the door, he stared at Judge with his eyes. "Show me now." More than 2 years have passed, and Teacher Kai has hardly changed, but Ian feels that his legs have become a little shorter. It should be said that Teacher Kai's oppressive eyes made Judge feel uneasy, but he had seen big scenes before, and he began to take out the box he carried with him, which contained the mature artificial devil fruits. "Kaido, please find a few people who can cooperate with the experiment," Judge said. Soon, several pirates were found. Judge didn't say much and directly distributed the devil fruits to them. The pirates were a little surprised. They didn't expect that low-level pirates like them could also eat devil fruits. After getting a nod from Teacher Kai, they swallowed the fruits in their hands without hesitation. The disgusting taste made several people retching constantly, but the changes appeared at this time. Various features such as animal fur, claws, ears, tails, horns, etc. began to appear on their bodies. "Oh." Teacher Kai leaned forward, full of interest. The pirates didn't understand their changes, and I asked this what animal-type devil fruits are like. But before they could ask their doubts, Ian had already said, "Test their current strength." So the test began. The test is actually very simple. Just let them fight each other. The final results show that their abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved, and they have completely left the level of small fish. Ugh. Teacher Kai was extremely happy. "Good. You did a good job, Vinsmoke, Judge." His praise made Judge a little proud, but fortunately he did not get carried away, and his attitude was still very respectful. "This is our agreement." Uncle Quinn was itching to bite. But there was no way. He was really not good at bloodline factors. "When can we start large-scale production?" Teacher Kai asked the most concerned question. "Any time," Ian replied, "but these fruits can become stronger." He told Teacher Kai that the bloodline factors of those beasts could be used as materials. "Ugh, so that's it. You asked people to collect the blood of those beasts for this?" Teacher Kai was even more excited. An artificial devil fruit that can rival the real animal devil fruit. It's so exciting. Ian chuckled. "I want to give you a surprise." As early as when he returned from the North Sea, he had asked the pirates to collect the blood of the giant beasts in the Beast Corps. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to collect them one by one after returning. After all, the beast pirates now have more than 200 beasts, most of which are scattered in factories all over Wano country and many bases overseas. "So with this blood, we can make it, right?" Teacher Kai looked at Judge. Judge did not hesitate. I will leave the machine that makes the seed in Wano country. Through that machine, the bloodline factor can be directly extracted from the blood and then fused with the seeds of any plant. And finally, the seeds that can be used to cultivate artificial devil fruits can be obtained. Plant the seeds in the ground, and the fruits will mature in about half a year. Great! Teacher Kai laughed loudly, and he looked at Judge with admiration. Judge, you are a friend of the Beast's pirates. You did a great job. Judge held his chest high and cast a provocative look at Quinn. Uncle Quinn almost broke his teeth. The meeting was about to end. Teacher Kai was very impatient, so Ian and Judge were going to move the crucial machine down first. But there was another question: where to put the machine? Ian had seen the machine. It was quite huge, just like a building. There was definitely no place to put it on Onigashima. Ian was going to put it in the forest of Jili. Build a farm with that machine as the core. The Tontada clan happened to be there, and they could participate in the cultivation of artificial devil fruits. However, when walking out of the gate of Onigashima and preparing to move things to the Germa Kingdom, Ian suddenly curled his lips. Judge, do you want to watch a play first? Judge was stunned for a moment. The location was on the coast outside Onigashima, and the characters were the siblings of the Vinsmoke family. Sister Reiju stood aside helplessly with her hands on her waist and warned, "Don't forget what your father told you when you came. Red, blue, green." The three brothers formed a triangle surrounding Sanji. The red-haired eldest brother Iji laughed maliciously. "Father just told us not to make trouble on Onigashima. We're just saying hello to our brothers who we haven't seen for a long time." "Yeah, Sanji." The blue-haired Niji pushed Sanji. "It's been more than 2 years since we last met. Right? Have you even forgotten what to do after seeing us?" "That's right, Sanji. Squat down quickly." The green-haired Yongji laughed. "We haven't played football for a long time." Sanji had a blank expression on his face and said nothing. Reiju just watched quietly, but her brows were slightly frowned. "Hey, Sanji, didn't you hear what your brothers said?" Iji suddenly grabbed Sanji's shoulders with such force that Sanji's clothes seemed to be torn. "Do you think that you can be compared with us just because you have awakened the bloodline factor? Trash will always be trash." Niji rubbed his hands. "Let us let you recall what your past was like." Yongji touched his face. "I still remember the slap I received more than 2 years ago." "Hey, you guys." Reiju couldn't help but say, "That's enough. Sanji is a member of the Beast Pirates." "Haha, what are you talking about, Reiju? Sanji is Sanji." Iji didn't have human emotions, so he didn't understand what awe and fear were, and just laughed. "It's still that trash." But a hand grabbed his hand. Sanji raised his right hand and grabbed Iji's wrist that was holding his shoulder. The yellow-haired child finally raised his head. "Stop making so much noise. You idiots." He grabbed Iji's hand and threw it up, then slammed it down hard, smashing this annoying guy directly into the ground. Reiju was stunned. What a strong force. "Sanji." The remaining 2 brothers screamed. They didn't think that the cowardly Sanji would dare to resist them, and they immediately rushed towards Sanji in anger. Sanji just sneered disdainfully. "Shave." He disappeared from the 2 brothers in an instant. Before the 2 brothers could react to what happened, Sanji had already appeared between them, grabbed one of their heads with one hand, and pressed hard in the middle, and the 2 heads collided immediately. "Wow!" The 2 screamed at the same time. Sanji's strength was so great that the heads of both of them were directly deformed. "Sanji." At this time, Iji had already climbed up from the ground. He has a strong exoskeleton, and the attack just now could not defeat him. However, what greeted him was a vacuum blade. Rain kick. The blue vacuum blade hit Iji's body, slashing him directly and hitting the wall of Onigashima behind him, even leaving a deep mark on the wall. Iji slid to the ground, and there was a deep mark in the middle of his body. "Sanji." The other 2 brothers also stood up at the same time, waving their fists and rushing towards Sanji. But paper painting. Sanji's body, which was not tall among his peers, flickered like a phantom and easily avoided the punches and kicks of the 2 brothers. Then, finger gun storm. His hands turned into a storm, and his extremely hard fingers poked the brothers' bodies crazily. The exoskeletons of the 2 brothers, which had not yet fully developed, were poked by Sanji with dents one after another, making them look like a hornet's nest, which looked extremely creepy. The 2 brothers also flew out and crashed into the mountain wall with Iji. Reiju opened her mouth slightly. "This is Sanji?" The 3 brothers also stared at Sanji blankly. They simply did not understand how Sanji, who who would allow them to bully him, could become so strong? Where do you think you are being so presumptuous? Sanji looked down at the three brothers from a high position. In addition to feeling happy, he also had a feeling that he had been bullied by these trash in the past. In any case, it won't happen now. Don't show up in front of me in the future, otherwise I will deal with you every time I see you. Not far away, Ian and Judge were also watching all this quietly. Ian's expression was quite calm, but Judge couldn't accept it. He almost stuttered. How is it possible? Sanji, how could he be so strong? There is no reason for this. Sanji's bloodline factor awakened several years later than his brothers. The development level should not be at the same level. But now, why does it seem like the opposite is not the same level? Ian smiled. Judge, is it possible that Sanji is your most outstanding work? Judge was speechless. But it's impossible. Emotions, Judge. Ian said slowly. Emotions are what motivate people. Cold weapons cannot break through the upper limits set by the designers, but emotions can break through the limits of human beings. Emotions? Judge was a little confused. This is not scientific. The battle between Sanji and his brothers was just a small episode. Ian immediately left Onigashima and went to Curry with Judge to move the machine there. On this stretch of road, the sea was full of fishmen and mermaids swimming around, all casting curious glances at the giant snail running on the sea. Judge was also surprised. Although he had long known that Wano country was recruiting immigrants from Fishman Island, was this number a bit exaggerated? After more than 2 years of migration, the number of fishmen and mermaids settled in Wano country is indeed quite large. The total number has exceeded 100,000, equivalent to 1/50th of the total number of Fishman Island, not counting the Fishman troops. In today's Wano country, it should be no problem to say that there is a small Fishman Island. When they arrived in Julie, just when they had just moved the machines down and were about to start recruiting people to build the farm manually, a message suddenly came. Is Wang Ji's pirate group back again? Ian raised his eyebrows. Yes, Lord Ian. Wang Ji transferred the Second Fleet, which was originally expanding towards the North Sea, and launched another attack along the direction of the original expansion of the Third Fleet. This time, the leader is Wang Ji's senior cadre, Cloud Demon Claude. Oh, Ian was a little surprised. Wang Ji is really stubborn. Don't you admit defeat? Cloud Demon Claude is his top general. He sent this guy out, which means Wang Ji is serious. There is nothing we can do about it. Since he doesn't want to be decent, let's help him be decent. Let the garrison along the way retreat for the time being. They can't handle it. I'll be there soon. Yes. At the same time, in a certain sea area in the New World, the Second Fleet of Wang Ji's pirate group is riding the wind and waves. The man called Cloud Demon Claude is a sullen, strong man. At this time, he's a little puzzled and said, Boss Wang Ji, will Ian really come? Do you think you can attract Kaido with you? Wang Ji said unhappily. This battlefield is originally under Ian's charge. It wasn't long since the last victory. Now we are back again. What do you think he will do? As expected of Boss Wang Ji, Claude said respectfully. However, as a senior, isn't it a bit too embarrassing to ambush a junior like this? Wang Ji didn't know what his subordinates were thinking. He just sneered. Wait, little brat. I'll let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Although I can't kill that kid, it should be okay to teach him a lesson, right? Come on, little brat. A big surprise is waiting for you. 128, attack. Roaring Beast. I'm going to trouble you here, Uncle Gene. In Jolie Forest, a clearing has been temporarily open here. It is a fairly open clearing. A fence has been built around it, and there are pirates from the Beast Pirates patrolling outside. A huge pillar stood in the clearing. The height is 20 meters, and the diameter is also more than 10 meters. Just standing here is like a tall building, so huge that people can only look up. Ian stood next to this huge pillar and gently stroked it with his hands. The cold feel of the special metal made him quite happy. This is the machine that makes the seeds. Gaji was on the side directing the members of the Beast Pirates mobilized by Ian to build a factory to house this machine. After that, the seeds will be produced in this factory. Then, the little humans will plant the seeds on the nearby farm for cultivation. The construction of the farm is crucial, but now Ian has something to do, so he can only invite the most reliable man in the entire Beast Pirates, the respected Uncle Jin. In fact, Uncle Quinn was originally more suitable for this job. After all, although he was not good at research on blood factors, he was still an outstanding scientist. But everyone knows that there is a huge personal grudge between Uncle Quinn and Guy. It is impossible for them to work together. Otherwise, Uncle Quinn may be killed directly by Mr. Gaji at some point. Give it to me. Uncle Jin, who rushed over after receiving Ian's call, nodded slightly. I won't let anyone get close to here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will only have one fate, and that is death. Jin's voice was calm, but Ian could hear the determination in his voice. Ian knew very well that with this man's loyalty to Teacher Kai, he would definitely treat this matter with the strictest attitude. After all, he knew very well the importance of this farm to the entire Beast Pirates. This uncle just came back. Before, he went to the G-14 base and waited for the pirate group's fleet to take over the entire base. Then he took the fleet to the two countries that were removed from the government and almost effortlessly gained the allegiance of those two countries. After all, they have lost the protection of the world government and the Navy. If they refuse the Beast Pirate solicitation, the only outcome waiting for them will be destruction. After settling all these things, Uncle Jin returned to Ghost Island. But before he even had time to rest, Ian called him over. This is the ashes of Yin disaster. The conscience of the Beast Pirates. It's you. Uncle Jin glanced at Ian. Do you really not need more support? No need. Ian smiled. Anyway, the worst outcome is that Wang Ji himself is hiding in the fleet, preparing to surprise me. He paused for a moment and said calmly, and if it's just Wang Ji, then there shouldn't be any need for support. Just what Wang Ji said. Uncle Jin looked at Ian with a somewhat complicated expression. Wang Ji, who was once a major leader of the Rocks Pirates, is now one of the very few pirates on the sea who can be called a legend. Among all the living pirates, the man with the fourth highest bounty is worth more than 20 billion. There is no doubt that he is a real monster. However, this guy Ian said that he was just Wang Ji. Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ian's growth rate is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. Then go ahead. Uncle Jin said, no matter who the enemy is, we are behind you. Ian raised the corners of his mouth. Of course, our Beast Pirates' main focus is unity. So the Golden Flying Dragon sets sail again. When setting off from the Ghost Island, Runty cried and asked Ian to take them out to sea. Ian repeated his old trick and clicked on the little girl's forehead, and then said, next time. The Golden Flying Dragon sailed away from Ghost Island. However, he did not go to the submersible port. The huge elevator in the submersible port could not carry a behemoth like the Golden Flying Dragon. But it doesn't matter. It's actually quite easy to bring it back to Qinghai. When he was near the cliff at the edge of Wano country, Ian soared into the sky, and the next moment, brilliant golden light bloomed in the sky. A huge golden flying dragon stretches across the sky. More than 2 years later, Ian's size has expanded again after transforming into a golden flying dragon. The length from head to tail has exceeded 100 meters, making him a truly behemoth. Ian flapped his wings downward and grabbed both sides of the ship with both hands. Arm-domineering energy surged out, instantly turning the entire ship into darkness and directly hardening the entire ship. Then, he gently grabbed the ship. How strong is this guy? On the deck, Luo couldn't even feel any shaking. He raised his head and looked at Ian, who grabbed the big ship above, and couldn't help but be speechless. The size of the Golden Flying Dragon is exaggerated, several times longer than Ian at this time. Its weight is naturally an astronomical figure. However, when Ian picked it up, it was like picking up a small piece of cotton. Even Luo could feel that Ian didn't even feel the slightest weight at all. Even if it is a mountain, he can directly pull it up with brute force, right? This is Brother Ian. Jack laughed proudly. Ian, even if he transforms, he is still so handsome. Hancock's eyes were red and his face was intoxicated. Ian. Yamato is a man of action and jumped up directly onto Ian's back. Let's fly to find Wang Ji in one go. Don't say stupid things. Ian rolled his eyes, thinking of me as a means of transportation, right? After gently placing the boat on the sea, Ian did not sail away immediately. Instead, he stayed in place and waited for the Murloc troops to bring the Sea Beast army to join him before officially setting off for the expedition. The target is the large fleet of the Wangji pirates. Claude the Cloud Demon. On the deck of the Golden Flying Dragon, Ian found the wanted posters for all the big cadres of the Wangji pirates and spread them out on the table. The bounty is 680 million belly. Wangji's right and left hands are naturally related to this. Those with fruit abilities. Natural type? Derek said softly. That should be quite tricky. The natural type may not be well suited to hockey, but this type of devil fruit has one of the biggest advantages. Natural type ability users can launch large-scale attacks like natural disasters with every move they make. This is a huge advantage in times of war. If it's a cloud. Ian laughed and looked at Yamato. Yamato, leave it to you. Yamato slapped his chest as a matter of course. Easy. I will beat him into ice cubes. After all, clouds are made up of condensed water droplets, or condensed small ice crystals. That Yamato is so professional and so relatable. Ian, won't you take action yourself? Black Maria was a little surprised. Is there another stronger enemy? Luo picked up the wanted posters and looked at them. In addition to Claude, the main cadres of the Wangji pirates also include the swordsman who is good at the two-sword style, the ghost sword Smolder, and the giant eagle fruit user of the animal system. Eagle Jaeger, with a bounty of just over 500 million, shouldn't be a great guy. As usual, the Wangji pirates are also configured with 1 king and 3 generals. In the Battle of Beehive Island that year, after the giant snake was killed by Ian, Wangji recruited another large cadre and gathered 3 people. But the remaining 2 guys are not on the same level as Claude. Is this kind of guy still worthy of Ian's personal action? If these guys are the only ones here, then I really don't need to take action. Ian said that to this day, killing these miscellaneous fish pirates has brought Ian no achievements. And if it's not just these guys who come, then my opponents won't have their turn either. Luo frowned slightly. Ian, are you saying that that guy Wang Ji might be hiding in a fleet? Who can explain such a thing clearly? Ian just laughed. He just felt that Wang Ji really dared to send just one of his top cadres to take revenge. Ian doesn't think that this old man who has been around since the days of the Rocks Pirates is so stupid, right? However, it's just like what I said to Uncle Gene before. It doesn't matter at all. The golden flying dragon continues to move forward. Someday after that, Ian received a phone call. Ian, I'm really busy with things. I just had a battle with the former admiral of the Navy headquarters in the North Sea, and now I'm about to start a war with Wang Ji without stopping. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of banter. Ian took a deep breath. Morgans, you should at least explain to me why Zifa appeared on Mignon Island. Yes, why is this? Maybe it's because the Navy's intelligence system is really amazing, right? Morgan said with a smile. But Ian, isn't the result very good? Even the former General Zifa was easily defeated by you, and you even got a naval base in 2 prosperous franchise countries. You don't even think about it. What a loss. It's just a pity that it's such big news, but I can't publish it in the newspaper. This is nonsense. Of course, Ian's deal with the world government is top secret. Once it is leaked, where will the government's face be put? Although it was to save the Navy led by Zifa, it was still a deal with pirates. Once Morgans dares to publish this matter in the newspaper, there is no doubt that the government will never let him go. Although this guy is crazy, he still feels that such a piece of news is not worth all his efforts. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Ian said impatiently. The news about Beihai is gone, so Ian, Morgans chuckled. Don't let me down this time. I will let the whole world see this battle. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth and said, extremely boring. In short, the fleet led by Cloud Demon Claude should go to Middle Island next, and you should meet there. I wish you good luck in martial arts, Ian. Mitre Island? That's really not that far away. Ian did not doubt the intelligence of this guy Morgans. He is indeed serious about making big news. Then move forward. Ready to fight. Mitre Island. This is not a deserted island. There are several small towns on the island, and there is no country. At this time, the residents on the island are all worried. The situation changes too fast. At first, it was the Wangji pirates who occupied this place, and then the Wangji pirates were driven away, and the Beast's pirates became the masters of the island. A few days ago, the Beast's pirates retreated, and now the Wangji pirates have made a comeback. Huge ships are docked on the coast, and the pirates are playing wantonly in the towns on the island. The only thing that makes the residents on the island fortunate is that they are very poor. Even if the pirates of the Wangji pirates are good at sucking the marrow, they can't squeeze out any wealth, and even the food is pitifully scarce, so the pirates are too lazy to care about them. They have to bring their own food to eat and drink on the island. Wangji did not land, but stayed on the big ship on the coast. They didn't want to have any possibility of exposing his whereabouts. So when the sharp sound in the sky sounded, Wangji raised his head immediately. In the distant sky, iron birds were approaching rapidly. Here they come. Wangji turned over, looking excited, and hid under a big umbrella. Let everyone gather here, and Claude. Understood, Boss Wangji. The lower half of the body of the Cloud Demon Claude turned into a cloud and sprayed gas into the sky, and in an instant he had already flown into the sky. He swung his hands, and his two arms turned into black clouds, and then he shouted, "Thundercloud Field." The thick dark clouds spread like a tsunami, and in just a dozen seconds they had covered the entire sky above this sea area. For a moment, the whole sea became gloomy. "Climb to a higher altitude," Drake hurriedly said in the formation of bombers coming from afar. "If you really rush into this dark cloud, I'm afraid the ending will not be too good." After all, in the thick dark cloud, the dazzling lightning is jumping. The fighter plane climbed up and flew higher in the sky. Drake frowned as he looked down at the dark clouds below. If you can't see the scene on the sea and the island below, the bombing can't be carried out normally. "Return home," Drake said without hesitation. So the bombers turned in the air without hesitation and returned. Wang Ji just watched the iron birds fly away quietly. He did nothing because he knew that this was just the beginning. "That kid is here. Come on, Ian. A big surprise is waiting for you." On the sea not far from the island, the golden dragon is indeed approaching rapidly. Ian stood at the bow, waving his fist silently with white smoke coming out of his body. "Did you see anything?" Beside him, Violet was trying to open her eyes wide. "I see. That's Wang Ji for sure. He's on the deck of the battleship." Ian's mouth corners raised. "He's really there. It's just right. I can repay the favor 2 years ago." "The charging has been completed. Prepare to launch," Ian said. "Let the furry kids go and say hello to them first." The furry kids, 5 giant beasts, are ready on the catapult. Unlike the beasts on the ship before, these 5 beasts are the most powerful beast kings on Riskina Island. It can be said that each one is at the level of 6 suns. There are only these 5 beasts on the entire Riskina Island, and Ian brought them all out in one breath. Then, the catapult was launched, and the monsters with bared fangs and claws streaked across the sky like meteors, roaring and falling towards the island. The battle has begun. 129. New World, there is no ship to carry you. Here it comes. Wang Ji, holding a telescope, could already see the golden ship slowly emerging from the horizon. The Golden Flying Dragon. Ian Finchen's flagship. That brat is here. As expected, the kid came over without any scruples. This arrogant brat should be taught a lesson. Let him never be proud again. But immediately, Wang Ji noticed the shadows rising into the sky from the ship, which rushed into the thundercloud like a cannonball and easily penetrated the thundercloud and flew to a higher sky. "It's the beast army of the beast pirates." Wang Ji's mouth drooped. "Prepare for battle." With an order, the pirates of Wang Ji's pirate group have lined up neatly, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. At the same time, Wang Ji shouted to the sky, "Claude, stop them." Wang Ji knew the power of these monsters very well, and didn't know where Kaido, the bastard, found so many monsters. "We must not let these guys fall into the queue smoothly." So above the dark clouds in the sky, Claude popped his head out from the clouds. He looked up at the monsters that had already flown to the highest point and were now starting to fall. "Come on." Claude's eyes were cold. Beasts. Under the pull of gravity, the 5 beasts almost crashed into the dark clouds at the same time. "Discharge," Claude shouted angrily. Crack. The thunder suddenly exploded in the thundercloud, and the dazzling light illuminated the inside of the dark cloud. The 5 falling beasts were instantly swallowed by the thunder and screamed. "Turn into barbecue," Claude said coldly. "Thunder has no entity, and neither does the cloud, so it can't stop the beast from falling. However, the brilliant thunder carries a terrifying power, which makes the beast scream in pain." Soon, the beasts finally penetrated the clouds, but at this time, some of their furs had been ignited, and some were emitting thick black smoke, which looked quite miserable. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 giant beasts smashed into the back of the coast. The ground was shaking violently, and smoke and dust filled the air instantly. "Master Claude, kill these monsters in an instant." As expected of Master Claude, so strong, the pirates cheered instantly. But Wang Ji frowned, almost angry. "Are you kidding?" Roar. The furious roars shook the earth, and the whole island was shaking for a while. The pirates were stunned. The next moment, the giant beasts tore through the smoke and rumbled towards the pirates like a huge locomotive. Their bodies were indeed charred by electricity, and they looked miserable. But they only looked miserable. It was just a superficial injury, which did not affect the combat effectiveness of these terrifying and ferocious monsters at all. Claude was indeed Wang Ji's right-hand man, but it was not strong enough to kill 5-6 level monsters in one breath. What kind of monsters are these? Wang Ji's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After observing with his observation hockey, he realized how exaggerated the power of these beasts was. I say it again, I don't know where Kaido found these monsters from. Timothy, Jaeger, what are you two doing? Go stop them. If these monsters are allowed to rush into the pirate team, it will be a huge disaster. Yes. Two figures jumped up and rushed directly towards the 5 giant beasts. Wang Ji brought all the forces under his command. SMOD is a swordsman holding 2 swords. He is less than 1.8 meters tall. He is considered a dwarf in this world, but the scarlet double swords in his hands are huge, just like 2 doors taller than him. When wielding such huge 2 swords, it obviously gives people an unusual sense of contrast. Compared to him, the giant eagle Jaeger was more normal. He was a short man with a height of nearly 3 meters and long arms. He was a member of the Long-Armed clan. At this time, his long hands had turned into wide wings, his feet had turned into sharp claws, and his head had turned into an eagle. He was an animal-type bird fruit giant eagle form ability user. The Birdman spun in the air to gain leverage, and his body suddenly spun, kicking down at a giant beast below like a spiral spear. SMOD was not to be outdone. He turned his body and swung his 2 swords. 2 magnificent scarlet slashes whistled out and directly chopped the gorilla's chest, leaving an X-shaped scar on its body surface. At the same time, Jaeger had already kicked a giant lion directly out. The 2 giant beasts rolled on the ground at the same time, and the loud noise was accompanied by screams. But roar! After just rolling on the ground for a few times, the 2 monsters turned over and rushed forward without any hindrance or furiously. What? The giant eagle Jaeger flapped his wings and flew in the air, exclaiming in disbelief, "It doesn't work?" They didn't hold back in their attacks, but they couldn't even kill these 2 beasts. Here they come. The ghost sword SMOD couldn't fly, so when he saw the oncoming beast, all he could do was hold his 2 swords tightly and prepare to attack. Roar! The giant gorilla rushed in front of him, and its huge fist smashed down from the air. So fast. Smoder's pupil shrank, and he jumped up with all his strength and swung his sword to meet the attack. Boom! He was directly smashed into the ground by the giant beast's punch. The ground instantly undulated and shattered like waves, and a huge hole was directly punched out by this monster. Smoder! In the sky, Jaeger screamed. How could it be? How could these monsters be so strong? He didn't even have time to think. The giant lion that he had kicked away just now jumped up and bit him. This monster actually jumped hundreds of meters high in one breath. Jaeger flapped his wings to avoid it. But below, several other beasts had already rushed into the team of Wang Ji's pirate group and began to destroy them wantonly. The pirates of Wang Ji's pirate group did try to fight back, but it was meaningless. Whether it was a sharp sword or a powerful gun, all they could do was just to break the skin of these monsters, and they were completely unable to cause any effective damage to them. On the contrary, these giant beasts could cause huge casualties with just a casual punch. With the size and strength of these beasts, the pirates were killed instantly just by being touched by their attacks. No one noticed that not far from the coast, a birdman quietly hid behind a big rock, holding a den mushy and taking a fierce photo of the battlefield over there. They have been beaten to a pulp just at the beginning. Is this the beast army of the beast pirates? It's really exaggerated. The den mushy in his hand was connected to the den mushy network and was seamlessly sending the war happening here to all parts of the world. There were people watching this guy's live broadcast everywhere in the world. And somewhere in the world, some people suddenly got angry after watching this live broadcast. Damn it, where did Kaido find so many powerful beasts? What's the point of waiting for so many years? Damn it. The battle on the coast made Wang Ji grit his teeth and curse. Was he beaten so miserably by a few beasts? No, he couldn't do anything. He had to catch Ian off guard. Should Claude deal with him? Wang Ji looked back and saw that the golden dragon was about to reach the area covered by thunderclouds, and crackling thunder was falling towards them. It seemed that he couldn't get away. Wang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter. He comforted himself that as long as he defeated Ian, everything would be fine. On the golden dragon. Oh, that's so exaggerated. Ian looked up, and the thunder in the sky fell on them like a rainstorm. It was a bit like Enel's 10,000 Thunders, but the range was not that large. But to be honest, Enel's 10,000 Thunders can only be used with the support of the arc, so strictly speaking, this guy is more powerful. How embarrassing for the Thunder Fruit. This is the natural system, and a slightly more powerful ability can have the same effect of destroying the world. Facing the overwhelming thunder, Ian just raised his hand, and the domineering aura surged out instantly. The internal destruction level of the armed color condensed above the big ship, turning into a huge domineering shield. Crackling. The thunder fell on this invisible shield, shattered in an instant, and turned into countless small silver snakes bouncing on the surface of the shield. During the war on the top, the three admirals were able to easily deflect Whitebeard's shockwaves with domineering aura, so it was no problem for him to deflect this guy's lightning with domineering aura. What? Claude, who was hanging out from the dark clouds, couldn't believe it. This kind of domineering aura? His attack couldn't even shake this guy's domineering shield. How could the gap be so big? Ian looked up at Claude, who was in shock. He shouted, "Yamato, go and kill this guy." "Leave it to me, then." Yamato instantly soared into the sky. The moment of bouncing up, white mist wrapped around her body. The next second, the white werewolf soared into the sky. The girl took a deep breath and then tried her best to exhale it. Mushy Bingia. The white streak pierced through the dark clouds in the sky like a laser. Then, how is it possible? Claude screamed in disbelief. The dark clouds were frozen. The small water droplets and small ice crystals that made up the clouds were completely condensed into ice at this moment and dissipated instantly, turning into large pieces of ice falling down. The dark clouds dissipated. The sky cleared up directly. Claude, who was forced to break away from the clouds and turn into clouds floating in the sky, still had a lot of disbelief on his face. Ian was fine, but a little girl like that, actually. Thunder Bagua. The crystal white iron rod came towards him, and Yamato was like a white meteor piercing through the sky, with an astonishing speed, and in an instant he had already approached Claude. Claude's eyes darkened, and his arms turned into clouds. Iron cloud. There is a special kind of cloud on Sky Island called Island Cloud, which is the basis of Sky Island. It is obviously a cloud, but it has a physical body and can even grow certain specific plants like soil. Among the island clouds, there is another special cloud called Iron Cloud. It is as light as a cloud, but as strong as steel. Claude's arms turned into Iron Cloud's double swords, covered with dark domineering, to meet Yamato's iron rod. But, crack. With a crisp sound in Claude's unbelievable eyes, Yamato's crystal iron rod directly broke Claude's double swords, or in other words, it froze the two swords into ice and then smashed them directly, and then hit Claude's chest with a stick, making this guy fall like a meteorite. Boom. Claude hit the coast, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. Yamato fell down closely after him and landed heavily on the ground. The moment her feet landed, white spread out, frost nova. The coast was instantly frozen into an ice field, and the sea surface outside the island was also frozen, leaving only a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. Even those giant beasts were frozen to the ground, roaring and struggling to break free from the solid ice. But the pirates of Wang Ji's pirate group were miserable. Most of them were frozen to the ground and had no strength to break free from the ice. This is Yamato in the frozen sea. Wang Ji's face was solemn. Even the sea was frozen. Kaido's daughter, the stinky girl who had no interest in him looking at her 2 years ago, now has such power? Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ji suddenly heard a bang from the sky. The sea was frozen, and the golden dragon could not get close, so Ian and his cadre stepped on the air and used the moon step to come over. Wang Ji's eyes condensed. The opportunity has come. As long as Ian can be killed, no matter what the situation on other battlefields is, everything is over. Ian walked forward slowly on the air. You guys can just go and have some fun. There are only a few small fish left. Ian, you have to be careful too. Hancock was a little nervous. Although it's Ian, the enemy is. Ian nodded gently. He looked down, although he couldn't see it with his eyes. But on the deck of the ship below, under the big parasol, there was a very strong aura. Go, Ian said. The friends suddenly turned into meteors and flew towards the coast in all directions. And Ian lowered his head with a smile on his face. Would this senior want a sneak attack on his young man? What a shameless guy. So, Ian clenched his fist. With a dark domineering aura wrapped around it, an invisible wave spread out. Be kind. Ian shouted in a low voice, spun his body, and punched back. The roaring, domineering spirit turned into an inverted galaxy, suppressing everything with the spirit of crushing everything. Below, Wang Ji's face changed and instantly turned as black as charcoal. Boom! The parasol exploded instantly, and the equally terrifying domineering shockwave surged upward, colliding with Ian's domineering shockwave. Black lightning splashed, and the wind swept the world. Little devil! Wang Ji also stepped on the air and soared into the sky, looking at Ian almost gritting his teeth. You knew I was here a long time ago. I was fooled. If I had known earlier, how could I allow those beasts to be so presumptuous? I just found out too. Ian smiled. So you don't need to feel sorry for yourself, Senior Wang Ji. Your plan almost succeeded. Wang Ji paused, then sneered. Little brat, you are so arrogant. Knowing that I'm here, you still dare to attack. Do you think Kaido can still support you here? Ian raised the corner of his mouth and said frivolously, because it doesn't matter whether you are here or not. Right, Senior Wang Ji, if the opponent is just you, then I think it shouldn't affect the outcome of the battle. Wang Ji's forehead veins bulged, and he immediately stepped on the air like a rocket and soared into the sky. Little brat, I want to see if your strength is as hard as your mouth. Then let me tell you, Senior Wang Ji. The golden flame instantly wrapped Ian, and the golden god spread his wings. In the new world, there is no ship that can carry you. Ian laughed wantonly, then punched. Fuck the king's fist. 130, Wang Ji wither. During the past 2 years, Ian has made some changes to the king's fist. In simple terms, it is to use the return of life as a lock to seal the accumulated energy. In this way, even if the accumulation of power is suspended, the accumulated power will not dissipate. Although it is still impossible to accumulate power quickly, there is no need to worry about the accumulation of power being interrupted. So now Ian can complete the accumulation of power in advance, and then give the enemy an unexpected surprise as if nothing happened. However, the storage time cannot be too long. At this time, Ian laughed wildly and punched down. There was an invisible force wrapped around his fist, and the space seemed to be distorted by this force, just like a black hole swallowing all the light. Even Wang Ji's sight could not help but be attracted by this fist, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Then, when this punch fell, light bloomed. As if a supernova exploded, a strong light bloomed from Ian's fist, and in an instant it turned into a magnificent light column falling down. Wang Ji's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge, but it was meaningless. There was no need to aim, because the attack range was ridiculously large. There was no need to predict, because the attack speed was amazingly fast. Silently, Wang Ji was swallowed up by the dazzling beam of light. The beam of light that went straight down easily decomposed the ships below, and even before it could cause any explosion, it had directly annihilated them into nothingness. Then there was the sea below. The sea water was very obedient to reveal a huge hole, allowing the beam of light that continued to go down to penetrate the seabed and go deep into the ground. Rocks, soil, everything that blocked the way disappeared and was directly annihilated. It was not until this time that the earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky, and the violent wind blew up waves after waves. Even the pirates who were frozen to the ground by Yamato were pulled out of the ice by the strong wind and then blown up to the sky. After a long time, the beam of light gradually dissipated, and Ian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It was great. He looked down. There is a huge hole at the edge of the island, so dark that you can't see the bottom. The seawater is constantly pouring into it, but no matter how much seawater enters, it can never fill it up, as if the bottom of this big hole leads directly to hell. It's a really satisfying punch. It's just a pity that the power increase of the king's fist is not proportional to the increase in one's own strength. It should be said that the stronger the strength of the king's fist, the lower the multiple of the increase when using it. When Elizabello used it, he could burst out the power of the 3 disasters with his body, which can be said to be crossing the chasm. But 2 years ago, when Ian used it against Akainu, he could only burst out the level of the 4 Emperors' attack with the strength of the Vice-Emperor. The increase in power is still amazing, but it is obviously not as exaggerated as Elizabello. And now when Ian, who is at the level of an admiral, uses it again, the power of the increase may not even be used as several times. Ian thought for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. As strength increases, physical energy does increase, especially for a gifted guy like Ian, whose physical energy grows even more. But the problem is that the storage of physical energy is limited. Otherwise, the king's fist needs to be charged for an hour, and it can only be charged for an hour. As the body grows and develops, Ian can indeed store more physical energy, but cannot reach the level of qualitative change. It is foreseeable that unless the quality of energy can be improved, the increase in this move will continue to decrease as Ian continues to become stronger. But even so, the power of Ian's attack is already shocking. It's hard to say how strong it is. However, Ian looked at the bottomless hole below again. He estimated that in terms of destructive power, it should be no less powerful than the monkey god spear that Nika Luffy used to smash Teacher Kai into the ground in the original work. Maybe it's even stronger. TSK. It's hard to judge without a reference. Otherwise, go back and find Teacher Kai to test it. See if I can punch him into the underground magma? When Ian was thinking, the pirates of Wangji pirates were already stunned. How is it possible? The giant eagle Jaeger, flapping his wings and flying in the sky, screamed in disbelief, "Boss Wangji! Boss Wangji!" His voice was so sharp that Ian turned his head. "Shut up." The two flames in his eyes condensed into rays under the effect of life return and instantly penetrated the wings of this guy. Electric eyes are intimidating. The giant eagle Jaeger fell. Then, roar. The lion who had been staring at him suddenly jumped up and roared and swallowed this guy into his stomach. Jaeger. He was punched into the ground by the gorilla, but it was not a big deal. At this time, the ghost sword SMOD, who was struggling to dodge the gorilla's attack, looked up in horror and saw his colleague being swallowed by the giant lion. He immediately sweated profusely. Lord Wangji was defeated, and Jaeger was killed. He turned his head. Thundercloud, Black Dragon kill. While retreating in panic, Claude, who didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his hand and released a dark thundercloud dragon, and lightning jumped in the clouds. But facing his enemy had no effect at all. Yamato just knocked away the dark clouds with 2 sticks and continued to bully him. Claude gritted his teeth and rose into the sky. Tornado cloud. The funnel-like cloud suddenly appeared on the battlefield and turned into a huge tornado. But Yamato just jumped up. Hyang Zhujian. The ice slashed threw out a white wave, which immediately froze the entire tornado. But at this moment, Claudius stepped closer and punched out with his right fist. Hyun. In addition to the island clouds, there are also sea clouds that make up the sky island. This kind of cloud has the same properties as the sea, and fish can even live in it. Therefore, it stands to reason that once a person with abilities is swallowed by such a cloud, it is no different than falling into water. This is Cloud's strongest move against ability users only. Roar Thunder Gossip. Yamato's domineering energy was absorbed by Takara number 2 in his hand, and then transformed into freezing air with domineering properties. At this moment, the freezing air on the surface of the iron rod had even condensed into white lightning and wrapped around the rod. Click. This was the sound of Claude's sea clouds condensing into ice and then being shattered by Yamato's stick. Then the iron stick hit Claude's head without stopping. The man's brain was instantly frozen into ice and then exploded. Claude. Smolders was going crazy. The powerful and exaggerated boss Wangji and Claude, who was far stronger than him, were defeated so easily. Fragrant feet. A cold voice came from behind, and Smod turned his head subconsciously. The last thing he saw was the toe of the sharp red high-heeled shoes. The next second, Smolder's head exploded into stone. Is there no stronger guy? Hancock said dissatisfiedly. No matter what, he is stronger than the white-haired girl's opponent. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the enemy she defeated was weaker than that guy Yamato? But there is no way. The Wangji pirates are not as good as the Beast pirates after all. Apart from Wangji, the captain, who supports the appearance, the strongest cadre is Claude, who barely reaches the disaster level. The other guys can only be described as not worth mentioning. It seems that the overall situation has been decided. On a hillside behind the coast, Morgans laughed wildly. Wangji seems to be a little ignorant. He doesn't know that Ian has mastered a move called Fist of the King. It's such an exaggerated move, isn't it? If the blow just now spreads, this island may be sunk. Around the world, people watching the battle fell silent. What an exaggerated blow. On the sky, Ian was still looking down. Under the huge hole, the seawater finally began to rise. It was foreseeable that it would eventually be filled with seawater. Ian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it was still impossible to blast out a hole that could not be filled by seawater like the weapon in the hands of the Tianlong people. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. He looked at the sea diagonally below. A weird arc appeared at the corner of Ian's mouth. He held his right hand, and a blazing flame spear condensed in his hand. Then Ian threw the flaming spear towards the sea with his backhand. The flaming spear trailed long-tail flames, falling like a meteor, just like the meteor spear of the legendary god Odin. The spear penetrated into the sea, and then, boom! The blazing flames exploded into the sea water, and brilliant golden fire pillars rose into the sky. It was like a super volcano erupting under the sea, and the entire sea area instantly exploded. Almost at this moment, a figure soared out from the flames that exploded on the seabed. It's Wang Ji. At this time, the man had become extremely embarrassed, and the neat suit he was wearing was now hanging on his body like strips of cloth. There was no intact skin to be found on the whole body. Everything was a mess of blood and flesh. Ian judged this guy's identity through his breath. However, the injuries on the surface of the body were not the point. Wang Ji was still vomiting blood at this time, and large mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth. It was difficult not to doubt whether he would die soon due to lack of blood. Internal injuries were also severe. After all, Ian fired a penetrating shockwave, and the internal organs were the focus of the attack. This man was staring at Ian when he died, with a sharp and terrifying look that was as if he wanted to cut Ian into pieces. Really, Senior Wang Ji, you don't think you can escape by diving, do you? Ian sighed. That's a little too disrespectful of me. Even if you are not discovered by my hockey, the surrounding fishmen troops will never let you have the possibility of escaping. Kid. Wang Ji gritted his teeth. Even his angry tone could not hide the look of panic in his eyes. After the punch just now, he really thought he was going to die. But how is it possible? How could this kid have such power? Even Kaido and Whitebeard can't compare to it. It was precisely because of this panic that he chose to dive and escape from the bottom of the sea after just escaping by chance, not daring to confront Ian again. But now, after being caught by Ian, panic and shame were entangled, but an unspeakable anger was born. Anger at Ian, anger at myself. Angry Ian could actually injure himself to such an extent with one blow. I was so angry that I tried to escape immediately and then got caught. However, besides being angry, Wang Ji couldn't help but feel uneasy. Facing such a powerful kid, is there really any chance of winning? Ian saw his confusion, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Senior Wang Ji. I can only deliver that blow just once in a short time." Hearing what Ian said, Wang Ji breathed a sigh of relief, and then the next second, the anger welling up in his heart became even worse. Telling this kind of information without any scruples, this kid doesn't take me seriously at all. However, it is really amazing, Senior Wang Ji. Ian couldn't help but want to applaud this man. I thought that after this blow, you would definitely be dead. Teacher Kai was hit by Nika's ape gun and was thrown into the lava. Why should this guy do it? Didn't your teacher teach you? Wang Ji vomited blood and sneered. Don't you want to use your power in a scattered way? Ian nodded understandingly. Indeed, the range of the shockwave just now was indeed wide enough, and the effect was indeed dazzling. But as Senior Wang Ji said, the power was dispersed. If he punched Wang Ji directly, then this guy's life would probably not be enough to kill him. However, it doesn't matter anymore. It just takes a little more effort. Ian smiled and flapped his wings and moved forward. Let me just ask, Wang Ji, surrender or die? My lord, are you old? Wang Ji roared angrily and rushed towards Ian. Ivan shook his head. There's really no other way, so I'll let you watch something interesting. Bear. Brilliant flames rose from his body, and in the next second, he directly expanded from an orc form more than 3 meters tall to a 100 meters long golden flying dragon. Then, life is returned. Life return is a technology that infuses one's own will into every part of the body, thereby achieving perfect control over the body, and can even use this to change body functions. So at this time, relying on the return of life, Ian began the second stage of transformation. The body shrank by a large circle, and the missing mass was transferred to the arms and legs. The arms became thicker, the legs became longer and straighter, and even the body became a little thicker. Overall, Ian has become closer to his orc form at this time. Ian tentatively calls this form Winged Dragon of the Sun God Change Form Combat Form. With a pull of his right hand, a huge flaming sword appeared out of thin air. Compared to the sun god, Ian at this moment is more like the giant Surtur who stands at the end of the world, wielding the magic sword of destruction and burning all the world trees. I'm coming, Senior Wang Ji. The beast form is the most powerful, but it is much slower than the beast form. But it doesn't matter, It's enough to face Wang Ji, who was hit hard at this time. The magnificent huge sword slashed down with a crash. The blazing temperature had already changed Wang Ji's face before the sword blade fell completely. How much stronger has this kid become in the past 2 years? If it were in full condition, he might still be able to dodge. But now Wang Ji only has one choice. Forcibly moving the broken body, condensing domineering energy into his right arm, he punched loudly. Boom! Flames exploded in midair. The huge flaming sword stagnated in the air for a moment, and then fell down like a powerful sword. Ah! Wang Ji cried out in pain. His domineering power is already so strong that it is not at all what a 15-year-old can possess. But the power is even more exaggerated. Wang Ji was very sure that even in his prime, his power could only be described as insignificant compared to this brat. He realized something terrible. Even without the blow just now, the strength this kid showed at this time was enough to fight him in his heyday. But now, this broken body was unable to fight against him at all. After the moment of confrontation, he was chopped into the sea with a sword. The shoulders were directly chopped into pieces. The flesh and bones were almost evaporated by the high temperature, and even the cheeks that were just brushed by the sword were burnt. The seawater surged up and exploded into huge waves. Wang Ji, who fell like a meteor, even created a vacuum in the sea, making it impossible for the seawater to flow back for a while. Ian inserted the flaming sword with his backhand. Wang Ji's pupil shrank. We'll die. He mustered up all the remaining strength and rushed into the water. While dodging the blow, he ejected and punched Ian with all his strength. It's just that it's too slow. Ian backhanded him. The terrifying force instantly bent Wang Ji's arm. Even Ian smashed directly into the sea, and this huge fist pushed Wang Ji and blasted him into the seabed below. The seawater was exploded again, and Wang Ji was punched into a deep pit in the ground by Ian. This time, the sound of boiling was endless, and the seawater could not even get close to Ian. It was directly evaporated by the flames on his body in the distance. Forehead. At the bottom of the pit, Wang Ji groaned. He broke countless bones with this punch, and what was worse was the terrifying heat from the fist, which almost burned all the flesh on his body. No, it was impossible to win. Wang Ji looked up and looked at the golden giant. Is it going to end here? Die at the hands of this kid? In the new world, there is no ship that can carry me? That kind of thing is fine. Wang Ji opened his mouth with difficulty. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die here like this. At least live another 10 years. He wanted to speak. Hey, can we reconcile? Ian said with some appreciation. Great, you were still scolding me until now? Then let me give you a grand death, Senior Wang Ji. Ian flapped his wings and turned into a huge dragon of fire in the next moment. Hey, wait, kid. I changed my mind. I can surrender. Wang Ji tried to open his mouth to speak, but his vocal cords had been destroyed by Ian, so he couldn't make any sound. He could only watch Ian put his hands, which had turned into flames, in front of his chest. A red fireball condensed between Ian's hands. He pushed down. It's called the pterosaur combat form, so this move should be called Giga Death. Swish. A red beam of light fell from the sky and instantly penetrated the gathering seawater. All Wang Ji saw in the end was this scarlet. Damn, kid. Why can't you read minds? Boom. The brilliant flames exploded, and a gorgeous scarlet flower bloomed on the sea. Wang Ji withered. 131. Sincerity. New bounty. Occupy Beehive Island. Ian floated quietly in the sky, carefully exploring with his sense of sight. It wasn't until he was sure that Senior Wang Ji's aura had completely disappeared that he nodded gently. That's why I said that if it was just Wang Ji, there would be no need to go to war. The fist of the king will always be a god. After confirming that Senior Wang Ji was dead, Ian returned to his human form and ran towards the island through the air. On the coast below, the friends are chasing the pirates of the collapsed Wang Ji pirates. After seeing Wang Ji being directly killed by Ian, half of the pirates of Wang Ji's pirate group still have the courage to continue fighting. Either collapse and run away directly, or kneel down and surrender in fear. What the friends are doing now is cleaning the battlefield. Jack transformed into a giant elephant and charged back and forth across the battlefield. Similar to him are Black Maria and Drake, who both transformed and then relied on their huge size to kill wantonly. Compared with them, Luo was a little inconspicuous. He released a translucent sphere with a diameter of several meters, and then waved his blade inside, cutting all the pirates who broke into the sphere into pieces. This guy was doing such cruel things, but his face was filled with an excited smile. It should be said that Luo is indeed very easy to learn and has never forgotten his ability to practice. Apart from them, there are Yamato and Hancock. The methods of these two guys are much more efficient than others. Yamato just punched Takara number 2 to the ground, and a steady stream of freezing air spread everywhere. The entire coast had been frozen, and the pirates were frozen into ice sculptures one by one. Hancock pulled out the peach heart, opened his bow and knocked an arrow, and released a sky full of peach-colored arrows, creating a pile of stone sculptures. Ian didn't bother them immediately, and just let them have fun. There are more things that should be done now. He stepped on the air and flew directly across the battlefield, landing directly on a huge rock behind. That's amazing, Ian. Morgans put away the phone bug with a smile and said with congratulations, that is the strongest pirate among the emperors. Wang Ji, the former leader of the Rocks Pirates and a master of Honeycomb Island. How could he be like this? It's easy to get killed by you. Ian looked at this guy and said, you won't tell me that you broadcast the battle just now. This battle is destined to shock the world. Morgans flapped his wings, but couldn't fly at all. I just let people know about it as soon as possible. Ian narrowed his eyes. What should I do with you, Morgans? The government had long known that he would use the fist of the king, but others on the sea did not. This move is almost invincible when doing first kills, especially now that Ian has improved it. But after today, it may not be the same. This bastard Morgans is really causing trouble. The smile on the birdman's face suddenly stopped, and the bird feathers on his body almost stood on end. Danger, danger, danger. Morgans immediately realized that if he didn't do something, he would not be able to leave Middle Island today. Don't do that kind of thing. Even if I die here, I still want to be a paparazzi for at least 10 more years. I'm sorry, Ian. Morgan immediately looked solemn and apologized honestly. I didn't think carefully this time. He decided to make up for Ian. Speaking of which, we have known each other for such a long time, and I feel that the relationship between us can go further. What is this guy saying to an underage teenager? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Aren't you going to say something about stirring up homosexuality? If you dare to say that, I will burn you to ashes immediately. I think we can be strategic partners. Morgan smiled and said, if you need any information in the future, you can come to me as soon as possible. Morgans was actually willing to do this. The person who died just now was Wang Ji. Wang Ji, who has dominated the New World for decades. And the man he killed, the burning sky Ian in front of him, was only 15 years old. If there is anyone who is most likely to become the second Pirate King, it is definitely him. The strongest talent, paired with the strongest pirate group. This man was born to change the world. Morgans is eager to have a better relationship with Ian. If we could report the news of the new Pirate King's birth as soon as possible and publish all the secrets of the world in newspapers, we would be willing to die. Oh. Ian looked down at this guy and said, it sounds good. This guy is the #1 paparazzi in the world, with reporters all over the world. Even if he visited the entire world several times, the only one who was more informed than him was probably the world government. Even the Charlotte family, which has the most developed intelligence system in the pirate industry, probably can't compare to this guy. His suggestion is indeed very constructive. The corners of Ian's mouth gradually curled up. We are friends, Morgan said with a smile. He also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems safe. But, yes, we are friends, Ian said meaningfully. As the saying goes, you can only make true friends with your sincerity. Morgans, are you willing to give your sincerity for our friendship? Morgans nodded repeatedly. Of course. Who doesn't know in the new world that I, Morgans, specialize in exchanging sincerity for sincerity? Great. Ian patted the guy's shoulder and shouted in the distance. Luo, come here. What's the meaning? Morgans was stunned. Soon, a boy with a spotted hat on his head ran over quickly. Ian, what's the matter? Do me a favor, Ian said. Then he looked at Morgans. Okay, Morgans, you can hand over your sincerity. Morgans blinked blankly. What kind of exchange method? Luo, I leave it to you, Ian said. Luo already understood it completely. Sincerely, then leave it to me. He took 2 steps forward, raised his right hand, and weak spiral airwaves condensed in his palm. Then he flipped his right hand, and the translucent sphere expanded, directly covering himself and Morgan's. Morgan's looked at the sphere blankly. Is this the power of the surgical fruit? Ian, you gave that fruit to this boy dash. Scalpel. The electric light flashed on Luo's hand, and then he pushed lightly towards Morgan's heart. Morgan's, who was caught off guard, trembled. A bang. He lowered his head in astonishment, only to realize that his heart was now a square hole, and he could see the back from the front. The power from his body was instantly taken away, and Morgan's fell softly to the ground. Luo snapped his fingers, and a cube fell on his hand. Inside the cube is a beating heart, which is also wrapped in muscles and covered by a strange film. Here. Luo handed the fruit to Ian. Ian took the fruit casually, looked at it briefly, and then said with a smile, "Not bad, I'm already very skilled." Luo snorted, "Isn't this natural? You have told me everything that the surgical fruit can do. If I still can't do anything, wouldn't it be too embarrassing?" Ian chuckled. Although the intensity of the ability is still very low due to physical fitness, it is actually flashy enough. For example, Luo can now easily take out other people's hearts. Ian slightly clenched the heart in his hand. Forehead. Morgan suddenly broke out in sweat, clutching his chest with a look of pain on his face. This time, it's terrible. Literally sincere. Ian, I really can't play with you. Morgan's, I have truly received your sincerity. Ian let go and said with a smile, "Then we will be close partners from now on, right?" Morgan's laughed dryly. "Of course. It's so damn sincere and sincere. You've given it all with your heart. What else can you say? Then please give me your advice in the future." Ian chuckled. "Although we can't say that we can directly recruit this guy. After all, this bastard is really willing to risk his life for big news. Even if we get his heart, we can't say that we can make this guy completely obey his orders. But at least, if you need to talk to this guy about something in the future, he should be more cooperative." Of course, of course." Morgan's cursed in his heart, but smiled and nodded repeatedly. Luo curled his lips. "All right." Ian looked back. The friends have almost finished cleaning up the pirates of the Wangji pirates. So he said, "Let's go to Beehive Island next." Wangji was already dead, so of course the island he occupied was vacated. It was once the residence of Rock's pirates, and the palace of the previous generation of sea overlords. Ian feels that there is still value in occupying it. Of course, the more important thing is to take over the territory under Wang Ji's command. Morgan said cautiously at this time, "Then Ian, can I go back first? I want to report today's news no matter what." Even though he already understood this guy's nature, Ian still couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Then see you next time," Ian said. "Anyway, this guy is not an important combat power, and there is no need to keep him with you all the time. If anything happens, just call me." Morgan's left with mixed feelings. After wiping out all the pirates brought by Wang Ji, the Golden Flying Dragon set sail again. This time the target was Honeycomb Island. The next day, when Ian was sitting on the side of the boat fishing, Yamato ran over excitedly holding a newspaper. Yesterday's battle was already on the news. Not surprising at all. It's better to say that the guy Morgan's didn't deliver the newspaper as quickly as possible last night because he was too slow. Ian took the newspaper and read it a little. He wanted to laugh. Even though he was punished yesterday and his heart is still in his hands, Morgan still doesn't forget his old profession and adds fuel to the report. The newspaper emphasized that Wang Ji was completely vulnerable in front of him and was completely defeated by his overwhelming advantage. In the end, he was beaten until he knelt down and begged for mercy like a clown, and then he was completely and mercilessly killed by himself. How should I put it? It was indeed an overwhelming advantage, but Senior Wang Ji was also very courageous, and he never said a word of begging for mercy until the end. The integrity of the older generation of pirates. I hope Xiaoma will pay more attention to it in the future and forget it this time. Ian, and this. Not to be outdone, Hancock handed a piece of paper to Ian as if he were offering a treasure. Oh. Ian took the piece of paper and looked at it, his brows raised slightly. Wanted poster. His wanted poster. Compared with before, the amount of the reward on the wanted poster has changed dramatically. 2 billion Baileys, Ian. Hancock's eyes were about to have red hearts again. It's really amazing. The wanted poster does contain 10 digits, with 2 followed by 9 zeros. A full 2 billion Baileys. The only people in the world with higher bounties than him are Whitebeard, Teacher Kai, and Big Mom. However, even if the bounty did not increase, his reward amount would still rank fourth at this time. After all, Senior Wang Ji, who was originally fifth and fourth, was just killed by him. It's a bit funny to say that the wanted order system used by the government and Navy to deter pirates, more often than not, becomes the pirates' capital to show off. All pirates enjoy getting a higher bounty amount and regard it as an honor. There are even many pirates who commit sabotage specifically to increase their bounty amount. But Ian is still a little dissatisfied. Senior Wang Ji's bounty amount was just over 2 billion, but the one who killed him was only 2 billion. In the original book, the bounties on the general's bounties amounted to 3 billion. The amount increased by a full 800 million in one breath. Drake was a little excited. There is no doubt that yesterday's battle completely shocked the whole world. As Drake said, when newsbirds sent newspapers around the world, people all over the world were shocked by the battle that took place on Mitre Island. People who know a little bit about the world know what kind of terrifying existence the Wangji pirates are, and what kind of terrifying monster Wangji is. How is that possible? That's Wangji. He was once a monster of the Rocks pirates, one of the legends of the sea. How could he lose to a young boy? Young boy? You call a monster who has a bounty of 1.2 billion at the age of 15 called a stupid boy? No, it's even 2 billion now. Ian of the Burning Sky, an unprecedented monster. Is he already powerful enough to challenge the emperors at the age of 15? What else in the new world can stop the Beast Pirates? With a combination of Beast Kaido and Burning Sky's Ian, even Whitebeard can only lose. The whole world is boiling. New World, Whitebeard Pirates. There was silence on the vast deck of the Moby Dick. Such people looked at their father with bated breath. After a long time, Whitebeard put down the newspaper. Has that bastard Wang Ji been killed too? Dad. Marco said, Wang Ji's territory will also be occupied by the Beast Pirates in the future, and in this case, there will be no buffer zone between us and them. The faces of all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were solemn. No matter how unwilling they are, they can only reluctantly admit that the power possessed by the Beast's pirates has surpassed them. The fat black man among them looked even weirder. Now that the Whitebeard Pirates are no longer the strongest, should we change tracks if we want to obtain the Dark Fruit? If they want to fight, let them come here. Whitebeard sneered. There was nothing in the world that could scare him. Seeing the heroic appearance of their most respected father, the other pirates on the deck couldn't help laughing. Yes, what is there to be afraid of? Nothing more than a fight. On the deck, a little girl silently clenched the knife at her waist. Cake Island. That idiot Wang Ji was actually killed by that brat Ian? The aunt was a little angry. Damn it, if the marriage had been successful, wouldn't that bastard brat be able to be used by me? His children lowered their heads and dared not say a word. This is really troublesome. The power possessed by that bastard Kaido is already greater than that of my mother. Charlotte Lingling felt a sense of crisis. Although I have a close friendship with Kaido, there is no guarantee that that bastard will not be ungrateful. It seems that we need to talk to Whitebeard. New World, Dressrosa. Doflamingo's face was ashen, and he couldn't smile. Somewhere along the Grand Line, the man with sharp eyes like an eagle raised his lips and said, perhaps he is a good opponent. On top of a large and exaggerated ship. Kid, damn kid, I need Oz's power. Alabasta. When I find Hades, I will be nothing more than a clown. East China Sea, Kingdom of Goa, Windmill Village. Shanks, what are you looking at? Two cheerful little ghosts ran into the village tavern one after another. The red-haired man sitting in front of the bar put down the newspaper and turned around with a smile. Just like you, a new era. Ian certainly didn't know what kind of waves he had set off in this world for the time being. It took a few days for the Golden Dragon to come to Beehive Island again. This island, which was severely damaged in the battle between Ian and Marco more than 2 years ago, has now been repaired quite well. Ian originally thought that after the news of Wang Ji's pirate group being killed came, the pirates on this island would scatter like birds and beasts. However, what appeared in front of him at this time was the coast decorated with lights and the pirates cheering. Welcome Boss Ian to Beehive Island. Boss Ian insulted Wang Ji. Boss Ian has no rivals in the world. Boss Ian, please lead us. We are Boss Ian's dogs. Almost forgot. Pirates are the group of people who know how to curry favor with the powerful and flatter the weak. When Rocks occupied Beehive Island, they surrendered to Rocks. Later, Wang Ji became the boss here, and they listened to Wang Ji again. Later, Blackbeard defeated Wang Ji, and they called him Admiral Blackbeard again. And now I am here, of course, they will kneel down to me immediately. So Ian conquered Beehive Island without bloodshed, and even the members of Wang Ji's pirate group who stayed on Beehive Island chose to defect directly. Next, it is time to occupy all of Wang Ji's territory. This trip, a big profit. However, just after a day of rest on Beehive Island, there was no time to do anything, and a new newspaper came again. When I saw the title of the newspaper, Ian was slightly stunned. Ian the Burning Sky, the fourth pirate emperor. This familiar yet unfamiliar title made Ian subconsciously think that Morgan's, the evil beast, was making trouble again. But it was not. Surprisingly, it was not. It was another mainstream newspaper on the sea. Although the title was explosive, the content was unexpectedly reasonable and well-founded. It says that Wang Ji is already the strongest under the emperors, and now Ian can defeat him with overwhelming advantage, which means that Ian certainly has enough power to stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors. How to say it, it's not easy to refute. Is he going to announce to the world that he has a unique move called the King's Fist? The newspaper also said that in addition to the power of the emperor, the Golden Dragon commanded by Ian is also full of strong people, especially Yamato and Hancock, who are not inferior to the big cadres under the emperors. With strong strength and powerful power, who is Ian if not the fourth emperor? The beast pirates are now supported by two emperors. Ian frowned when he saw this. Then he saw the end of the article. What's more exaggerated is that Ian is only 15 years old this year. I think it's time to discuss when he can replace Kaido and lead the beast pirates. 132. Trick or Treat. The world's strongest master and apprentice fight. Ian's brows were already frowning. Although he also admitted that what he said in this article was indeed very reasonable, why did he always feel like he was trying to make someone angry? Don't you know not to say anything that is not conducive to unity? What would people outside think of the beast pirates? Won't the corporate image of our beast pirates be damaged? Others would still think that our beast pirates are some kind of evil place where masters and apprentices fight each other, and fathers and daughters are at war with each other. Oh, the beast pirates are originally a very evil place in the eyes of the world, right? That's okay. Ian was just a little surprised and didn't take this matter to heart at all. After all, it doesn't matter to him what external public opinion is. Anyway, the beast pirates respect the strong. This is a rule that everyone in this group follows. When one day he becomes stronger than Mr. Kai, then he will naturally become the new boss of the beast pirates. It's such a simple thing, no conspiracy or intrigue. However, Ian soon realized something was wrong. While eating with his friends, everyone looked at him a little strangely. Ian looked a little confused. He looked at Yamato, who was smiling expectantly. What's going on with you? Ian, when are we going to challenge Dad? As soon as Yamato opened his mouth, the food in Ian's mouth almost spurted out. I have been waiting for more than 10 years. Yamato looked eager to try. As long as you defeat Dad, you will be truly free, and you can do whatever you want. Ian almost forgot that when she was very young, this girl had already determined to surpass teacher Kaido so that she would no longer be bound by anything. Very good, Yamato, and I feel relieved to see that you are still a filial daughter for 10 years. But it's not just Yamato. We will fully support you, Ian. Not to be outdone, Hancock even leaned forward to grab Ian's hand, his beautiful eyes sparkling. After all, it is only natural that you become the leader of the beast pirates. Although her strength is already extremely strong, with her internal destructive level weapons and the power of the sweet fruit, her strength has definitely reached the level of disaster. But her hands are as tender and smooth as freshly peeled eggs. It can only be said that the world really favors her. However, Ian didn't have time to feel the delicateness of Hancock's skin. Yamato had already opened her hand, and the white-haired girl gritted her teeth. You guy, I told you to stay away from Ian. Who would? Hancock also glared angrily. Ian has had enough of their rivalry. He just looked at the other friends. You think so too? Black Maria said with a smile. Anyway, Ian, you will become the new leader of the beast pirates sooner or later. Jack's face was quite tangled, but he still said, Brother Ian, no matter what you want to do, I will support you. Drake said as a matter of course. Everyone knows this, right, Sir Ian? You are the one who really manages the beast pirates. I don't care. Luo yawned lazily. But Ian, I am your subordinate, not Kaido's subordinate. Hancock's two younger sisters followed in their sister's footsteps. My sister's decision is our decision. Finally, there was Violet, a 16-year-old girl who rolled her eyes. Will what I say be useful? Shouldn't I just do whatever you say? Ian gasped. Okay, you guys will really surprise me. We really want to create a new Beast Pirates, right? The attitude of his friend made Ian instantly alert. These are the people who have been living around him and know him best. What about the others? Ian immediately called Babanuki. This guy has been on board the Golden Flying Dragon since he was transferred to it more than 2 years ago, and he is now regarded as Ian's confidant. Therefore, when this guy came to Ian, he smiled unabashedly and said, Sir Ian, when do we start taking action? Although Boss Kaido is indeed amazing. But it is obviously Mr. Ian who has a more promising future. This adult is only 15 years old. It's hard to imagine how bright his future is. This lord is the one destined to lead the Beast's pirates in the future. But now this future is coming earlier than imagined. Ian pinched the bridge of his nose. You're not going to tell me that other people on the ship think the same way, right? Of course, Sir Ian. Babanuki thought that Ian was asking him if there were any cheaters on the ship, so he quickly said categorically, everyone on the Golden Flying Dragon is your most loyal follower. Seeing the loyalty on this guy's face, Ian couldn't help but hold his forehead. You are really planning to put on a yellow robe for me, right? But after he thought about it for a moment, it seemed that he really couldn't blame these guys. Not to mention within the Beast Pirates, everyone in the world knows that he is the future successor of the Beast Pirates. And when this heir shows too much power, the people below will of course wonder if the time to ascend to the throne has to be moved forward, especially in an environment where the jungle is strong and the strong prey on the beasts. In the next few days, there was a lot of discussion in the newspapers about whether the Beast Pirates should change their boss. Major newspapers took turns to appear, and a large number of writers expressed their opinions. There is only one overall core idea. Ian Finchon will become the new leader of the Beast Pirates sooner or later, and with his growth rate, he may replace Kaido much earlier than many people think. What was a very tacit understanding was that no one mentioned that Kaido was only 46 years old this year, in his absolute prime, and far from the age of retirement. Ian would think there was something wrong with this lively scene if no one was behind it. Even the pirates on Beehive Island looked at him with extremely hot eyes. There's nothing to say. For this kind of thing, you should consult a good friend as soon as possible. Ian made a phone call to Morgans. I noticed it too. Even though his heart was dug out by Ian, Morgans' attitude remained unchanged. He still looked contemptuous and joking. Even my World Economic News has received many similar articles. Ian rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. What's the conclusion? He didn't believe that bastard Morgans didn't do anything. I really can't hide anything from you, Morgan said with a smile. However, in fact, there is no need to investigate this matter at all. Who else in the world can do this? Ian snorted. Who else could it be besides the world government? Bid world government. Are you planning to alienate me? They probably thought it would be troublesome to completely eliminate the Beast Pirates, but they couldn't just watch the Beast Pirates continue to grow, so they planned to sow discord and divide the Beast Pirates. The main method is to provoke conflicts between himself and Teacher Kai. How to do it, Ian? Even though I have some influence in the journalism industry, it's impossible to get everyone to refuse the government's request, Morgan said with a laugh. Ian narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he grinned. No need, just do whatever you want. Oh. Morgan's tone was a little more surprised. Is this really good? Isn't this great? Ian said calmly. If the government can get what it wants, it won't think of making other small moves. Oh, I understand you want to take advantage of the situation, but what about Kaido? The tactics of the world government are almost obvious. But it's just overwhelming. Once suspicion arises, it will only expand endlessly. Because at this time, Ian has indeed posed a huge threat to Kaido. But don't underestimate the bond between Kai-sensei and I. We are the Beast Pirates. Ian felt that he who spoke these words so righteously at this time was just like the male protagonist in a hot-blooded comic book. In the next moment, he could play a war song and use the iron fist of the winged dragon to blast the enemy to pieces. Morgans didn't quite understand, but still said, I understand. Call ended. I have to go back to Ghost Island. It's not that I'm in a hurry to go back and explain it to Teacher Kai. It's just that since I have decided to pull the trigger, of course I have to do the whole show. As for whether Teacher Kai would really be suspicious of this, Ian had never doubted it. The high-ranking government officials and the five old stars should not understand that even the cruel, ruthless, cunning, and violent teacher Kai still adheres to a certain morality in his heart and will never doubt the companions he identifies with. This is basically a characteristic of this world. Even the villain groups are often very united, and there is basically no intrigue. This is true for Studio Baroque, CP9, Moria, the Quixote family, and the Charlotte family. On the contrary, the relationship between the world government and the Navy is very delicate. If the story in the original work is followed, Ian can almost be sure that the Navy, at least some people in the Navy, will betray the world government. When Ian said that he would temporarily stop his plan to occupy the surrounding islands and return to Wano country, the friends were all excited. Yamato even said directly, "Okay, are you going to go to war with Dad? Don't say stupid things." Ian knocked the girl on the head and said, "This matter is a conspiracy of the world government." Conspiracy? The friends were all stunned. Then Ian explained to them what the government actually did. The friends were all shocked. How despicable! Yamato shouted angrily, "My happiness has been in vain." Ian gave the guy a sideways glance. "You are really a good daughter of Teacher Kai." In short, the golden flying dragon returns. Meanwhile, Marie Joa. Ian has already begun to return to Wano country, and he has not even had time to occupy the territory left by Wang Ji. It seems that the boy is finally worried and is eager to go back and explain to Kaido. However, he actually killed Wang Zhi. It seems that it won't be long before he can really surpass Kaido. Is the Fist of the King such an interesting move? Let CP0 go to Prudence. What's going on with the Beast Pirates? Many pirates on Ghost Island responded enthusiastically to this. That guy Ian has had a high prestige in the Beast Pirates over the years. It seems that our plan is going smoothly. IT depends on Kaido's reaction. Pay close attention to Onagashima's movements. The Golden Flying Dragon returned at full speed, and with the help of the sea beasts, it took less than a week to return to the country of Wano. Ian didn't bother to go through the harbor anymore, and turned directly into a huge golden flying dragon, grabbing the big ship and flying up to the Wano Inland Sea. Not long after, Onagashima appeared in front of Ian again. When he returned to Ghost Island again, Ian could clearly feel the weird atmosphere here. The pirates looked at him quite strangely. Some are doubtful and surprised, while others are enthusiastic and longing. It seems that the government's public opinion offensive is really effective, and even the pirates of Onagashima have been affected. Under the already unstable sea, two unnecessary emotions seem to be brewing. But fortunately, the cadres should be fine. Before coming back, I'd already spoken to Teacher Kai and explained the cause and effect. Especially encrypted phone bugs are not so easy to be eavesdropped. "Ian, you bastard, how dare you come back?" The huge Brachiosaurus came out of the main entrance of Onagashima menacingly and roared loudly at Ian. "You ungrateful brat! I heard that you were going to usurp the position of Kaido's boss." Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Why did he feel like he had seen this scene so many times? However, the acting is okay. Uncle Quinn's loud voice attracted the attention of many pirates. When Ian was about to say something, "Kid, come up," thunderbolts exploded on the top of Ghost Island. "Ian." Yamato immediately pulled Ian's sleeve eagerly. Just like countless times in the past, she wanted to face her old father with Ian. But this time Ian shook his head, raised his hand and rubbed her head. "Let me go by myself." "Ian." Hancock was worried. Ian just smiled. "It's just a regular master-disciple fight." After saying that, he ejected and headed directly towards the top of Onagashima. Soon he saw Teacher Kai standing in the middle of the rugged flat land carrying an iron rod. Ian landed lightly on the ground. "Teacher Kai, it seems we have to put on a good show for the government. Now the beast pirates are a little too powerful. If the world government cannot be reassured, then it may be hit by their thunderous blows next. That would be troublesome. That kind of thing doesn't matter anyway." Teacher Kai's mouth raised high. Kid, since you want to be superior to me, come and show me your power." Ian was stunned for a moment. "No, Teacher Kai, didn't I call you before and make it clear? How come it's like I've never heard of it? Just thinking about fighting, right? Wait, is it possible that Uncle Quinn's performance just now wasn't acting at all? But it is true that in the past 2 years or so, I have been away frequently, and it has indeed been a long time since I fought with Teacher Kai." Seeing Ian's dazed, Teacher Kai immediately frowned and shouted dissatisfied, "Why are you still dazed? Don't you want to surpass me?" Ian paused for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth. Of course, I've never dreamed of it. What I pursue is the ultimate peace of mind, so no one in the world should be able to override me, not even Mr. Kai. Uh-huh. Then what are you waiting for? A wanton smile appeared on Ian's face. Really, I almost forgot it was designed with no need at all. What will happen next is what the world government would like to hear. Then witness my growth, Teacher Kai. The fight between the world's strongest master and apprentice begins. 133. Teacher Kai's full strength. There is a thief. On the top of Ghost Island, the master and the apprentice stood opposite each other. Ian moved his body a little, and to be honest, he was also excited. To this day, how big is the gap between him and Teacher Kai? He was really curious about this matter. Don't use that move. Teacher Kai looked at Ian, who was jumping and warming up, and said with interest, I can wait. Of course, he knew that Ian had mastered the move called King's Fist. No need. Ian finished warming up and said with a smile, wouldn't that be boring? If he really beat Teacher Kai into the underground magma, wouldn't that be a great rebellion? Little devil. Teacher Kai sneered. You are so bold. Speaking of which, Teacher Kai, Ian said, are you interested in the King's Fist? I can teach you. It is better to say that everyone who is capable of learning this move can learn it. After all, although this move has a long pre-swing, it is really useful. Although if it is used by Mr. Kai, the increase is probably very weak. However, it is not zero. If he is willing to quietly accumulate power for an hour, he will definitely be able to bring unexpected surprises to other emperors. It is certainly more cost-effective to let his friends learn. However, there are probably not many people who are capable of learning this move. According to Eliza Bello, what is needed to learn the King's Fist is a naturally strong body. It is naturally strong, not strong. Ian believes that life energy will not grow explosively with exercise, and it cannot be achieved through acquired cultivation. Therefore, only people with strong vitality can master this move. Among so many friends, only Yamato has the ability to master this move, right? If we look at the entire Beast Pirates, then Uncle Gene may also be able to do it. We'll talk about that later. Teacher Kai was already a little impatient. How long are you going to drag on, kid? Ian twisted his neck, pulled off the tie around his waist, and grinned. Sorry, Teacher Kai, I kept you waiting. The next moment, Ian crushed the ground and turned into a shadow and splashed over. Shave. Giggle. The respected teacher laughed and raised the iron rod in his hand high. Finger gun, annihilation cannon. Ian punched with the internal destruction level of armed color wrapped around his fist. Bang. The iron fist collided with the iron rod, and the dark lightning splashed immediately. Ian only felt a surge of power coming and blasted him away directly. In human form, the power is still not as good as Teacher Kai. When he flew into the sky, Ian casually swung his legs. Rain kick, meteor shower. A laser-like slash burst out, splitting during the flight, splitting into meteors and smashing down towards Teacher Kai. Each meteor slash contains the internal destruction level of armed color. Even with Teacher Kai's physical strength, he can't resist it. So he just casually swung the iron rod and shattered the meteors in the sky. The boring temptation ends here. Teacher Kai snorted coldly, show your real strength. Then I won't be polite. Ian took a deep breath. There. The golden flames suddenly surged up and turned into a golden sea of fire that spread out. Teacher Kai just looked up quietly, and in this golden sea of fire, the golden god flapped his wings and fell. The iron fist of the pterosaur. The speed was as fast as the golden flash, just like the arrival of Kizaru. The next moment, Ian's fist had already hit Teacher Kai's iron rod. Kaido's face changed slightly. This kid is so strong. It's even stronger than him. The iron rod was directly bounced away by Ian's punch, and Teacher Kai was hit by Ian's punch and staggered. Ian took advantage of the situation and chased after him, and his fists bombarded Teacher Kaido's body continuously like a storm. Pterosaur's 100 fists. Oh. Teacher Kai was directly hit by Ian's storm-like attack and screamed in pain. The next moment, he flew backwards like a cannonball and crashed through several large rocks. Ian took advantage of the situation and raised his hands high. Pterosaur's brilliant flame. The flame in his hand suddenly expanded. It was more than 100 meters in size before he knew it. Then it began to compress under the effect of life return. After being compressed to a diameter of less than 5 meters, it expanded again until it returned to its original size. The color of the fireball at this time was almost pure white. Well, it looked more like a Gaia energy cannon. Ian fiercely smashed the fireball in the direction where Teacher Kai fell. This time, it was a comet falling. If this attack landed smoothly, it should be enough to blow the entire Onigashima to pieces. But, ugh, roaring thunder bagua. Accompanied by wild laughter, dark lightning suddenly bloomed under the fireball, and then the speed of the fireball's fall suddenly returned to zero. Then, boom. The huge fireball was smashed to pieces by the surging power from below, and then exploded. It was extremely brilliant and dazzling, like the sun exploding. The surging flames spread in all directions in an instant, as if they were going to swallow up the entire sky. The entire Onigashima Island began to shake violently, and a large number of pirates even fell to the ground without standing steadily. The fishmen and mermaids around Onigashima couldn't help but run out of the water and looked up at the sky with shock. The fight seems to be very lively. At the dock of Onigashima Island, Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the sky, the flames spread like a surging tide, and the scorching temperature made everything seem to be melted. They won't demolish the entire Onigashima Island, will they? Violet was a little scared. With her perspective ability, she could directly see the two people fighting fiercely, so she knew that Ian was almost going to blow up Onigashima. It was a bit too scary. Is it necessary to do this? Didn't we agree to perform a play? Is this called acting? Ma, Ian is still far from that. Uncle Quinn sneered. I knew this kid was rebellious. Boss Kaido will beat him up this time. Luo looked at Quinn in surprise. They are the only ones here, and they're still showing off their acting skills? Is this the professional quality of the older generation of pirates? Admirable. Yamato didn't say anything. His observation haki had reached its limit, and he was paying attention to the battle on the top. Kid. In the flames, a figure rushed directly towards Ian. Teacher Kai's body was covered with thick green scales, and another pair of horns grew on his head. He used his ability. There were still a few black fist marks on his chest. The internal destruction of the arm haki, coupled with the ultra-high temperature flame, was certainly not without effect. Ian smiled even more. This was his first time fighting with Teacher Kai, who used his ability. The third generation, inducing Neriku. Teacher Kai's iron rod fell with a long black lightning. The invisible momentum rushed towards him, and Ian's heart immediately shuddered. The entanglement of the domineering color. Without hesitation, Ian directly entered the ball-shaped orc mode and first pulled up the defense. Then a flaming iron rod appeared in Ian's hand, and the dark domineering aura was entangled on it. Thunder Bagua. The iron rod swung. Then, Ian felt his flaming mace hit the invisible wall, and it was an indestructible wall that fell from the sky like a meteorite. The terrifying power crushed down, and Ian's arms suddenly bent, and the ground under his feet sank even more. He was hit directly into the ground by a stick. He held the flaming mace with both hands and barely blocked the blow. What an exaggerated power. It hurts so much. The ball-shaped defense can't completely resist it. Ian tried his best to resist, but he was amazed in his heart. The entanglement of the domineering color is indeed the most powerful domineering move. Obviously, I'm stronger in terms of physical strength. Then, use a stronger force to fight back. Ian's body swelled instantly. The winged dragon of the sun god changed form, combat form. The behemoth that was almost 100 meters high suddenly pushed Teacher Kai away. Ugh, life return? Teacher Kai, who was flying in the air, immediately understood the essence of Ian's move and laughed out loud. Interesting. Secret. Ian shouted angrily, and the flames on his right arm spiraled and turned into an extremely huge, brilliant flame spiral gun. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Damn the spiral gun. The brilliant spiral gun rotated and bombarded with the spirit that penetrated the world. Teacher Kai laughed wildly and waved the iron rod. Watch out, kid. This is the Thunder Bagua. Boom. Thunder exploded in the sky. Teacher Kai was directly blown away by Ian's gun. The entanglement of the Overlord color is indeed very strong, but it is not invincible. With his overwhelming power at this time, Ian can still fight against Teacher Kai. But of course, Ian is very clear that this is far from Teacher Kai's full strength. Otherwise, how can we say that Teacher Kai is 50-50 with Onigashima? He fought back and forth with Luffy, who just mastered internal destruction, fought back and forth with normal Luffy, who just mastered the domineering color entanglement, fought back and forth with Luffy, who was entangled in the 4th gear, fought back and forth with Yamato, who was not as good as Luffy, and finally fought back and forth with Nika Luffy in the 5th gear. This teacher likes to adjust his strength according to the strength of his opponent. Hot breath. A brilliant pillar of fire came from the sky in the distance. Ian opened his mouth without hesitation, got a power flame cannon. Although there is no need to counterattack or dodge defense at all, the attack of fire can't cause any damage to him at all. However, the wave is the romance of men. The two flames collided with each other, and in an instant there was a loud explosion. Huge fireballs stretched across the sky of Ghost Island like the sun. And the next moment, the sun was pierced, and Teacher Kai turned into a meteor and flew over. Secret, Red Lotus Blade. Countless flaming swords appeared around Ian, and the next moment they began to spin wildly, forming a huge flaming tornado. There is no doubt that everything swallowed by this flaming tornado will be completely torn apart. However, it does not include Kaido. He rushed directly into the flame tornado. Then the huge body showed amazing agility at this time. He actually danced calmly among the wildly rotating flaming sword blades. If he couldn't avoid it, he smashed it with a backhand. Can you see the future with Sabaki? Ian thought. The iron rod has been smashed in his face. Roaring thunder gossip. Roaring gossip? Then this blow will be difficult to block. So, Phoenix. Teacher Kai's iron rod directly hit Ian's head and passed through it. He suddenly turned around and saw that Ian had transformed into a huge firebird. Drink! The scarlet flame sword has been slashed straight towards Teacher Kai. Next, it's time to really go all out. This is so decent. Teacher Kai roared loudly, and the black lightning on the iron rod suddenly burst out, roaring thunder and bagua. Teacher Kai's body is already considered huge, and the iron rod in his hand is of course also on the level of a giant. However, it is still too small in front of Ian's scarlet sword. This is a giant sword nearly 100 meters long. It's like the thunder god is angry. Black lightning danced in the sky, and the earth-shattering roar made the water on the sea below jump. Again, Ian slashed Teacher Kai into the ground with his sword. The outpouring power even tore a huge ravine on the top of the Ghost Island, opening a hole in the top of the big skeleton's head. The flames of destruction destroyed the overlord color wrapped around Teacher Kai's iron rod. Even if he couldn't do more, Ian's advantage in strength could be demonstrated again, and he made Teacher Kai fall with one sword. Wild laughter came from the ground below. That's how it works. The scarlet sword was pushed away, and the afterimage swept high into the sky. Ian's eyes turned into flames and noticed it. Teacher Kai has changed again. There is a wound on his shoulder. The defense was only slightly broken, and a large piece of flesh was missing. I hurt Teacher Kai. But that's not the point of the change. The key is that Teacher Kai's upper body is thicker, the muscles are fuller, the claws are particularly sharp, and the eyebrows have become like cirrus clouds. Ian didn't know if this appearance was Teacher Kai's awakening. He only knew that this teacher was starting to get serious. Great weed thunder gossip. Overlord-colored lightning radiated in all directions, as if a layer of cobwebs had been cast on the sky, clearly visible even from several kilometers away. Great mighty virtue. This time it was really a full blow. Wing Shinlong's destroying sword. Ian waved his sword without any sign of weakness. Anyway, he is now in Phoenix form, so what are he afraid of? The scarlet giant sword slashed down. The next moment, the iron rod and the giant sword collided again. But this time, Ian felt a huge shock in his hands. The unrivaled strength made him feel as if the sword in his hand was about to fall out of his hands. However, before the giant sword could even be released, it was smashed to pieces by Teacher Kai's stick. At this time, the overlord color wrapped around Teacher Kai's iron rod was too strong, and the fire of destruction could not completely destroy it. Then, it can only be destroyed. In fact, the aftermath of Teacher Kai's swing directly blew away Ian's flame body, turning it into a torrent of flames that filled the sky. This is the power of the Yonko level. The ensuing battle was quite one-sided. All Ian could do was to use the Phoenix's almost invulnerable nature to stall for time with Teacher Kai. All of his attacks basically have no way of touching Mr. Kai. This teacher knew the power of Ian's destructive fire and didn't give Ian a chance to attack him. So Ian simply stopped using the destructive flames and instead made ordinary flame weapons by relying on his haki and Teacher Kai's confrontation. The goal at this time is no longer to defeat Teacher Kai. Instead, observe and learn his domineering attitude, the entanglement of the domineering color, and the domineering power of seeing and hearing the future. 15-year-old Ian's physical strength has increased a lot, and the time he can maintain Phoenix mode has also been greatly increased. But there is still a time limit after all. When time ran out, Ian returned to normal. Teacher Kai sneered. It seems that's the end of it. Ian scratched his head and said, Teacher Kai, can you be gentler? Boom, boom, boom. The whole ghost island is shaking. I don't know how long it took, but Ian woke up. Ian, you finally woke up. What caught his eye was an anxious face. He was lying on the bed in his room, and Hancock leaned in front of him. The most beautiful woman in the world had tears in her eyes. Damn, Kaido, you are so cruel. She just came over, but she was immediately pulled away by Yamato behind her by the collar. The white-haired girl said plausibly, I told you that nothing will happen to Ian. Ian just opened his mouth, but speechless. All the bones in his body seemed to have been crushed. When exiting the Phoenix mode, he chose to enter the spherical attitude orc mode to confront Teacher Kai. As a result, he was beaten so badly that he fainted. But it doesn't matter. Now that he's awake, no matter how serious the injury is, it's meaningless. Ian once again entered orc mode in ball form. The injuries on his body began to recover quickly. Just a few seconds later, he even sat up directly. It was such a hearty battle. The beating was well worth it. Although there is still no clue about Bawangshi's entanglement, in the process of constant observation and trying to avoid Teacher Kai's attacks, it seems that he has gained some experience in foreseeing the future with Bawangshi. Hancock was stunned. She had indeed never seen Ian seriously injured, so she didn't know that Ian still had such resilience. I told you, Ian will be fine. Yamato stepped forward proudly and rubbed Ian's head. It's okay, Ian. Next time we work together, we will definitely be able to defeat Dad. Ian rolled his eyes, and then he said, let everyone clean up and go back to Beehive Island. Yamato and Hancock were both stunned. So fast? Ian just smiled and said, it's a show, of course I have to do the whole thing. So, not long after. Marie, Joya. The 5 old stars received the information. The Beast Pirates have tried their best to block the news, but we still learned that Ian had a fierce battle with Kaido when he returned to Onigashima. IT was completely different from the previous master-disciple teaching. Onigashima was almost killed by the two of them. The battle destroyed. The battle ended with Ian's defeat, and he was beaten almost to death by Kaido. After he woke up from the coma, he sailed the Golden Flying Dragon again and returned to Beehive Island. Now he has begun to gather the islands that were originally under Wang Zhi's command. After listening to the information reported by CP0, the 5 old stars all looked happy. It seems that our plan is very successful. The bald Witcherly twirled his beard with satisfaction. Even if Kaido and Ian don't completely fall out, there is a gap after all. In this case, we can feel a little relieved. Ian may be able to replace Wang Zhi's existence. The bearded Maz also said, in this case, the balance of the new world can still be maintained. There is also a redhead who ran to the East China Sea. The bearded Sartan said, when he returns to the new world, it will be even more lively. The 5 old stars smiled in unison. Everything is under control. Time passes slightly. While Ian was busy occupying the islands near Beehive Island, there was Riskina Island on the other side of the Red Continent, in the Windless Zone. On this island where ferocious beasts roam, a human figure suddenly falls from the sky. Jia, it's really easy to find me. I'm back home, I don't have a computer, so I use my mobile phone to code. Sorry for being late. 134. Damn golden lion, dare to steal my island. Roar. The beast roared. It was a tiger that was taller than the treetops. With a sweep of its long tail, it could cut a tree over 100 years old in half. But even such a powerful monster roared in panic like a frightened kitten. The soil and rocks on the ground snaked up like snakes and directly bound the beast with a tortoise shell, and no matter how hard it struggled, it was useless and could not break free from the bondage of the soil rope. Good. A man floated in front of the beast and laughed with joy. It's much stronger than the beasts I found back then. The man wore a golden striped kimono, and his long, smooth golden hair flowed from behind his head, which was as gorgeous as a golden waterfall. However, the most eye-catching thing about him is of course the half-rudder embedded in his head, which instantly makes his originally majestic appearance like a lion become funny. After all, that half-rudder does look like a rooster's comb. In addition to the head, another thing about this man that people care about is his legs. The part below the knees of his legs disappeared directly, replaced by two sharp one-handed swords. This man is not an unknown person, or it should be said that it is quite the opposite. Although he has been silent for a long time, if he appears on the sea again one day, there is no doubt that he will cause a sensation again. Just because his name is Shiki, the flying pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, the man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate King Roger and Whitebeard, one of the most notorious men on the sea. But at this moment, the flying lion was jumping and dancing in front of the tiger like a child. Haha, great. In this way, wouldn't the plan be more perfect? I wonder what kind of amazing power these guys can burst out with their IQ. It's worth my trouble to find here. Speaking of finding this place, the Golden Lion was full of bitterness. After accidentally watching the live broadcast of Ian's battle with Wang Ji, he fell in love with the beasts belonging to the beast pirates in the live broadcast at first sight. That was simply his dream beast. So he immediately started to investigate, trying to find out where the beast pirates got these beasts from. But he had been away from the sea for too long, and the once prosperous flying pirates had long disappeared, and the Golden Lion basically had no intelligence channels on the sea. So he thought of a stupid way. Go to the overseas of Wano country, float in the sky, and quietly observe the ships coming and going. It took more than a month of effort to finally wait for a cargo ship carrying beasts. Then things were very simple. Golden Lion boarded the cargo ship and used threats and inducements to learn from Umit's men that the beasts were transported from the Nine Snakes Kingdom. After confirming the news, Golden Lion manipulated the waves to hit the entire cargo ship into the seabed, perfectly disguising the scene as a shipwreck. Then Golden Lion went straight to the Nine Snakes Kingdom. But he did not attack the country directly. If you think about it, since the beasts pirates are doing business with the Nine Snakes Kingdom, then of course, the source of these beasts must be near the Nine Snakes. So Golden Lion found this place. It's really not easy. Thinking of the more than 1 month of squatting overseas in Wano country, Golden Lion felt wronged. When has he ever suffered this punishment? Oh, he has been in prison for 2 years, that's fine. After the joy, the guy suddenly paused and then pressed his hands on both sides of his cheeks in fear. What have I done for so many years? Isn't this a waste of so many years? Damn it, what I hate most is people who waste time. Who is wasting time? Is it me? Is it me? The man lamented in self-pity. It's like schizophrenia. Anyway, soon a bright smile appeared on his cheeks again, and he slowly lowered his body. Does anyone have any objections? If not, then I will take this island. Of course, no one in the dense forest could answer him. The only sound that responded to him was the whistling wind in the forest and the roars of various beasts. Finally, his right hand gently touched the ground. The whole island trembled slightly. Ah, little darlings, are you ready to start this journey? Boom. The island began to shake completely. Then there was a thunderous explosion from the bottom of the island, and then the huge island actually flew into the sky. Ha! Come home with me. Accompanied by the wild laughter of the Golden Lion, the island rose into the air and flew away in one direction. The sea was empty, with only the surging waves. And above the waves, 2 huge sea snakes were carrying a large ship up and down on the sea. Hey! Ross, the current emperor of the Nine Snakes Kingdom, stared at the sky in amazement. Fly away? Is it a dream? It must be a dream. Even in a dream, it wouldn't be so outrageous. Raskina Island flew away. New World. Boar's Island. Ian was sitting on the side of the golden flying dragon without interest. In front of him, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes, wearing a crown and a typical king's attire, knelt down respectfully. Lord Ian, we are very happy to be protected by the beast pirates. In return, we will pay regular military expenses to the beast pirates every year, and at the same time, we will respond to all the calls of the beast pirates. The posture is quite in place. At first glance, it looks like an old colony. As soon as the golden flying dragon came over, he immediately ran over and knelt down smoothly. This is not the first time this has happened. Wherever the golden flying dragon went, no one said they wanted to avenge Senior Wangji. Who should I hang out with? That's what people think. Ian just nodded slightly. The king in front of him instantly beamed with joy. The beast pirate's occupation of this island is complete. Ian calculated in his mind that if this island was included, the territory under Senior Wangji will be almost taken over. It was really hard work, and it took me more than a month to go back and forth. It was more than 2 months ago that Senior Wang Ji was killed. He didn't stay here any longer. After completing the occupation, the Golden Flying Dragon went straight away. Ian did not leave pirates to garrison. After all, the island did not have many resources, and it was far away from the headquarters of Wano country, so there was not enough manpower. It's quite interesting to occupy it formally. As long as the protection fee is paid on time, there will be no problem. Are you going back to Wano country next? On the way back, Luo said with great interest. Don't ask questions knowingly. Ian said lazily, I have to stay on Beehive Island for a while. Again, when acting, you have to do a complete set. To give the government a message, the conflict between myself and Teacher Kai is not so easy to reconcile. However, if you stay on Beehive Island, Drake came over and said with some worry, we are about to face the threat of the Whitebeard pirates. During this period, while we have been consolidating our territory, the Moby Dick has been wandering in the border area. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Ian was still not interested, and his voice was a little erratic. Whitebeard will never take the initiative to attack. After suffering a loss once, Whitebeard would never want to put his beloved children in crisis again. The strongest man in the world is bound by the chains called family love. Oh, he is no longer necessarily the strongest man in the world. Teacher Kai's 3 colors of domineering have reached their peak. Coupled with the ability of the phantom beast species and the natural monster physique, he is probably no longer inferior to Whitebeard. Ian. Yamato suddenly came over and poked Ian's face. I always feel like you're in a trance lately. Is it because you haven't slept well? This is not a trance. Ian grabbed her hand and chuckled. I'm just getting used to it. Adapt. Yamato tilted his head in confusion. Ian just smiled, with a slight red light flashing in his eyes, adapting to the new scene in front of him. Yamato blinked. Can't understand. Just at this time. Blue, brew, brew. The phone bug's voice suddenly rang. Ian picked up the phone and answered the call. His expression suddenly changed. Is there such a thing? Ian, you may not believe it, but now I even wonder if I am dreaming. But I really watched Raskina Island fly away before my eyes. Sure enough, Ross's voice came from the other end of the phone. Flew away? Luo, who was drinking water, almost choked on the water. What's the meaning? What does it mean for an island to fly away? Yamato's eyes lit up. This girl became interested. Calm down, Rose, Ian said calmly. I understand what you mean. In short, Raskina Island was robbed, right? Let an island take off directly. In Ian's mind, there are only 3 people in the world who can do this. The first is Teacher Kai. He is not necessary, and Raskina Island is too big, and Yin Yun is not enough. The second is Fujitora. His gravity fruit can also do similar things, but he doesn't have to do this. Then it can only be the last one. It's the Golden Lion. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly changed and became quite urgent. It's that old bastard Shurji. Only he can do such a thing. It's Gu Loliosa. Golden Lion. Ian also felt that it was this guy. With the personal verification of Golden Lion's former companion Gu Loliosa, he was even more convinced. This guy has a reason to. I covet my own pets. The Golden Lion riding on the horse dares to steal my island. What should we do, Ian? Should we catch up? Rose's voice was urgent. It's flying very fast. There's no time. No need. If the enemy is a Golden Lion, it will be very dangerous to catch up. Ian said, It's enough to help me remember the flight direction of the island. I will come over in the shortest time. Good. The phone was hung up over there. Ian took a deep breath. The friends all gathered around. Ian. Hancock was a little anxious. After all, it was about her hometown. Rest assured, Ian said with relief. The Golden Lion didn't stay much and left directly. So Ian. Yamato shook Ian's arms excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. Is the next enemy the Golden Lion? She had often heard Mr. Kai tell the story of the Rocks pirates back then, and of course she was no stranger to the man named Golden Lion. After Wang Ji is the Golden Lion? Luo sighed. Are we going to kill all the remnants of the Rocks pirates? The other party has already come to the door with provocation. How can you turn a blind eye? Jack said loudly. Brother Ian, there is nothing to hesitate about. Hesitate? There is no way not to hesitate. The opponent is the Golden Lion, one of the 3 great pirates who was once tied with Roger Whitebeard. At his peak, he was definitely a Yonko-level monster. Ian, who had just been beaten by Teacher Kai, knew very well how terrifying a strong man of that level was. Do you want teacher Kai to go there in person? He probably wouldn't object to playing against his old friends, right? However, Ian then thought about it and realized that at this time, Senior Golden Lion was probably not as good as the Yonko. 11 years later, this guy was beaten to the ground by Straw Hat. Although it is said that the Straw Hat Boy in the movie version is at the level of the Pirate King, after all, he does not even know how to be domineering. No matter how you think about it, the Golden Lion at that time had declined to an incredible extent. So what is the level of Senior Golden Lion now 11 years ago? No matter how overestimated you are, you will never have the power to rival Kai-sensei and the others, right? In other words, it is impossible to be stronger than yourself no matter what. Ian thought. Let's go to Nine Snakes. He said, there is nothing to be afraid of. He even said arrogantly that even if the Golden Lion still had the level of the four emperors, Ian felt that he could still deal with him now. Do you understand the value of Teacher Kai's cram school? Great. Yamato cheered instantly. This time Ian was really firing on all cylinders. It turned directly into a huge golden flying dragon and grabbed the big ship and flew across the sky. But he didn't land to rest until its energy was exhausted. Even when approaching the Red Continent, he did not choose to go to the Fishman Island, but directly grabbed the boat and flew over the Red Continent. Even so, it took almost more than a week to finally reach Nine Snake Island. I don't know how the red-haired guy managed to fight with Mr. Kai in the New World one day, before arriving at Marin Fandu the next day during the war. Ian, you are finally here. The arrival of Ian made King Ross very excited. Is it really the Golden Lion? That legendary pirate. He disappeared for 9 years and actually ran out again. It should be him. Ian said, in which direction did the island fly? Ross immediately pointed in a certain direction. Ian turned back and looked at Violet. The girl tried her best to open her eyes wide, and her eyes were already looking towards the distant sky. The gaze fruit possessed by Violet has the ability called clairvoyance. This allows her to directly observe scenes 4,000 kilometers away. But Violet shook her head, not within the scope. It doesn't matter. Ian said, just walk in this direction. Since the Golden Lion is flying, it will not take any detours and must return directly to where it is. In other words, as long as you walk in this direction, you will definitely be able to find him. Ian, Ross said, do you need help? No need. Ian said, just leave it to me. It's better to say that if you go, you'll just add to the chaos. After only staying on Nine Snake Island for a few minutes, Ian immediately grabbed the big boat and rose into the sky. He quickly pursued the Golden Lion directly in the direction it left. It should be said that fortunately, Violet's clairvoyance does not only look forward, but is closer to a bird's eye view. This way you won't deviate from the direction. After flying forward for 2 days, we all reached the first half of the paradise. Saw it. Violet shouted, I saw an island floating in the sky. 135. Raid the floating island. Face the Golden Lion. What I have seen. Islands float quietly above this clear sky. They float very high, so it is not easy to spot them on the sea. Even if you look up by chance and see them, you will probably only think of them as a few clouds. They are not empty islands made of island clouds in the conventional sense, but islands made of real rocks and soil. According to common sense, they have no ability to float in the sky. But at this time, they are floating here, floating in the sky. Some kind of terrifying ability allows them to escape the influence of gravity and embrace the sky. At this time, floating in the highest sky and in the center of the largest island, outside a wooden castle, there was a wide martial arts field surrounded by solid fences. Several beasts were fighting each other. Some of them are huge and powerful. Some are as fast as lightning and come and go like the wind, and some have sharp claws that can tear the ground apart easily. The Golden Lion floated in mid-air, quietly looking down at these killing monsters. Let's get started, Dr. Indigo. He held a phone bug in his hand and spoke calmly. Puff, 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 puff. There was a fart-like sound coming from the other end of the phone. Then, on one side of the martial arts arena, a huge door opened. Roar! A huge crocodile rushed out directly from behind the gate. The length of this crocodile was over 30 meters, and it was an absolutely huge creature with red eyes. When its claws hit the ground was cracked with such force. It roared and charged directly towards the other beasts on the field. Of course, the monsters he targeted were not to be outdone. A giant elephant that was even bigger than a crocodile let out a sharp roar and strode towards the crocodile like a locomotive. However, the next moment, something happened that went against common sense. The smaller crocodile actually broke the elephant's leg bone with one head and knocked the giant elephant away amidst its screams. After knocking the giant elephant away, before the crocodile had time to stop, an orangutan, a rather slender orangutan, had already jumped on the crocodile's back with great dexterity, waving its thick fists and constantly hitting the crocodile's back. But such an attack has no meaning at all to the crocodile. It just rolled, letting the orangutan roll off its back, and then swept it with its thick tail. Accompanied by the violent sound of bone cracking, the orangutan's body bent and flew into the sky, then landed heavily in the distance. Massacre. This crocodile was not on the same level as the other monsters, and it easily slaughtered all the beasts on the field. Jia! The golden lion laughed loudly. Okay, great. Had you been strengthened to this extent after using the IQ extract? Sure enough, even though they are beasts, there are differences between them. Many years ago, he came to an island full of wild beasts. He found a plant called IQ on the island, and it was after ingesting this plant that the beasts on the island became violent. So the golden lion made a plan. Use IQ to develop more powerful drugs and create more powerful beasts. Then use these ferocious beasts to destroy the East China Sea. But now a more perfect medicine has not been manufactured, but a more powerful monster has been found by him. Perhaps. Can plans be advanced? Golden Lion thought. Maybe he doesn't need to mix the IQ medicine to the originally expected level, but by slightly enhancing the power of these beasts found on Raskina Island, he can already achieve his goal perfectly. With a casual lift, the ground twisted again, and chains made of snake-like earth and rocks emerged, completely restraining the giant crocodile that was still raging, and then threw it back into the previous cage. The golden lion flew back to his castle and came to the central laboratory. Dr. Indigo, how much time can be shortened to cultivate these monsters I brought back to the point where they can carry out our plan? Asked the golden lion. The person he was questioning was a strange man with clown-like makeup and a blue afro. He looks more like a circus runner than a scientist. This guy was just babbling and dancing, and his fluffy shoes kept making a farting sound when he stepped on the ground. The golden lion's brows lowered lower and lower, and finally he said unbearably, "You bastard, can't you change your shoes?" So this clown-like scientist finally stopped pacing in place, and instead waved his hands in a serious manner. Oh. Golden Lion's eyes lit up. You mean dash. He waved his fist vigorously and said angrily, "Isn't this completely incomprehensible? Does anyone understand sign language? With the power of those monsters, it is very easy to make them meet our standards. It shouldn't take long." Dr. Indigo said, "You can talk." The golden lion punched the clown on the head in anger. The clown's head dropped for an instant and then bounced up like a spring the next second. He and the golden lion crossed each other. Each stretched out a hand and pointed to the sky, posing as if they were on stage. Ho, 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 ho. Next to him, the gorilla, always wearing a pink suit, hummed and clapped. Ah. The golden lion looked at the gorilla in astonishment and said in disbelief, "Mom?" Dr. Indigo slapped the golden lion on the shoulder. "Didn't you say you were a lion? Where did the orangutan mother come from?" Chong chong. The two of them posed for the stage in perfect agreement. Researchers around here are already used to this. This golden lion boss just likes to play tricks. That's when, "Boss Shiki, something is approaching," someone suddenly shouted. The golden lion instantly returned to its normal form and turned back in surprise. In the sky, the golden flying dragon was flapping its wings and flying towards the empty island ahead. It's really an exaggeration, the power of Piao Piao fruit. Ian couldn't help but sigh. It's a completely man-made sky island group, but the scale is much larger than the real sky islands. The islands are even surrounded by sea water. The ability of Piao Piao fruit can even control sea water. So why waste time and effort on creating an army of beasts? Is there any point? If you really want to cause destruction, wouldn't it be better to drop an island from the sky? If it doesn't work, it would be easy to set off huge waves and submerge an island. I don't understand, Senior Golden Lion. Ian sighed as he flapped his wings and flew diagonally above the empty island. He came here alone, and all his friends stayed on the golden flying dragon. After all, the opponent is Senior Golden Lion. Although he must be much weaker than when he was at his peak, Ian also feels that he cannot take the risk with his friends. Anyway, judging from the original work, There are not many decent cadres under Golden Lion. Even if you can't beat him, you can still escape easily. Ian's main characteristic is calmness. Soon, Ian discovered the island of Riskina floating in the sky. In addition to floating in the air at this time, the island has not changed much from when it was on the sea. Ian can clearly feel that the beasts on the island are still enjoying themselves. The Golden Lion did not migrate them away. This is a good thing, as you don't have to worry about collecting them back later. But how to move the island back later? Ian sighed softly. He still had to rely on Senior Golden Lion. Even if you defeat that guy, you still have to spare his life. Senior Golden Lion, is this also in your calculations? Oh, I found it. It should be here. Ian flapped his wings and floated in the sky, with the largest island in front of him. We can already clearly see the huge building complex in the center of the island. Senior Golden Lion's lair is here. Giant Winsbaki swept over and clearly saw a huge aura inside the building. So, Ian said to himself, say hello first. Chop. Above the sky, the air was torn apart instantly, and a clear golden slash suddenly came across the sky. Ian turned his head sluggishly, and the slash had already hit him head-on in the chest. On the contrary, other people's greetings came first. The local pirates are so rude. Click. The majestic slash hit Ian's chest, but like an egg hitting a stone, he was instantly shattered into pieces. Really? Ian raised his hand and scratched his chest. They didn't even have the slashing attack attached to the domineering attack. The IT really tickled me. Senior Golden Lion, forget about stealing things. And now you actually want to kill the owner who comes to your door. Ian shouted at the top of his lungs. This is a bit unreasonable. Yeah, little devil. On the largest island in front, a golden figure floated up, looking at Ian from a long distance, laughing loudly. Didn't Kaido teach you? The so-called pirates are a group of people who can do whatever they want. Ian looked the man up and down. The appearance is similar to what I imagined. The rudder on the head and the swords inlaid on the legs can only be said to be too distinctive. I have to say that although this look is a bit funny, when the strong wind blowing from high in the sky makes the long blonde hair on the back of his head start to dance, he does look a bit majestic like a lion. But kid, the Golden Lion looked at Ian with considerable surprise. How did you find this place? He has been hiding safely in the sky for 9 years, and no one has ever been able to find him. But now it was actually exposed. Who knows? Ian didn't mean to answer, but just said, Senior Golden Lion, let me ask you this once. Can you return Riskina Island to me? If you could put that island back, no. Ian thought for a while. Send it to Wano country, then I can forget about this matter. Let bygones be bygones. The Golden Lion grinned. Did you make a mistake, kid? Now you are invading the lion's territory. Now you should beg me for forgiveness. Lion's Might Gishoji scroll. The man just waved his right hand casually. The two islands beside Ian had changed their shapes. Two huge lions over 1,000 meters in size flew out directly, colliding with Ian from both sides. Oh, Ian exclaimed. If nothing else, Senior Golden Lion's lineup was indeed full. It was a bit like a scene. But no matter how big the stone is, after all, it's just a stone. Ian clenched his hands. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. 2 spiral spears took shape in his hands, and then swung them to both sides at the same time. Swish. The madly rotating flame spears pierced through the 2 lions that pounced on them in an instant, and then exploded inside. Boom! Amid the earth-shaking sound, 2 suns bloomed on both sides of Ian. The 2 huge lions were directly blown to pieces. Facing the strong wind, Golden Lion's face was slightly gloomy. I understand, Senior Golden Lion. Ian's body was flaming, and he flew towards Golden Lion like a meteor. Don't worry, I will spare your life. Kid. The veins on Senior Golden Lion's forehead popped up instantly. He is, of course, an extremely proud man. Who were his former opponents? Roger, Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku. Which one of them is not a monster that stands tall and proud? Which one of them is not a strong man who dominates the world? Now such a kid dares to speak nonsense in front of him? Who are you? Lion's Power Chikiri Valley. Golden Lion kicked with both feet, and the 2 famous swords, Kumu and Sakura Ten, tore through the air, swinging out a series of majestic golden flying slashes. But the golden slash storm hit the golden meteor, but was collectively smashed to pieces in an instant. Ian didn't even raise his eyelids. After he was hit by the first slash from Senior Golden Lion, he knew he would win. This senior probably can't even use his hockey freely. Then what else can be said? Isn't this a complete bully game? Dot. Golden Lion's pupils shrank. So tough. This kid's physical strength is not inferior to Kaido, or even stronger. Almost without any hesitation, he pulled back. Ian was a little surprised. This is really interesting. Golden Lion Sr., are you afraid? Ian smiled and said, if you stay away from me, you can't hurt me. Golden Lion's face was cold and hard. He is not an idiot. He watched the live broadcast of Ian and Wang Ji's battle before and knew that this brat had a shocking king's fist. If he was really caught off guard and hit by that move, he would definitely not survive in his current state. Golden Lion waved his hands. The seawater surrounding the islands turned into water dragons and rushed towards Ian. But there, the extremely brilliant flames rose from Ian's body, and the seawater was completely evaporated before it could even get close to him. The terrifying heat wave even made the Golden Lion feel like he was about to be ignited. Such an exaggerated flame. Such a terrifying temperature. When watching Wang Ji fight, didn't he feel that this kid was so strong? TSK. Ian's body shrank and turned into an orc form, and then began to spray flames with all his strength, dragging a long tail of flames. He was like a golden lightning, and his speed was completely superior to the Golden Lion, who was retreating backwards. It only took a few seconds to catch up with him. The Golden Lion's face suddenly changed. He suddenly gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. Damn kid. The sharp blades embedded in his legs kept waving and slashed towards Ian. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows slightly. This attack finally came with domineering, and it was a fairly strong-armed color. But Ian's mouth corners were raised. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The violent slashes continued to penetrate Ian's body, then flew into the sky and disappeared at the end of the sky. What? The Golden Lion was greatly surprised. Ian's body was constantly turning into flames. Every time a slash was about to hit him, he turned into flames, and when the slash passed through him, he returned to his original state. What happened? The Golden Lion was a little confused. Why the armed color didn't work on this kid? Since the flying slash didn't work, just swing the sword directly. The Golden Lion approached, and the two swords embedded in his legs were like venomous snakes dancing, drawing brilliant sword lights and covering Ian. But it was useless. Ian was still constantly turning into flames, and every time a sword of the Golden Lion slashed over, his body turned into flames, and when the blade was separated, it returned to its original state. The Golden Lion's blade seemed to cut Ian into pieces, but in fact it did not cause any harm to him at all. This brat, he seemed to have predicted all his attacks like a prophet. Observation hockey can foresee the future. Golden Lion gritted his teeth. Not bad, right, Senior Golden Lion? Ian chuckled. In the past 2 months, Ian has mastered the move of foreseeing the future with the observation hockey. When combined with the Phoenix, the effect can only be said to be quite exaggerated. As long as the opponent can't see the killing, Ian feels that he can deal with even the strong men of the Four Emperors level. After all, his reaction speed is very fast, and it is almost impossible to rely solely on speed to break through his observation hockey foreseeing the future. In intermittent use, the Phoenix state can also be maintained for a long time. Even if he can't win, the opponent will never hurt him. This is the confidence that Ian dares to face the Golden Lion. But of course, looking at it now, Senior Golden Lion is really lame. The only thing that is still the same as before is his temper. He dared to pretend in front of me. That is really not knowing the difference between big and small kings. Are there any other moves, Senior Golden Lion? Ian said politely. If not, I will end this battle. Golden Lion was so angry that he trembled all over. When has he ever been so angry? Little devil, the lion roared. Just like a string was broken, violent spirit suddenly rushed out of his body. Ian was stunned. No, you also exploded. However, along with the domineering color, the nosebleed of the Golden Lion also surged. Oh. 136. Ian exhausted the old predecessor. Shurji swept everything in front of him. It's spurting blood. Blood spurted out from Senior Golden Lion's nostrils like 2 long dragons. It is no longer the size of a small stream. It is simply 2 small fountains. A little scary, right? Did a blood vessel burst? Is there so much pressure? Kid. The old lion roared at T this time. Blood was oozing out from not only his nostrils, but also from his eyes, which looked particularly oozing. At this moment, dark lightning finally appeared on the two famous swords embedded in his legs, and they swaggered with majestic momentum. Overlord color entanglement. Ian sighed in his heart. He was indeed one of the three great pirates of the year. Even though he was in such a state of despair, he was still able to exert such strength. It seems that for some reason, this senior's domineering power is limited. It should be the half of the rudder inserted into the head, right? Domination is the product of the joint action of body and mind, and the brain is the junction of body and mind. This place has been severely damaged. It is absolutely impossible to say that there will be no impact at all. Judging from his performance just now, Senior Golden Lion probably hasn't used hockey in a long time. Until now, I was forced to use hockey again. It just seems that the price of using domineering energy is not light. It's really scary. Ian sighed as he looked at Senior Golden Lion, whose eyes and nostrils were oozing blood. You won't kill yourself just because you use your domineering power, right? The power of the lion, destroy the crack. The sword blade, entwined with the powerful weapon color and the overlord color, slash horizontally, cutting Ian's body in half in an instant. Oh. Ian made an inexplicable sound, and the body that was split into two pieces returned to its original shape the next moment. He could even comment with interest. Come to think of it, I don't feel as domineering as Teacher Kai. It is of course difficult to maintain the hockey that has not been used for so many years at its peak, and it is completely foreseeable that it will regress. Senkiria, the Golden Lion roared. The sword blades at his feet turned into a storm, swallowing Ian up in an instant. Although he was using his legs, Ian could still appreciate the elegance of the world's top swordsman back then. Senior Golden Lion's sword was so fast that he felt dazzled. But, damn it, why doesn't it work? The Golden Lion roared in disbelief. No matter how fast he is, no matter how domineering he is, he still cannot cause any harm to Ian. Come on, Senior Golden Lion, Ian said slowly. I'm going to be hacked to death by you. This is the result of insufficient information. No matter how fast it is, no matter how powerful it is, it means nothing as long as it misses. If he is from the Navy, he must be ready to distance himself from him by now. You still suffered too little, Senior Golden Lion. Damn you, brat. Stop talking nonsense in front of me. The Golden Lion raised his hand, and a huge island crashed directly towards Ian. Old God Ian was floating in place, showing no intention of escaping. The unbelievably heavy island hit him with thunderous force. No. Before it hit him, the island started to melt near him. It was as if the island was alive. It did not dare to collide with Ian, so it automatically split a tunnel for him. Ian was instantly knocked into the interior of the island. Ji Juan, the Golden Lion shouted lowly. The island instantly began to twist, and the spiral collapsed inward, turning into a huge ball. It was still shrinking and was about to crush Ian to death inside. However, even though Senior Golden Lion had desperately activated his abilities, the rocks and soil melted above the spiral sphere, and Ian floated out unexpectedly. It's actually quite interesting, Ian commented kindly. Kid. The Golden Lion's facial features were bleeding, and his mood became even higher. Several more swords flew over and cut Ian into several pieces. Ian just chuckled. Look, I'm anxious. Is being anxious useful? Be anxious when you should least be anxious. Calm down, Senior Golden Lion. Now seeing, hearing, and sex is the most important method. The muscles on Senior Golden Lion's cheeks twitched. Useless? How could it be useless? What happened to this kid's change? Isn't it elemental? Why doesn't even domineering work? Not to mention the armed color, I tried my best to use the Overlord color entanglement, but it didn't work. How can it be? Hockey is what restrains devil fruit abilities. Senior Golden Lion's expression changed drastically. Then, blood. Blood seeped from his head, and even his long, silky golden hair was dyed bright red, looking extremely oozing. Oh. Ian raised an eyebrow. Did you touch the wound? Otherwise, just admit defeat, Senior Golden Lion. Ian couldn't help but said with concern. The bleeding volume is huge. However, the Golden Lion only heard ridicule from his words and continued to attack with gritted teeth. It's no longer possible to stop the fight even if you think about it. During the battle with Roger at Etwall, half of the rudder was nailed into the Golden Lion's head, and it was too deep to be taken out. Originally, this was nothing and did not affect Golden Lion's daily activities. But later, when he attacked the Navy headquarters alone, in the battle with Garp Sengoku, the rudder was punched by Garp again, and this time it was completely embedded in the brain. After that, it became quite difficult for Golden Lion to use Haki. Once Haki is used, the wound will be touched. When Haki is used at a high intensity like now, the wound is completely torn apart. Golden Lion only feels like a bomb exploded in his brain, blowing his consciousness to pieces. In the extremely severe pain, he can't care about anything else. Kill this kid. It has come to this point. If you retreat halfway, you will die. Ian shook his head. This is really another attempt to rely on perseverance to defeat the mechanism. It doesn't work. Why? The desperate attack is meaningless that Ian's observation Haki can predict all the attacks of Golden Lion, and then instantly enter the Phoenix state and ignore the attacks of Golden Lion. This made Golden Lion go crazy. Why doesn't it work? The sword was swinging as fast as lightning. But again, being fast is meaningless. Suddenly, ugh! Golden Lion's body suddenly trembled, and he was struck by lightning in an instant. His eyes widened, and bright red blood flowed from his eyes, and the whites of his eyes were already red. Blood was gushing out from the edge of the rudder, behind his head. Ian couldn't help but be amazed at such a scene. It's too scary. Senior Golden Lion turned into a fountain. But this shouldn't be blamed on me, right? I didn't fight back the whole time. Senior Golden Lion's lips trembled and then fell straight down. Is he no longer able to maintain the strength to fly? Is this considered a win? Ian thought it was much easier than he imagined. He didn't even do anything serious, but just let Senior Golden Lion attack and drag him down. In ancient times, the Rider War Eagle outlasted the old lady, and now Ian outlasted the Golden Lion. However, it has been proven that foreseeing the future plus the Phoenix form is really the best. Even if he fights with Teacher Kai again, Ian is sure that he will never be as embarrassed as before. Wait, Ian suddenly realized something. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the falling Golden Lion. Without any hesitation, Ian shot down instantly. Golden Lion Sr., you can't be in trouble. If this guy faints, the ability of the floating fruit will be lifted, and the floating islands in the sky will fall directly into the sea. Then Raskina Island is also doomed. The beasts on the island will also be buried in the sea. Ian is sure that at least at this moment, there is no one in the world who wants Golden Lion Sr. to be safe more than him. In just a few seconds, Ian has grabbed the falling Golden Lion Sr. The old senior was already barely breathing, with a pair of scarlet eyes half open, looking at Ian weakly, unable to speak, as if he would faint at any time. Ian was extremely anxious and slapped Golden Lion several times with his backhand. Can't sleep, Senior Golden Lion. Show your perseverance. Hang on, how can a man like you die here? Golden Lion was indeed awakened by Ian's slap, but he still couldn't speak, just glared at Ian. Ian breathed a sigh of relief, and then he didn't hesitate, directly spread his wings and flew down to the sea below. It is impossible for ordinary doctors to stabilize the injuries of Senior Golden Lion without fainting again. Luo, it depends on you. In the sky, in the huge floating island, in the castle of Golden Lion. Everyone watching the images transmitted by the monitoring Din Din Mushi was stunned. After a few seconds, someone screamed. Boss Shiki has been captured. The whole castle was in chaos. Dr. Indigo grabbed his hair and ran around like a headless fly, making a fart-like sound. After dancing for a while, he screamed, Boss Shiki. On the sea, the golden dragon floated quietly. Violet stared at the sky, broadcasting the battle situation in the sky to her partners in real time. At this time, a smile appeared on her face. Ian won, or it's better to say that the Golden Lion had no power to fight back at Dash. She felt something was wrong. Is it Ian who had no power to fight back? Ian really didn't fight back at all. Anyway, the Golden Lion has been caught by Ian and is on the way back. Violet said, as expected of big brother Ian. Jack was generous with his praise. That's Shiki the Golden Lion. He won so easily. Indeed, it's amazing. Drake was also in awe. The Golden Lion is a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. Defeating the Golden Lion, wouldn't that be equivalent to defeating Roger and Whitebeard? Ian is so annoying. Yamato had a different opinion. He actually went to fight alone. The girl puffed up her cheeks, looking unwilling. I also want to fight the Golden Lion. For her, fighting is entertainment. Ian left her alone to fight, which was equivalent to Ian leaving her to play alone. Next to him, Hancock chuckled. It's not because you are too weak that Ian is worried. You guy. The two immediately became at war with each other again. Ian came back under such circumstances, completely ignoring the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two. After all, he had already tasted too much. Luo, come here. He placed the golden lion on the deck and shouted, use your ability to stabilize his injury. Ah, golden lion. Luo came over in surprise. You want to save this guy? Not an enemy. We'll have to count on him to send Raskina Island back later. Ian said briefly. Understood. Luo nodded slightly. I'll check him out. The injury is to the brain. Ian said, it should be that the old injury caused by the rudder piercing into the brain has recurred. Luo looked at the golden lion's head and smacked his lips. It's a shame he can survive such an injury. He muttered and waved, summoning a translucent spherical space. Then the golden lion's eyes widened, and Yin watched helplessly as Luo swung a knife and cut open his head, cutting his head into fine pieces with 3 strokes. The brain and blood vessels were severely compressed. Luo said, it was probably because of the battle just now that the wound broke. Just stabilizing his injury? Luo turned to look at Ian. If that's all, just use my ability to force the blood vessels to close. Do you want to take out the rudder? It's very simple. The golden lion's pupil shrank. It shouldn't be needed for the time being. Ian looked down at the golden lion and chuckled. Stabilize the injury first. Learn. Luo snapped his fingers lightly and said, Batten, he can control everything in this room space as he wishes. In the golden lion's brain, the broken blood vessels were forcibly pinched together. The damaged expressway was reopened to traffic, and Golden Lion instantly felt his mind clear. Kid. He was able to speak and even struggled to sit up. Luo sneered, don't move. The ability was slightly relaxed, and the Golden Lion instantly fell down with blood spurting from its head again. The Golden Lion immediately glared at Luo fiercely. Luo once again used his ability to pinch the Golden Lion's blood vessels, allowing the highway in his brain to connect again. The Golden Lion immediately let out a long sigh of relief. What do you want to do, kid? The Golden Lion understood the current situation and stared at Ian. I just want your help in moving Raskina Island back to the New World. Ian sat cross-legged beside him. As I said before, as long as you move the island back, I will forget about it. Are you threatening me? Even if he is controlled by others now, the Golden Lion will never bow his head. End quote. I'm just confused, end quote. Ian asked knowingly, Senior Golden Lion, since you have disappeared for so many years, why did you come here to snatch those beasts? Those beasts are of no use to you. The Golden Lion just sneered. How could this kid understand his great plan? Ian knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, After all, I can only think of one use for these beasts, and that is to use them for fighting. But Senior Golden Lion, you can't use them at all, right? With your Piao Piao fruit ability, if you want to destroy anything, wouldn't you just drop it on an island and end it? Even places like Malinfanjuo or Mariajoya can't withstand an island falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The island? The Golden Lion was stunned. What this kid said seems to make sense. Instead of spending so many years cultivating the beast, why not just use the island to smash it? The Golden Lion's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Yes. Isn't it easy to just smash down one island after another to destroy the entire East China Sea? What have you been doing all these years? A flash of regret suddenly welled up in the Golden Lion's heart, and he suddenly wanted to slap himself again. He obviously had the power to destroy everything long ago, but he wasted these years like an idiot. Why didn't you realize it so early? If you had understood this earlier, not to mention the East China Sea, the world government and the Navy would have been almost destroyed by you, right? Golden Lion also realized one thing. In this case, neither those beasts nor IQ are of any use. Then there is no need to fight with this brat over those things. Kid. So the Golden Lion looked at Ian and said seriously, I can return that island and those monsters to you. Even as compensation, I can give you an island in my hand. There are also many things on the island. You should really like these ferocious beasts. More importantly, there is this special plant on the island which can further promote the ferocity of beasts. I have been studying it these years, hoping to develop more interesting drugs that promote ferocity. These research results can also be handed over to for you. The corner of Ian's mouth raised. Wouldn't it be better if it had been like this? Senior Golden Lion is quite good at being a good person, and he also knows how to give gifts when making amends. IQ? It seems to be a drug that can make the beast more violent. It's quite useful. But I have another request. Senior Golden Lion is really flexible. He just glared at Ian and wanted to kill him, but now he can make a request openly. He looked at Luo. This kid just said that he can take out the rudder on my head, right?